Take a picture of that. I may not be secret stuff. My change. My own.
Excellences, distingués délégués, Mesdames, Messieurs, j'ai l'honneur d'ouvrir cette session dédiée à la poursuite des discussions concernant le point 4 à l'ordre du jour. Lundi dernier, nous écoutions les délégations rendre compte de l'actualisation de leur plan d'action. Compte tenu du retard important accumulé, je demanderai aux délégations qui souhaiteraient s'exprimer ce matin sur l'actualisation de leur plan d'action et la mise en œuvre de l'article 5 de bien vouloir limiter leur intervention à 3 minutes pour que chacun ait une chance de s'exprimer. À l'issue de ces interventions, je m'efforcerai moi aussi de faire un point rapide sur le mandat qui a été confié par la précédente Assemblée des États parties au comité de l'article 5. Et sans plus attendre, je donne la parole aux distingués délégués du Tadjikistan.
Good morning, dear Chair and ladies and gentlemen. Let me express my gratitude to the President of the Convention and IHSU for organizing the intersessional meeting and providing the opportunity to share the progress made by Tajikistan in its fulfillment of Article 5 obligation. On this photo, you can see the survey teams passing dangerous terrain on their way to the operation site. Next slide, please. I would like to bring to your attention the updates on the progress made by Tajikistan during 2019 and of the 2022 in accordance with the extension request. This map shows the districts which circles where green color belongs to the area already free from mines, orange color, the areas reduced and gray color, this area canceled. In 2019, on the date of submission of our second extension request, the remaining challenge was 8.8 million square meters. In accordance with the extension request, the planned target for the period 2019-2022 was 5.2 million square meters, but the result on the release for the period 2019-2022 was 4.9 million square meters. Thus, the remaining hazard areas to be cleared by the end 2025, in accordance with the current extension request, have the size 3.8 million square meters. Next slide, please. Here you can see the result of land release operation related to the new unknown hazard areas. During 2019 and 2022, 51 new unknown mined areas measuring more than 8.9 million square meters were identified and registered as confirmed hazard area. Out of this number, 3 minefields covering more than 772,000 square meters were cancelled and registered as a safe area, and 24 minefields with the size 3.6 million square meters were cleared. Thus, the total release area of the previously unknown hazard areas made 4.4 million square meters. I would like to highlight that these areas have not been registered in our IMSMA database, and we didn't have any minefield records for them until the mentioned period. Next slide, please. As you may remember, in 2019, during the Oslo Review Conference, the second extension request until December 2025 submitted by Tajikistan was accepted by state parties.
S'il vous plaît.
At that moment, the contamination in Tajikistan was one.
Distingués délégués, puis-je vous demander de conclure?
Okay.
Merci.
And that moment, the contamination in Tajikistan was 195 areas with a total size of 8.8 million square meters. As of end 2022, the progress made 95 areas released covering 9.4 million square meters. Next slide, please. Here you can see the land release progress during the 2019-2022 in percentage. Next slide, please. This table provides figures on the number of the size of areas released from 2019 up to the end 2022 with current available resources. Next slide, please. Despite the significant progress made by the country, there is still much heavy to done. Here, I would like to highlight once again that a practice size shows new hazard areas without minefield records are still identified during the survey operations. In accordance with the information recorded in IMSMA, the remaining challenge as of end 2022 is 174 hazard areas measuring 12.8 million square meters to be addressed during the following years. Next slide, please. Here you can see the table demonstrating more detailed projections of the number of areas and the size of mine area to be addressed annually to achieve completion. As can be seen from this slide, the most contaminated areas are in highly mountainous areas. Next slide, please. Now I would like to highlight the remaining challenge faced the cost implementation of Tajikistan obligation under the Ottawa Convention. They are bring on this slide. The needs include additional funding about $14 million US, equipment including metal detectors, deminers and EOD toolkit, PPs, cross-country vehicles, etc., etc. Next slide, please. But it will be cleared. I mentioned it earlier, they will still find a new hazard areas without minefield because obviously Tajikistan will submit, it's a new extension request, but it will be clear by the end of this year, depending on our land release progress. And then I would like, on behalf of Republic of Tajikistan, to thank our current donors, US Department of State, OSCE, Norway, and our partners, FSD, NPA, GSHD, ISU, RCRC for their valuable contribution. Thank you for your attention.
Je remercie le distingué délégué du Tadjikistan pour son intervention et je donne la parole au distingué délégué de la Serbie. Vous avez 3 minutes, s'il vous plaît.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Distinguished delegates, we would like, first of all, to extend our sincere appreciation and gratitude to the Colombia for their skillful presidency of the 20th MSP, as well as to Germany for their equally skillful presidency of the 21st MSP. We thank the ISU and other stakeholders for the excellent work they have conducted in preparations for the intersessional meetings. It's a pleasure and privilege to address the intersessional meetings and share the latest developments in Serbia mine actions efforts. The Republic of Serbia is strongly committed to the fulfillment of the Article 5 implementation obligations, as well as to the full implementation of its obligations from the AP Mine Ban Convention, which is shown by the fact that anti-personnel mines are no longer produced in Serbia and the stockpiled AP mines have been destroyed. At the 20th meeting of the state parties to the convention on the Ottawa Convention, which took place in Geneva from the 21st to 25th of November last year, the Republic of Serbia was granted the request for an extension until December the 31st to 2024. This would provide the possibility to complete non-technical survey of newly discovered mine-suspected areas in the Bunovac municipality, which will take up to 1 year and will focus on the areas where the fire forest occurred and explosions could be heard. By then, Serbia will get a clear picture of the remaining mine contamination, and development of a detailed plan containing suspected hazardous areas and confirmed hazardous areas will be enabled. As of June 2023, in the Republic of Serbia, the area suspected to contain groups of anti-personnel mines totals 390,300 square meters in the municipality of Buenovac, plus newly discovered mine suspected areas in the same municipality. The project area totaling 390,300 square meters will be divided into 3 projects for which we hope to provide financial support through ITF by available donors and implement these projects in the forthcoming period. In 2023, Serbian government allocated 260,000 euros for demining in Buenovac. The funds were transferred to ITF to match it with available donor funds. A Serbian Mine Action Center developed a non-technical survey project and submitted it to ITF that will include 2 mixed Serb and Albanian survey teams of 3 surveys each, who will be fully trained and equipped to conduct required tasks. These activities will be supervised and monitored by Serbian Mine Action Center and in cooperation with the local authorities. Simultaneously with survey activities, mine risk education activities will be conducted in all 59 villages of the municipality of Buenovac. Mine suspected area has been marked in order to clearly and visually warn of mine danger, as well as to ban the entry of population into mine suspected area. Mine warning signs have been posted in the areas of possible access to mined areas. Given that the population is multi-ethnic, the wording on the signs has been written in Serbian and Albanian language. Serbia is making efforts to solve the problems related to mines and other explosive remnants of war, and the government, within its modest possibilities, allocates funds for demining operations. But given the extent of the problem of mines and other explosive remnants of war, this is not enough to solve the overall mine problem. Serbia needs international funds and time to complete the task at hand. On another note, we would like to take this opportunity to highlight the following achievements. In order for the Serbian Mine Action Center to create an effective system for information management in mine action, in August 2022, the donation agreement has been signed between the GICHD and Serbian Mine Action Center, whereas the Serbian Mine Action Center will be implementing IMSMA core over a project period of 1 year. In March 2023, GICHD IM advisors visited Serbian Mine Action Center to get a better understanding of the context and requirements of Serbian Mine Action Center as required to finalize needs documentation. In the period 29th of May, 9th of June 2023, Serbian Mine Action Center representatives attended Mine Action Information Management qualification at IMSMA core administrator in Switzerland, which was organized by the GICHD and supported by the Swiss Federal Department of Defense.
S'il vous plaît. Merci.
Okay, so in conclusion, as a member of the state parties, despite all the unfavorable circumstances, the Republic of Serbia is fully committed to comply with all the provisions of the convention and will make all their efforts to complete the Article 5 in order to primarily provide safety of all citizens and further economic and social development. Thank you very much for your attention.
Je remercie la distinguée déléguée de la Serbie et je donne maintenant la parole au distingué délégué de la Somalie.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Somalia, I am honored to be here with you today. It is indeed a privilege to provide an update on the content of the recently submitted work plan for the Anti-Personnel Mine Ban Convention. Allow me to present the key notice of it. Somalia initially ratified or entered into force the Anti-Personnel Mine Ban Convention on October 2012. The first 10-year period term was not enough to fulfill the obligations due to various factors, predominantly security access and shortage of funding. The second term extension was granted by the member states for 5 more years from October 2022 to October 2027. Subsequently, Somalia submitted a comprehensive, updated and costed 5-year work plan to the member states in April 2023. The work plan was consulted with ISU and mine action partners in the country. The work plan mainly reflects costed work plan for the implementation of non-technical survey. The work plan also includes costed work plan for the implementation of risk education and land release activities. It also details the area size of the remaining hazard areas and annual milestones of priority and how to address them. The hazardous area stretches across all federal member states as well as along the Somalia-Ethiopia border areas. The National Mine Action Program has now the ownership of consolidated National Mine Action Database and transition to functioning IMSMA core system by the end of 2023. The data recorded includes 16 kilometers square land released, while close to 170 kilometers square hazardous area that need further intervention. As primary solution to exclude civilians from hazardous areas, risk education was provided to more than 1.9 million beneficiaries over the past 10 years term. Risk education messages were sensitive to age, gender, disability, and to the diverse needs of at-risk communities, including IABs, returnees, and children. Within the same period, more than 1,500 civilians were affected by mines or ERW, and close to 8,000 civilians affected by IEDs. Due to the recurring conflict and security issues, several districts are not accessible for intervention, and nationwide survey has not yet been materialized. The impact of interclan conflict limits the deployment of mine clearance teams across different regions. Districts that are yet to be liberated will also be considered on case-by-case basis. Distinguished delegates, explosive ordnance contamination in Somalia is known to cause threat to the safety of the communities living in the proximity to hazardous their livestock and properties. The Somalia Explosive Management Authority is the custodian of this work plan to coordinate the planned implementation of the milestones. For this purpose, SEMA offices have been supported by the partners to function and explosive management bodies. To strengthen the current national mine action capacity, further capacity development support is necessary from the partners and donors. International mine action entities have been operating in Somalia. However, some of them have recently left the country due to decline in funding. National mine action partners are also available but have limited funding resources to operate independently and thus rely on partnerships with the internationals. The work plan will focus mainly on NTS to release land through an evidence-based decision-making process to determine with confidence which land needs further action. There is a mixed nature of contamination in Somalia, and survey of suspected anti-personnel mine contamination will prioritize it simultaneously with other contamination types.
Distingués délégués, puis-je vous demander de conclure également, s'il vous plaît, merci.
Implementation of the work plan will consider the different needs of the potential beneficiaries, and their voice is heard to get more inclusive data and benefit from the awareness sessions. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Somalia, government of Somalia, I would like to express my profound gratitude to the people and governments of donor countries and organizations for the generous contributions to the Mine Action Program in Somalia. Your continued support is making a difference in the lives of Somali population, giving them hope for peaceful and safe Somalia. Your generous support is always much needed by the government of Somalia, is stepping up our capability to meet the planned obligations of the convention. I thank you very much.
Je remercie le distingué délégué de la Somalie pour son intervention et je donne maintenant la parole au distingué délégué de la Turquie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am Captain Mustafa Torun. Mr. Chairperson and distinguished participants, in my remarks today, I will brief you about key indications and provide updates regarding Turkish Mine Action Center's efforts to accomplish its obligations and commitments under the Convention, Oslo Action Plan, and the current Article 5 extension period, humanitarian mine action activities, respectively. Next, please. Within the scope of Eastern Borders Mine Clearance Project Phase 3, a demining contract was signed in March 2021. The project is being co-managed by UNDP and Turkish Mine Action Center, and its activities are conducted by commercial contractors. As of June 2023, more than 2.3 million square meters of hazardous land have been addressed and almost 50,000 mines were found and destroyed. Clearance activities are scheduled to continue by early July in Ağrı province on the remaining 22 mine areas out of 94. The project is expected to be finalized by the end of 2023, which will prepare the ground for a multi-dimensional border security and surveillance system along Turkey's eastern borders, as well as declaring 4 provinces in this region as mine-free. Mr. Chair, next please. Another vital component of this project is to conduct non-technical survey on Turkey's all mined areas with a contracting modality. So far, 3,430 mine areas field visits has been completed, and from the beginning of surveys, 3,000 NTS reports have been approved and transferred to Termak database. Approximately 500 NTS reports, internal and external quality management and approval process are still being performed in coordination between the contractor, UNDP, and Termak. The amount of change in gross suspected and confirmed hazardous areas will be reported in the following year's Article 7 report. NTS project is also planned to be completed by the end of 2023 summer. Next, please. Apart from the project, almost 500,000 square meters of hazardous land were addressed and more than 9,000 mines were destroyed by military demining units in 2022. Particularly along Turkey's eastern borders, where mine areas were preventing construction of the new border surveillance systems and around former military positions that were posing a threat to those living in nearby villages. Next, please. When it comes to mine clearance activities on Turkey's southern borders, these activities accelerate as the security situation on the Syrian side improves and the region is cleared from the YPG terrorist organization, which is an affiliation of PKK terrorist organization. In this context, Turkish armed forces counter-IED teams contribute to the safety of civilians by detecting and neutralizing 121 mines, 1,800 IEDs, and approximately 27,000 of munitions and other types of explosive ordnances laid by terrorist organizations in Syria and Iraq in 2022. Next, please. As stated in this year's Article 7 report, explosive ordnance risk educations are being delivered through different assets trained and certified by Turkish Mine Action Center with the principle of leaving no one behind. Since the beginning of the year, the risk education numerics can be seen on the slide. Next, please. In order to improve and ensure the effectiveness and efficiency of the mine clearance activities, capacity development of its assets and seeking innovations are also among the principal objectives for Turkey. In this context, military demining teams will reach a number of 50 in 2023, also adding 6 nationally manufactured mechanical demining machines and 4 additional mine detection dogs. Next, please. Next. Following its accomplishments under the Article 3 of the Convention previously, Turkey retains reasonable number of AP mines with the justification of developing new demining equipment, training its new established military demining teams and dogs, as well as providing continuity trainings to remaining teams. Next, please. In terms of cooperation and assistance, Turkey sent 8 military demining teams and 4 EOD teams to Azerbaijan in December 2022 to support the mine clearance activities carried out by Azerbaijan. Since then, approximately 600,000 square meters of mine area has been addressed in Azerbaijan.
Distingué délégué, puis-je vous demander de conclure, s'il vous plaît? Merci.
Okay, sir. Hereafter, in order to establish strong ties with its neighboring organization, a goodwill protocol was signed between Termak and Anama. Next, please. Mr. Chair, as you are aware, Turkey was granted previously for an extension until the end of 2025. A detailed work plan covering this extension period and further clarifications which were requested were submitted to the ISU in April 2023. To summarize, Turkey aims to address an area of approximately 17 million square meters of hazardous area between 2023 and 2025 by means of military demining units whose capacity is continuously increasing and possible funding through European Union. Next, please. In the last part of my remarks today, I also would like to take this opportunity to express Turkey's gratitude for all national and international stakeholders, particularly to ISU of Convention for their tireless and precious collaboration with Turmak, to European Union and its delegation to Turkey for their prolonged funding through IPA funds, to United Nations and its development program in Turkey for their valuable implementing partnership, and GICHT for providing guidance to all mine-affected states in countless ways. Mr. Chair, Turkey is fully committed to the convention and keeps striving to fulfill its obligations in a dedicated manner. Thank you for your patience and courtesy.
Je remercie le distingué délégué de la Turquie pour son intervention et je donne maintenant la parole au distingué délégué du Sénégal.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Je me présente l'ambassadeur Pape Magueye Diop, nouveau directeur du Centre national d'action anticriminelle du Sénégal. Je voudrais commencer par exprimer ma grande fierté d'appartenir à cette communauté humanitaire et humaniste pour la raison simple qu'elle œuvre à sauver des vies humaines en enlevant les mines. Monsieur le Président, le Sénégal avait examiné, la demande du Sénégal d'extension avait été examinée et obtenue, avait été examinée en novembre 2020 et elle a été accordée. Le début d'extension devait commencer en mars 2021 pour se terminer en mars 2026. Bon, le Sénégal avait été confronté à un problème d'insuffisance de ressources, à un problème d'accessibilité de certaines zones, bon, qui fait que le travail n'avait pas pu être accompli convenablement. Mais malgré toutes ces difficultés, nous avons continué le travail et nous avons pu faire des opérations ainsi que dans les autres composantes. À la date de l'extension, nous avons été à 1 900 000, nous avons été à moins de 2 millions de mètres carrés. Nous avons poursuivi le travail et avons obtenu plus de 2 038 000 mètres carrés, malgré les difficultés et les insuffisances de ressources. Nous avons aussi continué à faire des enquêtes techniques dans 489 localités visitées. Nous avons continué à faire les activités d'éducation au risque qui ont atteint 1 million de personnes à peu près. Nous avons fait beaucoup de land safety training avec des acteurs, 2120 acteurs. Nous avons aussi pris en charge beaucoup de victimes sur le plan médical, psychologique et social, comme hier ça a été discuté ici. Nous avons aussi fait des révisions de normes nationales et de stratégies. Bref, malgré les difficultés et le contexte de la COVID-19 aussi, le Sénégal a réussi à poursuivre le travail et à accomplir quelques réalisations. Tout à l'heure, à 13h, nous aurons une approche individualisée. Donc, nous viendrons plus longuement et plus largement sur, en tout cas, l'état du déminage au Sénégal et des autres composantes. Nous expliquerons notre nouveau plan de travail et nous inviterons les partenaires à nous soutenir dans les défis restants qui sont effectivement, il y a 116 localités dont nous devons déterminer le statut. Il y a 11 zones dont les contours doivent être précisés, 21 zones minées dont la taille est connue, 208 000 mètres carrés, une superficie totale restante estimée à 1 500 000 globalement, 1 500 000 mètres carrés. Donc, ainsi que pour développer des activités d'éducation au risque en direction de toutes les communautés et les acteurs au développement exposés, rendre fonctionner le centre d'appareillage existant ou alors construire un autre centre d'appareillage qui est dans notre programme, ainsi que l'accompagnement psychologique des victimes, sans oublier le financement des activités de réinsertion économique. Donc, nous viendrons de plus en détail dans ce vaste programme tout à l'heure à 15 heures. Donc, je voudrais vous remercier, Monsieur le Président, et réitérer ma fierté vraiment d'appartenir nouvellement à cette communauté. Je vous remercie.
Je remercie le distingué délégué du Sénégal pour son intervention. Et je souhaiterais maintenant donner la parole au distingué délégué du Tchad.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Bon, comme je ne vais pas prendre beaucoup de temps, en quelques minutes, vous présenter le programme national du déminage du Tchad. Bon, une petite présentation, mais qui ne va pas beaucoup durer. La mise en œuvre de l'article 5, les progrès réalisés, les difficultés rencontrées, l'appui de l'État tchadien, les défis à surmonter et les perspectives. Mise en œuvre de l'article 5 suite à cette 4e demande de prolongation, le Tchad a entrepris diverses activités pour la mise en œuvre des recommandations du comité de l'article 5. Les activités comprennent des enquêtes non techniques dans les provinces restantes du Borkou, du Chari-Bagrimi, de l'Enedi, du Moyen-Chéri et du lac Tchad, mais aussi des travaux de dépollution dans les provinces du Kanem et de l'Enedi-Ouest. Bien que ce ne soit qu'une partie des recommandations du comité, leur mise en œuvre a donné lieu à de grands progrès significatifs dans la réduction de la contamination restante dans le pays. Les progrès réalisés. Depuis la dernière conférence des États partis, les réalisations se présentent comme suit. 524 millions quelques mètres carrés ont été déminés et dépollués et remis à disposition des terres. La remise à disposition des terres d'une superficie de 1 800 quelques mètres carrés par enquête technique. L'annulation de 20 terrains pour une superficie totale de 2 millions quelques pour enquête non technique. La mise à jour de la base de données reflétant désormais une superficie réelle de 77 615 858 mètres carrés restantes à libérer pour un total de 72 zones confirmées minées et 48 zones suspectées dangereuses. Les difficultés dans la mise en œuvre de l'article 5. Le HCND, c'est-à-dire le Haut Commissariat national du déminage, c'est-à-dire le programme qui s'occupe du déminage du Tchad, éprouve d'énormes difficultés pour la mise en œuvre effective de ces activités. Ces difficultés sont d'abord d'ordre financier, puisque le budget alloué par l'État tchadien à cette institution est insuffisant. Retrait des donateurs traditionnels de leur manque d'engouement. Ça, il faut le signaler et le dire au fort ici. Il faut noter que ces difficultés auront des impacts négatifs pour le respect et l'échéance fixée pour notre demande de prolongation. L'appui du gouvernement tchadien. Malgré l'absence de visibilité financière externe, outre le paiement des salaires du personnel et le fonctionnement de l'institution, le gouvernement tchadien a financé la dépollution et a financé le déminage et la dépollution des champs de bataille des provinces du Kanem, de l'Enedi-Est. Actuellement, où nous vous parlons, 2 unités de déminage et de dépollution sont déployées dans l'Enedi-Ouest et une 3e est en cours de dépollution sur financement 100% du gouvernement tchadien. Également, sur l'appui du gouvernement tchadien, lors des assises du dialogue national inclusif, c'est-à-dire le Tchad a organisé un dialogue national inclusif au mois d'octobre 2008, sur les recommandations, le volet déminage a été pris en considération parmi les priorités. L'éducation au risque d'assistance aux victimes, comme l'a dit mon collègue avant-hier, c'est le volet le plus faible du programme de déminage tchadien. Sans l'appui de l'UNICEF, je crois qu'on ne peut rien faire comme assistance aux victimes de mines au Tchad. Voilà, il faut ici, je saisis cette occasion pour vraiment féliciter l'UNICEF qui ne cesse d'accompagner sur ce volet. Plus de 5000 personnes vivant à proximité des zones dangereuses ont reçu des séances d'éducation au risque, de référencement et d'assistance aux victimes dans la province du lac Tchad. qui reste le foyer du terrorisme de Boko Haram. Cette province est infectée par la présence des terroristes de Boko Haram. Plusieurs comités locaux ont été formés comme des relais communautaires afin d'éduquer davantage les communautés à éviter les comportements à risque après le départ des équipes terrain. L'aspect genre est scrupuleusement respecté dans la mise en place des comités locaux. Des centaines de victimes ont été identifiées, dont 300 ont bénéficié d'assistance en soins médicaux, prothèses, vivres et non-vivres, etc. Tout ça avec l'appui de l'UNICEF. Les défis à surmonter. Actuellement, 120 zones avec une superficie de 77 millions quelques qui restent à nettoyer. Le développement du volet assistance aux victimes, comme je viens de le souligner dessus. L'arrivée massive ces derniers temps des réfugiés soudanais à la frontière est de notre pays. Le HCND, c'est-à-dire le Haut Commissariat national de développement, va déployer des équipes éducation au risque mine, éducation au risque de mine dans les différents sites de réfugiés afin de procéder à la sensibilisation sur les dangers de mine. Maintenant, au moment où je parlais, même hier, rien qu'hier, plus de 5 000 réfugiés sont rentrés sur le territoire tchadien. Les perspectives. Après plus de 22 ans d'existence, le Haut Commissariat national du déminage dispose des hommes compétents, formés et entraînés pour rendre un service de qualité et appréciable sur toute l'étendue du territoire national. Ceci explique par la qualité des matériels disponibles et en bon. L'institution est l'institution de plus haute autorité de l'État en assurant son fonctionnement. Le HCND, c'est-à-dire le Haut Commissariat national du déminage, s'attellera à réunir son partenariat avec les acteurs de lutte anti-mine ainsi que des donateurs en fait d'atteindre ces objectifs fixés en participant à des conférences internationales et des colloques pour la mise à jour de son programme. Le gouvernement lance un appel aux partenaires techniques et financiers qui accompagnent le Tchad dans cette quête qui représente l'élimination des mines antipersonnelles et autres restes explosifs de guerre sur l'ensemble de son territoire afin de faire du Tchad un pays sans mines à l'horizon 2025. Merci pour votre aimable attention.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur le délégué, pour votre intervention. Et je donne donc la parole au distingué délégué du Burkina Faso.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Donc, je voudrais, au nom de la délégation du Burkina Faso, remercier le directeur de l'unité d'appui à la mise en œuvre de la Convention d'Ottawa pour son invitation, ainsi que l'ensemble des délégués ici présents. En ce qui concerne donc le Burkina Faso, c'est avec la crise dans la bande sahélo-sahélienne en 2012 que nous avons connu l'avènement du terrorisme et l'emploi des engins explosifs improvisés. Et c'est particulièrement en 2015 que nous avons eu notre premier incident avec l'attaque de Samoroban. Et le tout premier incident par explosion a eu lieu en octobre 2016. Et jusque-là, c'était juste les forces de défense et de sécurité qui étaient visées. Mais en 2019, nous avons connu des attaques qui ont visé les populations civiles et commencé à causer de nombreuses attaques. Ce qui a amené notre État avec la mise en place de la Commission nationale de contrôle des armes, qui est l'autorité nationale de la lutte anti-mine, à mettre en place une stratégie après une évaluation qui a été faite par UNIDIR. Donc, le plan que nous allons suivre, nous allons d'abord faire la situation de la menace des engins explosifs improvisés au Burkina, ensuite les actions d'atténuation qui sont menées et les difficultés et suggestions. En ce qui concerne donc la menace des engins explosifs improvisés au Burkina, il faut savoir qu'entre 2017 au 31 mai 2023, nous avons enregistré 592 incidents ayant causé 1151 victimes, dont 569 décès et 582 blessés, qui peuvent être désagrégés comme suit, à savoir 23,11% des civils décédés, 18,68% des civils blessés et 26,32% des forces de défense et de sécurité qui sont décédées et 31,89% des forces de défense et de sécurité blessées. Donc, parlant donc des engins explosifs improvisés déclenchés par la victime appelée mine antipersonnelle improvisée, ça représente, j'allais dire, sur ce total de 592 incidents ayant enregistré la majorité. Comme certains de nos collègues ont eu à souligner ici, le problème demeure en fait une mise en place de bases de données et le suivi des incidents. Mais si je vous prends un exemple concernant une mission d'escorte logistique qui a consisté à acheminer des vivres dans une des localités sur la période du 6 mars au 27 mars, nous avons enregistré 45 incidents EEI, dont 30 EEI qui sont des mines antipersonnelles improvisées. Cela représente donc 57,77% donc des incidents sur juste cette période. Et l'impact donc de ces engins, je pense que ce n'est plus à démontrer. Ça enregistre de nombreux blessés et de nombreuses pertes en vies humaines. La destruction donc des infrastructures et équipements, le stress et la psychose persistante au sein des populations et aussi quand on emprunte les axes principaux, une entrave au déploiement de l'aide humanitaire et des forces de défense et de sécurité. Et cela fait un frein aux efforts de stabilisation et au retour de l'autorité dans les localités à fort défi sécuritaire. Et ça contribue à détruire le tissu économique et social au sein des communautés. Donc, au niveau des actions d'atténuation de la menace, il faut savoir qu'il y a plusieurs actions qui sont menées au niveau donc, étatique, particulièrement au niveau des forces de défense et de sécurité. Par le biais donc, du génie militaire, il y a un déploiement des démineurs dans les zones à fort défi sécuritaire. Il y a une mise en place donc, de modules de formation adaptés pour former nos personnels et une sensibilisation donc, des forces de défense et de sécurité. Et depuis 2019, il y a eu une introduction donc, de modules de sensibilisation sur les engins explosifs improvisés dans les écoles de formation. Et on a eu à conduire donc, des formations de formateurs en sensibilisation afin d'autonomiser les unités pour qu'elles puissent se prendre en charge. Et depuis 2023, il y a une formation donc, en search and detect, formation et équipement au profit des unités. Mais là, le problème que nous connaissons, c'est l'acquisition en fait de moyens de détection. Une commande a été lancée, mais comme certains l'ont dit ici, il faut bien que les pays en fait facilitent l'acquisition des moyens et aussi en facilitant aussi les démarches administratives. En ce qui concerne donc la coopération, on a été appuyé par les États-Unis via le biais de leur ambassade sur un programme d'équipement et formation 2019 à 2021 qui a fortement contribué à augmenter nos capacités sur le plan ressources humaines de personnel qualifié. Donc également avec la coopération allemande, on a eu la construction d'un centre de formation et de reproduction cynophile et la mise en place d'un centre de formation de déminage. Au niveau donc de l'appui des partenaires, nous avons le service des Nations Unies chargé de l'action contre les mines, UNMAS, qui a été installé depuis 2019 sur demande de notre gouvernement et qui nous appuie énormément. Donc, depuis leur arrivée, il y a eu un renforcement en capacité de l'autorité nationale. Les personnes déplacées internes suite aux attaques ont été sensibilisées et les organisations non gouvernementales locales ont été formés afin donc de pouvoir sensibiliser ces populations, les éduquer au risque des dangers des engins explosifs improvisés. Et également, nous avons eu une mise en place d'un groupe de travail sur l'action contre les mines avec donc la Commission nationale de contrôle des armes, qui est l'autorité nationale, le génie militaire, HI, DRC, MAG, UNMAS et UNICEF. Donc, dans le cadre de la régulation, la Commission nationale, avec l'appui donc de UNMAS, a élaboré 8 normes afin de réguler ce domaine.
Puis-je vous demander de conclure, s'il vous plaît?
Donc, ce que nous pouvons dire, c'est que le Burkina Faso s'efforce de faire face au phénomène des mines antipersonnelles improvisées qui plongent les populations dans la crainte. Mais cependant, nous avons besoin d'un renforcement des capacités des différents acteurs afin de permettre d'atteindre des résultats plus probants et relever donc le défi en accompagnant l'outil qui est la stratégie nationale de lutte contre les engins explosifs improvisés qui a été élaborée cette année et adoptée. Je vous remercie.
Je remercie le distingué délégué du Burkina Faso et maintenant je donne la parole au distingué délégué du Yémen.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. الحضور الكرام، طبعا سوف نختصر في كلمتنا هذه قدر الإمكان، وأيضا أنبه هذا إلى قسم الترجمة في هذا الجانب. نود أن نطرح لكم التحديثات التي لدينا في المسائل المعنية بتطهير المناطق الملغومة والتوعية بمخاطر الألغام، بداية من خلال عملية الاستجابة الطارئة لعمليات المركز التنفيذي للتعامل مع الألغام ومشروع مسام، وكذا باقي الأنشطة التي يتم تنفيذها من قبل الشركاء المنفذين في قطاع الأعمال المتعلقة بالألغام، بداية بإجمالي المكتشفات خلال العام الماضي، والتي أيضا يتم تدميرها بفترات زمنية كالتالي: عدد ألغام 2189 لغم مضاد للأفراد، وعدد 38,724 ألغام مضادة للآليات، وعدد 92,454 مخلفات حربية، وعدد 4,135 عبوات ناسفة. تم التكثيف في الأنشطة التوعوية لهذا العام بالرغم من انخفاض الدعم المقدم لليمن في مجال الأعمال المتعلقة بالألغام، والتي تم تحقيق إنجازات بواقع عدد مستفيدين للعام الماضي إجمالي 288,503 نسمة، ويتم تنفيذ الأنشطة التوعوية بمختلف الفئات العمرية والمجتمعات دون أي تمييز. أما فيما يخص عمليات المسح الأساسي لليمن، فإن أنشطة المسح الغير تقني ما زالت مستمرة بإجراء عدد 624 زيارات مسح غير تقني، نتج عنها اكتشاف 79 منطقة مشتبهة الخطورة بمساحة 18,279,368 مترا مربعا، وعدد 160 منطقة مؤكدة الخطورة بمساحة 33,689,112 متر مربع، بإجمالي واقع مستفيدين من السكان 542,782 سكان متأثرين. أما بالنسبة للمسائل المعنية بمسائل الجنس والتنوع، فإنه يتم استشارة النساء والأطفال في المجتمعات المحلية المتأثرة بمناطق الألغام أثناء أنشطة المسح والاتصال المجتمعي، وذلك حسب سياقات المناطق وعادات وتقاليدها، ولهذا تم توظيف نساء وعناصر متنوعة في هذه الفرق. سيدي الرئيس، حسب طلب التمديد كما تم الموافقة عليه خلال الدورة العشرون لاجتماعات دول الأطراف في اتفاقية حظر الألغام المضادة للأفراد، وحسب الالتزامات بتقديم خطط منقحة سنوياً أو فترة كل سنتين كالتزام للإيفاء تجاه فقرة التمديد الحالية، فلقد تم الرفع بخطة العمل مع التوقيتات المقدرة لكل أنشطة ضمن تدابير الشفافية المادة 7 من الاتفاقية على النحو التالي، مكونة من 19 بند لا أذكرها بالتفصيل، ولكن هي موجودة في تقرير المادة 7 نظرا لضيق الوقت. بالنسبة للتحديثات التي تواجه اليمن تجاه التزاماتها المادة 5 من الاتفاقية، فإنها كثيرة، ومن أبرزها زيادة مستوى التلوث وإمكانية عدم الوصول إلى بعض المناطق نتيجة الأحوال الأمنية، وأيضا التقنيات الجديدة التي تظهر مثل ظهور أنواع من العبوات الناسفة المبتكرة واختلاف أولويات الاستجابة الطارئة في المناطق المحررة. هناك صعوبات اقتصادية تواجه بلادي في مجال نزع الألغام، ولا سيما المركز التنفيذي للبرنامج الوطني للتعامل مع الألغام بسبب توقف الدعم الدولي، وقد يتسبب توقف سير الأعمال لعدد 66 فريق لمختلف أنشطة الأعمال المتعلقة بالألغام، مما سوف يخلق تأثيرا على مستوى الإنجاز. سيدي الرئيس، نؤكد التزام حكومة بلادي باستمرارية رفع التحديث في هذا الشأن حسب البند 7 من الاتفاقية. وأخيرا اسمح لي سيدي الرئيس أن أتقدم بالشكر الجزيل إليكم ومن خلالكم إلى المملكة العربية السعودية والولايات المتحدة الأمريكية والمملكة المتحدة وهولندا وألمانيا والنرويج والبرنامج الإنمائي للأمم المتحدة وجميع الدول والمنظمات الغير حكومية التي دعمت وتعمل على دعم الحكومة اليمنية للتغلب على تلك التحديات، والذي سيسهل على الحكومة اليمن الإيفاء بالتزاماتها تجاه المادة الخامسة. سيد الرئيس، اختصرنا الكلمة وتفاصيلها موجودة ورفعت في المادة السابعة. شكرا لكم وللحضور جميعا.
Je remercie le distingué délégué du Yémen pour son intervention, même si elle a dû être raccourcie. Je vous en remercie. Et je souhaite maintenant donner la parole au distingué délégué de l'Angola.
Muito obrigado pela oportunidade que me dá. Eu vou diretamente ao assunto. Nós estamos ações realizadas visando o cumprimento do artigo 5º da Convenção de Ottawa. Foram extintos o Instituto Nacional de Desminagem e a Comissão Executiva de Desminagem. Foi criado o Centro Nacional de Desminagem através do Decreto Presidencial 212/22 de 23 de julho. Foi elaborado o Plano de Trabalho Anual para 2023, que inclui o operador público e operadores humanitários na limpeza de áreas minadas registradas na Base de Dados Nacional. Foram realizadas reuniões regulares de coordenação com o Centro Nacional de Desminagem, ONGs, onde foi feito o balanço das atividades operacionais e foram elaborados os planos, desafios e a situação de financiamento. Foi realizada uma reunião técnica com o Centro Nacional de Desminagem e ONGs, onde foram partilhadas melhorias práticas para ultrapassar os desafios relacionados com a desminagem manual. Foram estabelecidas as normas nacionais de ação contra a mina, de educação sobre o risco de engenhos explosivos e assistência às vítimas em conformidade com as normas internacionais. Foi melhorada a interação com os operadores no âmbito do melhoramento do Sistema Nacional de Gestão de Informação e atualização do Banco de Dados Nacional. Foi feita a solicitação do IMAS, CORE, a Sua Excelência, Senhor Presidente do Centro Internacional de Genebra, para a desminagem humanitária, no qual estamos à espera da resposta. Foi realizado um workshop sobre a libertação de terra, com a participação de 18 operadores, incluindo privados, com o objetivo de incentivá-los a aplicar o todo o esforço razoável. Vamos ver então a contaminação de mina no nosso país. Portanto, a contaminação remanescente até maio de 2022 foram de 1.092 áreas, portanto, com uma área estimada em 73 quilômetros quadrados. Maio de 2023, neste momento temos na base de dados registrada 1.069 com 66 mil quilômetros quadrados. Contaminação remanescente por província. Portanto, temos a província do Cubango com o maior índice de contaminação, tendo 255 em 2022, e nesse momento temos 265, tendo aparecido mais áreas. Portanto, no total, em 2026, 2022, tal como fiz referência, são 1.092 áreas e, neste momento, temos 1.069 áreas com uma percentagem de 66 quilômetros quadrados. Áreas programadas em 2022 e áreas concluídas. Em 2022, foram planificadas 97 áreas e foram limpas 77 áreas com uma área total de 15 quilômetros quadrados. Nessas atividades foram realizadas pelas ONGs Delo Trust, APN, Apacomina, Apopo, MAG e APN. Plano de atividades de libertação de terra do Centro Nacional de Desminagem 2023. Na província do Bengo, o Centro Nacional de Desminagem propôs-se fazer a limpeza de 10 áreas, com uma área estimada em 350 366 metros quadrados, num total de 108 áreas, com uma estimativa de 7 quilômetros quadrados. Este valor será financiado pelo governo angolano. Plano de libertação de terra para as ONGs em 2023. A Elotrace, na província de Benguela, propôs-se limpar 18 áreas com uma área estimada em 84 mil metros quadrados. Em todas as ONGs, ou seja, a POPO, a APN, a PACOMIN, a MAG, propuseram-se fazer a limpeza de 163 áreas, numa área estimada de 18 quilômetros quadrados. Orçamento e doadores das ONGs de ação contra a mina. Em Benguela,
Délégué, puis-je vous demander de conclure, s'il vous plaît?
ok. O orçamento dos doadores das ONGs de ação contra a mina. Portanto, temos o fundo do FCDO, Azul e World Without Mines. No BIE, a Elotrace tem o fundo do governo angolano e também do governo americano. No Quando Cubango, temos o financiamento do governo angolano e também do governo dos Estados Unidos da América. Portanto, no Mochico, o governo dos Estados Unidos da América e também no Kwanza Sul, o governo dos Estados Unidos da América, prefazendo o total de 20 mil dólares americanos. Projeção de libertação de terra para 2023-2025. Portanto, do valor existente dos 1.069 áreas, temos a superfície de 66 quilômetros, onde em 2023 propusemos fazer 25 quilômetros, 2024 fazer 20 quilômetros e em 2025 terminarmos com mais 20 quilômetros quadrados. Até maio de 2025, Angola tinha registrado na sua base de dados nacional 1.069 áreas minadas, que correspondem a 66 quilômetros. Para concluir a limpeza dessas áreas, Angola precisa de 206.113.727 dólares. Excelências, para terminar, gostaria de expressar o nosso apreço e gratidão pela contribuição generosa e incansável dos doadores internacionais ao longo de vários anos. Gostaria também de reiterar o compromisso de Angola em cumprir com as suas obrigações relacionadas com o artigo 5º da Convenção de Ottawa. Obrigado.
Je remercie le distingué délégué de l'Angola pour son intervention et je donne maintenant la parole au distingué délégué du Cambodge.
Thank Mr. Chair. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, Cameroon has submitted its revival plan to the Committee on Article 5 implementation. Please allow me to provide summary of the work plan as follows. For the first 3 years of the second extension request from 2020 to 2022, Cambodian released over 393 square kilometers of anti-personnel minefield and destroyed 27,083 anti-personnel mines, 410 anti-tank mines, and 35,341 items of ERW, including cluster munition. Cumulatively, from the inception of humanitarian mine action in Cambodia in 1992 to 2022, Cambodia has released 2,579 square kilometers of landmine and ERW contaminated area with the destruction of more than 1 million anti-personnel mines, 26,135 anti-tank mines, and more than 3 million items of ERW, including cluster munition. Of 1st January 2023, Cambodia still has 681 square kilometers contaminated by anti-personnel mines, covering more than 1,000 minefields. of the remaining contamination, Cambodian plan to release 345 square kilometers in 2023, 168 square kilometers in 2024, and the same amount, 168 square kilometers in 2025, with the funding requirement of $175 million need to complete the job. By end of 2023, as per our plan, Cambodian will have 18 provinces clear of anti-personnel minefield, with the remaining 7 provinces bordering Thailand to be clear by 2025. The deadline to which Cambodian was granted to complete its Article 5 obligation. For the first 3 months of 2023, Cambodian released 80.4 square kilometers, which is 23.3% of the 2023 target. We are confident that the 2025 target is within our reach should be required funding it is due. In July 2022, the Prime Minister launched a campaign that mobilized over 18 million for the private sector and individual campaign philanthropists for mine clearance. In early 2023, our Prime Minister established the Foundation for Mine-Free Cambodian 2025 and allocated $30 million from the national budget that will release 180 square kilometers. A similar amount is expected in 2024 and 2025. Our Prime Minister has reaffirmed the government commitment to achieve a mine-free Cambodian by 2025 on multiple occasions, and this commitment is very real. The National Mine Action Authority will continue organizing the meeting of technical working group on mine action to ensure continued consultation between the government and donor, provide a platform to discuss policy issue, funding requirement, alignment of effort, development of the sector, and to keep the donor engaged to the fullest extent possible. EORE remain an important component of the mine action, building on the successful implementation of EORE in previous year. The National Mine Action Authority will continue to work with EORE operator to target EORE to high-risk group and ensure that EORE remain mainstream in the school curriculum. In addition, community-based risk education will be reinforced development EORE message and monitor activity. The sector aims to reach 1.4 million men, women, boys, and girls annually from 2023 to 2025. Cambodian will continue to implement the gender mainstreaming in Mine Action Plan 2021 to 2025. The national standard on gender mainstreaming in mine action is in this final stage of development, and the guidelines on gender mainstreaming have been revised to make them more practical. Strengthening the capacity of the sector in the implementing such guidelines will be a priority. In addition, Cambodian will promote the participation of the women in mine action process service for survivor EORE activity, and will update record and report format to ensure the inclusion of age, sex, and disability disaggregated data. Cambodian will monitor the progress on Article 5 implementation and take correct action as needed to ensure the plan target is achieved on or ahead of time. Progress will be measured and assure again the set target regularly. The top potential challenge that can affect Cambodian ability to achieve the 2025 target are the funding gap and access to minefield along the border with Thailand. A working group consisting of officials from the National Mine Action Authority and officials from the Royal Cambodian Army have been established to visit minefield along the border with Thailand to identify those to be cleared by civilian operator and those by the army. The visit is expected to be completed by end of July 2023. At this time, there will be a consultation to adjust and align the scope of work and the capacity of the army to ensure the achievement of the 2025 target. I thank you.
Je remercie le distingué délégué du Cambodge pour son intervention, et je donne maintenant la parole au distingué délégué de la Guinée-Bissau.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. C'est avec une grande joie que je prends la parole aujourd'hui
pour partager avec vous les progrès réalisés par la Guinée-Bissau dans le domaine du déminage humanitaire. Tout d'abord, nous avons réactivé le Conseil national de déminage humanitaire en date du 28 février 2023. Cet organe joue un rôle déterminant dans le processus de déminage humanitaire. Le Centre national de coordination de l'action anti-mine, CAMI, avec l'appui de ses partenaires, a développé 7 normes nationales, à savoir glossaire, libération des terres, enquête non technique, enquête technique, accréditation, déminage humanitaire, déminage manuel, désactivation et destruction des engins explosifs. Une autre étape essentielle a été la réactivation des moyens de communication du CAMI, qui nous a permis de participer activement à toutes les réunions en ligne avec nos différents partenaires, que ce soit au niveau national ou international. En février 2023, le CAMI a mis en place au niveau national une ligne verte accessible à tous. Cette initiative permet aujourd'hui aux communautés de nous signaler la présence des mines, d'engins explosifs, ainsi que les accidents à faire. Cette ligne verte joue un rôle essentiel dans la remonte d'informations sur l'identification et la localisation des menaces pour ainsi informer nos opérations. De plus, en mai de cette année, ont été organisés 2 ateliers d'une grande importance. Le premier a porté sur la classification des terres. Il nous a permis d'acquérir des connaissances concrètes et d'entériner le processus de déminage des critères de classification des terres. Les échanges et les interventions des participants ont dépassé nos attentes, renforçant ainsi notre détermination à poursuivre notre mission. Le deuxième atelier, quant à lui, a été consacré à la question du genre et de la diversité dans le processus de déminage humanitaire en Guinée-Bissau. Cette thématique revêt une importance capitale, notamment en lien avec notre demande de prolongation. Dans les mois à venir, nous poursuivrons la mise en œuvre des recommandations de ces ateliers, en validant les critères de classification des terres, en mettant en place des groupes de travail pour la coordination des opérateurs et poursuivre le développement des normes nationales prioritaires pour la remise à disposition des terres. Conscient de l'importance de la gestion de l'information, nous prévoyons cet été un atelier pour identifier les besoins spécifiques et déterminer le système, les formulaires et le processus de transmission des données à utiliser. Ces avancées significatives ont été rendues possibles grâce au soutien financier des gouvernements du Royaume de Norvège et des Pays-Bas, du Centre international de Genève, en partenariat avec l'opérateur OMED, MAG International, à l'OTRAS. Leur engagement indéfectible témoigne de l'importance accordée à notre cause et nous encourage à poursuivre nos efforts. Enfin, suite à la participation de la Guinée-Bissau au séminaire africain sur la lutte contre les mines antipersonnelles, tenu à Alger le 30 et 31 mai 2023, le comité tient à exprimer ses vives félicitations au gouvernement algérien pour la réussite de cet événement, ainsi que sa profonde gratitude pour son hospitalité. La Guinée-Bissau appuie et encourage ces initiatives régionales qui favorisent la coopération entre États. Cette réunion a permis de partager les expériences des pays africains dans le cadre de lutte anti-mine et de souligner les efforts consentis au niveau africain pour parvenir à un continent libre de mines antipersonnelles. L'accent a été mis sur la nécessité d'une mobilisation accrue au niveau régional, y compris à travers la coopération Sud-Sud. En conclusion, si la progression de la Guinée-Bissau est inédiable, les moyens et ressources disponibles restent limités et ne nous permettront pas, en l'état, de respecter nos obligations envers la Convention. Nous appelons les partenaires techniques et financiers à maintenir et à renforcer leur appui au gouvernement de la Guinée-Bissau. Nous restons résolus à poursuivre cette importante mission que garantit la sécurité de nos communautés tout en ouvrant pour un avenir sans mine et ni engins explosifs. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Je remercie le distingué délégué de la Guinée-Bissau pour son intervention. Et maintenant, je donne la parole au distingué délégué de la Thaïlande.
Mr. Chair, on behalf of the Royal Thai government, I will brief the meeting about our progress that has been made, the challenges that lie ahead, and our way forward to achieving a mine-free Thailand. Since joining the convention in 1999, Thailand has been working vigorously to fulfill its obligation under the Article 5 of the convention. We are at the final stage of our mine clearance, with currently less than 1% or 24.1 square kilometers. The 20th meeting of state parties in December 2022 approved Thailand's request for the extension of the deadline under the Article 5 obligations until 2026. Since then, Thailand has released an additional 5.6 square kilometers of mine contaminated areas and has successfully cleared all mines along the border of Thai-Lao. Nearly 10,000 anti-personnel mines and more than 100 unexploded ordnance have been recovered during this period. Since October 2022, 191 mine risk education activities have been carried out through various means, including social media channel and physical warning signs to keep civilians safe from the risk of landmines. The remaining mine contaminated areas are scattered in 6 provinces of Thailand along the Thai-Cambodian border. This includes the high level of contamination in the areas, the challenging geographical landscape, and the issue of accessing the area to be demarcated or AD. In the past few years, Thailand has worked closely with Cambodia, including on a joint pilot project to clear mines along our border in 2020. Recently, there have been significant positive development to strengthen our demining cooperation at the political level, including the bilateral dialogue between the Prime Minister of both countries during the ASEAN Summit in Phnom Penh in November 2022, in which the two leaders agreed to move forward the demining operations without having to wait for the joint survey and demarcation. On our way forward, Thailand would like to reaffirm our readiness to work with Cambodia towards fulfilling our obligations under the Article 5. In this regard, Thailand appreciates Cambodia's effort in welcoming Thailand Mine Action Center's proposal on a new joint demining project. TMAC has proposed to Cambodia possible areas for cooperation to kickstart the operations under the Thailand-Cambodia General Border Committee framework. In response to the statement made by the Cambodian earlier, Thailand wishes to reiterate our willingness to work together with Cambodia to clear the only contaminated area of Thailand in 2025 or before. At the regional level, Thailand has been working closely with our ASEAN partners under the framework of ASEAN Regional Mine Action Center or AMAC. Thailand proposed the drafting of a non-binding guideline on cross-border humanitarian demining, which is presently carried out with assistance from the Norwegian People's Aid and the ICRC. Once adopted, the document will serve as a guideline for their cooperation to clear landmines along the border areas. Thailand also continues our close cooperation with various partners, including Japan, Norway, the United States. A new project supported by Japan ASEAN Integration Fund, the Pathom Phase 2, will be carried out by the Thai Civilian Deminer Association or TDA to fulfill the mine clearance obligation and assist mine victims, not only in Thailand, but also along the Mekong region community affected by landmines. In closing, I would like to reiterate Thailand's commitment to becoming mine-free. Thank you.
Je remercie le distingué délégué de la Thaïlande pour son intervention et je souhaite maintenant donner la parole au distingué délégué du Sud-Soudan. Vous avez la parole.
Yes. Thank you, Chair, for giving me the chance. Next, please. This map is showing number of clearance tasks as per PAYAM. So it is indicated here, the cleared areas and non-cleared areas. Continue. The remaining anti-personnel threat as of May 2023. This table is showing the areas where people are working concerning this is according to the states. Next. Next, circumstances impeding completion. The greatest risk to this funding plan is a return to violence. The international community are already supporting the country with more than $2 billion of assistance per year and is struggling to cope with the needs of 6 million people displaced. Widespread flooding is another problem. The ongoing intercommunal violence that is primarily revolved around the grazing rights and cattle migration, and the political violence that has fluctuated for the last 6 years, from underlying tensions to outright war. Funding mines action thus is often relegated down the list of donor priorities. Next. Institutions responding to the remaining challenges. South Sudan National Mine Action Authority, mine action activities are currently coordinated jointly by NMA and UNMAS. UNMAS currently contracts 3 commercial companies, 22 demining teams to support UNMIS and their mandate. 3 international non-governmental organizations deploy further 11 teams. 5 national NGOs, however, due to lack of funding, only 1 is currently conducting EORE. In 2023, South Sudan passed a mine action law, and it is about to initial to the Convention on Cluster Munitions, CCM, and Convention on Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Next. This current cooperation and assistance are the challenges that we have. Next. This current cooperation and assistance challenges, these are according to the years people are working to complete the work. The shortfall is mechanical clearance assets, and UNMAS plans to deploy 4 mechanical teams from October 2023 until 2026, with 1 additional mechanical team deployed by DCA. Areas requiring mechanical assistance could be addressed by June 2026. Next. This one expected milestones, and it is working according to the years, right from the year 2020 up to 2026, the year we expect to complete the work. Next. Follow-up activities, and this is the last one, I think so. National Mine Action Authority coordinate with the UNMAS, UNMIS, and organize mine action workshop with the relevant stakeholders aimed at defining actions needed to redefine the contamination problem and ensure continuation of funding of mine action activities in the country. National Mine Action Authority to coordinate with the UNMAS, UNMIS, and review the work plan based on the current progress and project estimated remaining. Now, there are 2 things that we think also to follow the follow-up. Donor meeting that we have in mind, donor meeting to follow up an individualized approach will be held in July this year. A review of mine action strategy will be held in September by GICHD. And without further ado, I'll have to thank you right from here. Thank you very much.
Je remercie le distingué délégué du Sud-Soudan pour son intervention. Et maintenant, je donne la parole au distingué délégué du Mozambique.
Bom dia a todos. Senhor Presidente, Excelências, ilustres delegados, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, ao tomar a palavra sob o artigo 5, que refere à destruição das minas antipessoal nas zonas minadas, permitam-me que eu agradeça, em nome da delegação de Moçambique, a oportunidade de participar na presente reunião e felicitar o presídio e os membros do secretariado da Convenção pela organização. O governo de Moçambique destaca a importância do Programa de Ação contra as Minas e implementação do Plano Nacional de Ação contra Minas 2008-2014, em que o cumprimento das obrigações do artigo 5 e a ajuda de parceiros de cooperação realizou a desminagem que culminou com a declaração em 2015 do país de Moçambique como um país livre de minas antipessoal. Foi uma conquista importante para o nosso país, porque permitiu que todos pudessem circular livremente e realizar atividades de desenvolvimento nas áreas anteriormente minadas. Contudo, apesar desse avanço, ainda ocorrem casos esporádicos de engenhos explosivos, herança de períodos de guerra ocorridos ao longo dos tempos e ainda como consequência de ações terroristas que tentam desestabilizar o nosso país. Durante o processo de desminagem, o país realizou várias ações com vista a tornar o país livre de minas, tendo conseguido esse sucesso em 2015. No entanto, importa referir que as zonas que se mostravam de difícil acesso com o trabalho das Forças de Defesa e Segurança em Moçambique, foi possível paulatinamente clarificar as mesmas. E nas atividades de rotina das Forças Armadas de Defesa de Moçambique, tem conseguido criar equipas multissetoriais para a recolha de engenhos não explodidos que estão espalhados ainda nas zonas onde ocorrem combates. E os engenhos encontrados são destruídos em paralelo com a intensificação de ações de sensibilização às comunidades sobre o perigo dos engenhos. Importa destacar que, apesar do trabalho realizado, ainda persistem desafios relacionados com a necessidade de providenciar equipamento às nossas forças de defesa para que possam facilitar o processo em tempo oportuno para evitar mais vítimas. Muito obrigado pela atenção dispensada.
Je remercie la distinguée déléguée du Mozambique pour son intervention. Et maintenant, je souhaiterais donner la parole au distingué délégué du Zimbabwe, qui devrait être en ligne avec nous. Vous avez la parole. Je vous en prie, vous avez la parole.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you. Your Excellencies, colleagues, distinguished delegates, I take this opportunity to give you an update on Zimbabwe's Article 5 implementation. Demining operations are progressing well, with all 5 demining organizations making progress in their areas of operation. Some of the operations are facing equipment and funding challenges. However, mitigation measures are being done. With the current state of and rate of clearance, ZIMAC remains optimistic that Zimbabwe will meet her Article 5 implementation deadline of mine-free by 2025, provided current funding is maintained or at best increased. Next, please. As you can see on the map of Zimbabwe, I think you all know that red represents mined areas and green represent cleared areas. The mines are along the borders, and you can see it's almost all green and a few areas remaining red. That's what gives us the optimism that we will be able to achieve our goal of 2025 mine-free. Next slide, please. The progress to date, our mine action program is guided by the National Mine Action Strategy 2018 to 2025, which we formulated with assistance from GICHD involving all mine action stakeholders. The strategy, wait, please. The strategy presents the overall vision, mission, goals, and objectives of the Zimbabwe Mine Action Program for the period 2018 to 2025. The strategy timeline corresponds to the Zimbabwe Article 5 extension period, which was granted during the 16 MSP, and its end state is 2025, the completion of clearance obligation under Article 5 of the APMBC. As at 30 May 2023, the area cleared since the start of the operation is 293.22 square kilometers, which translates to 94.3% total area released. Next. The remaining contamination is at 17.43 square kilometers, translating to 5.7% to be tackled up to December 2025. Next slide, please. Our target for the 2023 demining calendar is to release a total of 6,385,766 square meters. Next, please. If this is achieved, then it brings more enthusiasm of meeting the 2025 deadline. As at the 20 MSP in November 2022, the remaining contamination was 18.59 square kilometers. And as at 30 May 2023, the remaining contamination was 17.43 square kilometers, which translates to 1.16 square kilometers from the last update during the 20 MSP. Now for progress, I refer you to the Excel sheets which I prepared, two separate sheets, one for the last update in November 2022 during the 20 MSP, and the current statistics for 2023. Next. The previous slide contained the This is the current. If you can read, probably we are remaining with 7.48 as I said. Right, next slide, please. Clearance methods and tools and equipment. Zimbabwe continue to use manual clearance and other toolboxes, which consist of, next slide, mine detection dogs and mechanical clearance. Next slide, please. We have incorporated the micro excavator to Heliotrust mechanical clearance and the GPZ 7000 detector for manual clearance to Apopo and Heliotrust for the purpose of quickening the digging process, reducing chances of accidents encountered during excavation by deminers, and to substitute the conduct of missing mine drills, which usually delay the process of clearance. MAG is also working on acquiring the GPZ 7000 detectors. Next slide, please. Factors that affected smooth flow of operations. Zimbabwe has continued to conduct its operations, albeit some challenges faced. Since the granting of extension period, Zimbabwe has been encountering a number of pullbacks. These include capacity reduction by operators, mainly caused by reduction in funding. Also, the equipment challenges by the NMCU, which is the National Mine Clearance Unit. However, this has been mitigated as the country has purchased a reasonable number of detectors, which are already in the country, and has also placed an order for additionals. Next, which is the conclusion. Apart from the challenges that were faced by the nation, ZIMAC remains optimistic that Zimbabwe will meet her Article 5 implementation. This will be necessitated by the maintaining or increasing the current funding. Also, the current government is re-equipping the NMCU to speed up its momentum and to cater for residual risk contamination. I want at this juncture to express my gratitude to all the donors who support the Zimbabwe program through funding to Heliotrust, NPA, MAG, and Apopo, and not forgetting the immeasurable support we get from ISU and GIC-HD. I thank you.
Mon colonel, je vous remercie pour votre intervention et je donne maintenant la parole au distingué délégué du Soudan.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيد الرئيس، نظرا لظروف الحرب الحالية في السودان، فقد تعذر على زملائكم في المركز القومي للألقام بالمشاركة الحضورية في هذا المحفل الهام والمهم. السيد الرئيس، إن السودان يعرب عن عظيم تقديره لمجهوداتكم في إدارة الجلسات، كما نشكر وحدة دعم التنفيذ لجهودها المستمرة في جعل عالمنا خالي من الألغام. كما نعرب عن التزام السودان بموجب المادة 5 وواجبه بصورة عامة فيما يتعلق بتنفيذ اتفاقية حظر واستخدام الألقام. السيد الرئيس، إن السودان يؤكد عدم إنتاجه للألغام المضادة، بل أن الحكومة قامت بتدمير معظم الألغام في المناطق التي تسيطر عليها. إن التمديد في المهلة الزمنية الذي تم منحه للسودان خلال الاجتماع 20 للدول الأعضاء الأطراف في اتفاقية أتوا، وحسب الالتزام بتقديم خطط منقحة، الشيء الذي سيسمح لنا بالكشف عن المناطق الأساسية المتأثرة بوجود الألغام، مما ستتكون لدى الحكومة صورة واضحة عن المناطق الملغومة. السيد الرئيس، ونحن نخوض حرب الكرامة ضد قوات الدعم السريع المتمردة التي تمردت على الحكومة في 15 أبريل الماضي، والتي راح ضحيتها مئات المواطنين الأبرياء بسبب انتهاكات القوات المتمردة، مما ألغى على الحكومة والنقطة الوطنية لمكافحة الألغام عبئاً إضافياً في تقديم التوعية بمخاطر المتفجرات التي ألغتها القوات المتمردة أو تركتها القوات المتمردة في المناطق المأهولة بالسكان، فضلاً عن التأخير في تنفيذ البرنامج والاستراتيجية الوطنية. السيد الرئيس، نشير إلى أن الحرب الدائرة الآن ومحدودية مواردنا التي تعيق مسار تنفيذ الاستراتيجية الوطنية وتحقيق الإنجازات، فنحن بحاجة ملحة إلى تعزيز الشراكات مع الشركاء الدوليين. السيد الرئيس، ولضمان نوعية وجودة في التطهير يحتاج السودان إلى نظام وبرنامج فعال، وهنا نناشد المانحين والشركاء لتقديم الدعم المادي والتقني للتعامل مع الألغام ومخلفات الحروب، ونأمل أن يكون مركز جنيف جزءاً من هذا البرنامج نظراً لما لمسناه من نجاح مع دول أخرى. السيد الرئيس، احتراماً وتقديراً لمجهوداتكم المقدرة في عالم خال من الألغام والمتفجرات، يطلب السودان تسجيل في مضابط هذا الاجتماع إدانة لقوات الدعم السريع المتمردة، دعم إدانة إضافية لما قام به مجلس حقوق الإنسان بالأمس، وذلك لعدم التزامها بقوانين حقوق الإنسان واتفاقية أتوا لمكافحة الألغام، وإعلان دبلن لعدم استخدام المتفجرات في المناطق المأهولة بالسكان. يود السودان كذلك تسجيل في مضابط هذا الاجتماع صوت شكر لجمهورية الجزائر الشقيقة على استضافتها وتنظيمها وتمويلها لورشة العمل الإقليمية في بداية هذا الشهر الجاري، فأرجو أن يقدم صوت شكر خاص للنقطة الوطنية بالجزائر ولبعثة الجزائر في جنيف. السيد الرئيس، لضمان وسلامة أمن المواطنين وتعزيز التطور والنموذج، يلتزم السودان بتنفيذ اتفاقية أتوا ليصبح السودان بلداً خالياً من الألغام في القريب العاجل. شكراً جزيلاً.
Je remercie le distingué délégué du Soudan pour son intervention et je souhaite maintenant donner la parole au distingué délégué du Pérou. Excellence, vous avez la parole.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Quisiera iniciar agradeciendo sus labores como presidente del Comité de Implementación y el apoyo de la Unidad de Apoyo a la Implementación. Desde que en mayo de 1998 el Perú ratificó la Convención sobre la Prohibición de Minas Antipersonal, venimos honrando nuestro compromiso de ser un país libre de minas antipersonal. El esfuerzo de desminado humanitario del Perú está centrado en la región denominada Cordillera del Cóndor, zona de frontera terrestre con el Ecuador, que se caracteriza por ser una zona selvática, montañosa, con alturas que alcanzan los 2.900 metros sobre el nivel del mar. Las condiciones meteorológicas adversas, la altura y las lluvias intensas durante la mayor parte del año dificultan el proceso de liberación de tierras, que sumados a la dispersión geográfica y a la dificultad de acceso a las zonas peligrosas, demandan un considerable esfuerzo logístico y de personal con una asignación de mayores recursos financieros. El año 2020, por la pandemia del COVID-19, no se realizaron operaciones de desminado humanitario. A partir del mes de agosto de 2021, se reanudaron las operaciones de desminado en la Cordillera del Cóndor, con jornadas de 20 días de trabajo y con una participación de 60 efectivos en cada una de ellas. El año 2022, el Perú realizó 6 jornadas de trabajo en la Cordillera del Cóndor, habiéndose culminado con 16 objetivos, limpiando 21.408 metros cuadrados y destruido 529 minas antipersonal. Este año 2023 se han iniciado las operaciones de desminado a partir del 10 de junio, teniéndose previsto ejecutar 6 jornadas de trabajo en la Cordillera del Cóndor en el sector denominado Santiago. El Perú tiene como desafío destruir 4.879 minas antipersonal en una extensión de 341.829 metros cuadrados, en cumplimiento del artículo 5 de la Convención, y teniendo como plazo para su culminación el 31 de diciembre de 2024. Este escenario se complica debido a que existe aún, por culminar con Ecuador, una serie de estudios técnicos para aclarar la ubicación del área denominada PB Gutiérrez, que tiene una extensión de 10.000 metros cuadrados y aproximadamente 2.000 minas antipersonal por destruir. Para avanzar en este nuevo reto, equipos técnicos de la Comisión Mixta Permanente de Fronteras Ecuador-Perú vienen trabajando y se espera tener pronto resultados concretos. De otra parte, hasta la fecha se han realizado 6 campañas binacionales de educación sobre riesgos de minas antipersonal en localidades de la frontera entre ambos países. Estas han sido diseñadas de acuerdo a la edad y género, coherentes con las normas nacionales e internacionales y adaptadas a las necesidades de las poblaciones cercanas, lo que constituye una muestra del compromiso de ambos países con el proceso de desminado humanitario. Según la acción 31 del Plan de Acción de Oslo, del 2 al 7 de mayo del año pasado, se desarrolló la 7ª campaña de educación sobre el riesgo de minas antipersonal en la localidad de Santa María de Nieva, provincia de Condorcanqui, departamento de Amazonas, en el Perú, con la finalidad de alertar y prevenir a la población de las zonas aledañas a la Cordillera del Cóndor sobre los riesgos de las minas antipersonal y los daños ocasionados por estas armas letales. El evento, organizado por el Centro Peruano de Acción contra las Minas Antipersonal del Ministerio de Relaciones Exteriores, estuvo dirigido a la población civil que pudiera acceder al Parque Nacional de la Cordillera del Cóndor, Ichigat-Muja, y especialmente al personal de guardaparques del Servicio Nacional de Áreas Naturales Protegidas por el Estado. Esto en el contexto de concientizar sobre la existencia de nuevas zonas minadas, así como el alto riesgo que significa transitar por dichos sectores contaminados. Esta campaña también contó con la participación del personal de la Policía Nacional del Perú y de otras autoridades locales. Señor presidente, en ese contexto, esto es una actualización sobre las labores del Perú de conformidad con el artículo 5 y quisiera concluir renovando nuestro compromiso con la eliminación del sufrimiento causado por las minas antipersonal en favor de las víctimas y con la debida implementación de esta convención. Gracias.
Je vous remercie, Excellence, pour votre intervention. Et maintenant, je souhaiterais donner la parole au distingué délégué du Koweït.
Mr. Chair, esteemed members of the committee, honorable guests and delegates present, I would like to mention special thanks to the hosting nation and the organizers for the opportunity to give us the opportunity to give you a summarized status of the program of the National Mine Action Program in Kuwait. As you are all aware, Kuwait has a long and complex history with the mine action operations. Kuwait has suffered from the heavy contamination of the landmines and other explosive remnants of war following the 1991 war. And as of the latest statistics that we have in March 2023, we have suffered over 1,700 casualties. 600 of them were fatalities and non-discriminant between military and civilians. Apologize. I would like to give you a quick summary of the steps that the Kuwait government have given in compliance with the Mine Ban Treaty that Kuwait ratified in 1997. We already started the disposal since the liberation of Kuwait of all anti-personnel minefield in the Kuwaiti Army inventory, including those provisions for training. Also, we have conducted mine surveys, both technical and non-technical, to all areas that are contaminated in Kuwait. We have started since the liberation, the operations for the mine clearance and the EWR from those contaminated areas. And we have provided assistance with special government programs for the victims of the landmine accidents. We have made legislations for the ban for all, in compliance to all of the treaty, the ban on transport, purchase, and use of it for all government agencies. Also, we have a special legislation for the aid of the victims of those incidents, and special supporting programs, health, mental, and medical, and financial. And also, we have a large campaign for raising the awareness of the dangers of the minefields and the other remnants of war raised by the government throughout all aspects of the society. The Kuwaiti government has made significant progress in implementing the Article 5 commitments. And as of 2023, we have declared the clearance of over 95% of the contaminated land with the landmines and other remnants of war. However, we still have some significant challenges due to uncontrolled conditions, such as the environment, the terrain, the geological, and some human factors as well. But the government still remains committed for clearing all these lands within the plan given to the treaty. We have, as the Kuwaiti Army and as the National Mine Action Center, played a great role in clearing those mines since the liberation of Kuwait throughout different methods: mine sweeping, explosive ordnance disposal, the hand clearance, and the seismic survey, which is the newest technology that we have. We have contracted, or like between 1992 until the ratification of the treaty, with 7 major different contractors from 7 major different countries. Also, we are hiring and doing our best to purchase and procure the newest developed technologies to help us in order to make those clearance operations easier. The latest statistics, and as of May 2023, this is the summary for the accomplishments so far. We have disposed of 94,000 anti-personnel mines that were in the Kuwaiti Army inventory, including the training in 2007. We have disposed of 1.127 thousand anti-personnel mines planted by Iraq during the invasion, and also the disposal of 541,000 anti-tank mines and anti-vehicle mines also during the Gulf War, disposal of 10 million tons of various ammunition that were hazardous to the population, and we have cleared 28,800 60,000 square meters swept and cleared for UXOs. And please note, this is a repetitive operation for the making sure of the quality insurance. We have changed the curriculum for both military establishments and the civilian to ensure an awareness targeting all of these audience, especially before camping season. This is where the children and all the civilians go for camping in the desert. The Kuwait government had played a major role in clearing those landmines since the ratification, and still committed to all of them. We are open to any new technologies, and we are opening our arms and extending our cooperation with all nations interested in helping us to get over this problem. In conclusion, I hope I was successful to showcase and summarize the state of Kuwait's efforts to clear the landmines and other ERWs from this territory, and how far it has been successful in reducing the number of casualties caused by these incidents. Also, I would like to stress that the government is opening its full capability and capacity to stay committed to clearing all these mines in extension with this treaty. And hopefully we reach to this world as a safer, better, and more sustainable world. Thank you very much for your time.
Je remercie le distingué délégué du Koweït pour son intervention. Et je souhaite maintenant donner la parole au distingué délégué du Ghana.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Next slide, please. Next. Okay, I'm going to be brief with my presentation since we are hard pressed with time. Now, Ghana is not widely, although Ghana is not widely recognized as a country heavily impacted with landmines, it has faced specific difficulties related to explosive remnant of war due to previous conflict and military exercises. Now, despite the limited prevalence of landmines in Ghana, there have been isolated incidents in which exploded ordnance has led to incidents and endangered local communities. Ghana demonstrated a strong commitment to foster peace. Societies uphold the rule of law, promote strong accountability institutions that contribute to sustainable development and the well-being of its citizens in line with the goal 16 of the SDGs. Next slide, please. Now, we do have quite a number of explosive remnant of war, which dates back as far World War II. This stockpile has persistently presented a substantial threat to the security of the country. In addition to the accumulated explosive remnant of war, Ghana has also acquired stockpile of EWR resulting from participation in peacekeeping operations. This addition further compounds the existing security concerns faced by the country. Furthermore, there are significant quantities of unserviceable explosives stored at various garrisons across the country, exacerbating the existing concerns surrounding explosive materials and posing additional security risks for Ghana. Next slide. Now, regarding international cooperation and assistance, Ghana has been fortunate to receive funding and support from international organizations, notably the GIZ, MAC, that's the Mine Action Group, and the ECOWAS Commission for the destruction of explosive remnant of war. This was done in line with the Ghana National Commission on Small Arms mandate to coordinate national efforts and strategies and pursuant to the Commission's objective to reduce the dangers and impact of the proliferation and misuse of arms and their ammunition in the country. Next. Regarding capacity building, a 2-week training program was organized for our security forces, 23 spanning from the armed forces and 7 from the police service. All these is in line with support for implementing partners, that is GIZ, ECOWAS, and Mine Advisory Group. Thank you. Next slide. Now, we recognize the significance of gender equality, and so we try to integrate gender perspective in our programs and activities, especially programs relating to explosive remnant of war. So as you can see, there are quite a number of female military officers in the training program that we organize for them. Next. So this is training on preparation of obsolete bombs and ammunition for destruction. Next. Next, please. So within a span of 3 weeks, a total of 30 tons of explosive remnant of war were destroyed at a secure location that is situated far away from human settlement. Next slide. So you can see preparing obsolete bombs and ammunition for destruction. Next. Bombs were being uploaded onto the ground for destruction. Next slide. Before the destruction of these bombs. Next slide. Before the destruction. Next slide. So after the destruction, you can see remnants of these explosive remnant of war, as you can see in the picture. Next. Now, Ghana do have a legislative instrument which regulates and control explosive and, for that matter, IEDs. The LI establishes strict requirements and procedures to ensure the safe and responsibility use of explosives in the mining sector. Some key provisions of the regulations include licensing and permit, safety and security measures, competency and training, and environmental protection. Next. I made an intervention about this yesterday, so I'm going to skip. Basically, fertilizer contains an ammonium nitrate that is used in the manufacture of IEDs, and we spoke about this yesterday. Next, please. In conclusion, I want to say that the impact resulting from the destruction of explosive remnant of war is significant and far-reaching. While a portion of the explosive remnant of war has been effectively destroyed, a substantial quantity remain in stock, presenting an ongoing and serious security threat to the country. Ghana recognizes the need for continued effort and acknowledges that there is still much work to be done. Therefore, the country appeals for further support to aid in the destruction of the remaining stockpiles of ammunition and munitions. We express our gratitude for the invaluable support provided by the ECOWAS Commission, the GIZ, the GFFO, the Mine Action Group, and all other relevant stakeholders and partners. Their assistance has been instrumental in our effort, and we deeply appreciate their collaboration and commitment to achieving our shared goal. Thank you very much for your attention.
Je remercie le distingué délégué du Ghana pour son intervention. Et je souhaiterais maintenant donner la parole au distingué délégué de la Mauritanie. Vous avez la parole.
Bonjour. Je sais qu'il n'y a pas assez de temps et par conséquent, je vais essayer d'être concis et précis. Je veux essayer débuter par faire une petite introduction pour ceux qui ne connaissent pas la Mauritanie. La Mauritanie est un pays situé en Afrique de l'Ouest, sur la côte atlantique. C'est le 11e plus grand pays d'Afrique et le 28e plus grand du monde. Et 80% de son territoire est situé dans le désert. Le pays a une population de 4,6 millions d'habitants et possède une diversité ethnique riche et variée. Il bénéficie en outre d'un important potentiel touristique. Permettez-moi de passer en revue les dispositions juridiques et institutionnelles prises par le gouvernement mauritanien dans le cadre de la lutte anti-mine. Le 3 décembre 1999, mon pays, la Mauritanie, signe le traité d'Ottawa. 20 janvier 1999, ratifie le traité. En 2000, signe les instruments de ratification. En 2000, crée la Commission nationale d'action anti-mine. 2001, création du Bureau national de déminage humanitaire, structure d'action anti-mine coordonnée par l'armée nationale. 5 décembre 2004, destruction de tout le stock des mines antipersonnelles. 20 novembre 2006, création du Programme national de déminage humanitaire pour le développement. 21 août 2007, transfert du Programme national du ministère de la Défense et l'insérer au niveau du ministère de l'Intérieur et de la décentralisation. C'était les étapes par lesquelles la Mauritanie a passé dans le cadre de la lutte anti-mine. La Mauritanie s'engage à maintenir sa trajectoire de conformité avec la Convention d'ici à décembre 2026, tout en reconnaissant que cela dépendra de la disponibilité de ressources. Ainsi, la Mauritanie continuera à actualiser le plan d'action en fonction de nouvelles preuves et de données actualisées. Le plan stratégique national dans le cadre de la lutte anti-mine prend en considération le principe du genre. Aujourd'hui, les femmes occupent des rôles de gestion, logistique, santé et autres fonctions dans l'ensemble du programme national de déminage humanitaire. Elles sont encouragées à participer pleinement à toutes les actions anti-mine. Le personnel féminin représente environ 45% de l'effectif du programme national de déminage humanitaire pour le développement. Pour ce qui est de la contamination restante au 31 décembre 2023 doit être dans l'ordre de 15,5 km², soit environ 94,8% de la contamination au début de la période de prolongation, de la dernière prolongation. Mais la Mauritanie aujourd'hui dispose de 3 ans pour achever ses obligations vis-à-vis de sa demande d'extension relative à l'article 5. On reste optimiste quant à ses objectifs en termes de dépollution et l'élimination totale des mines terrestres d'ici 2026. Pour ce qui est de l'éducation au risque, pendant la période allant de janvier 2021, début de la demande d'extension, à aujourd'hui, le Programme national de déminage humanitaire pour le développement a mis en œuvre un total de 110 campagnes de sensibilisation, en réalisant simultanément 1650 séances d'éducation au risque. En réalisant 1650 séances d'éducation au risque dans les communautés situées à proximité et zones suspectées dangereuses et des zones confirmées dangereuses. Ces séances ont été essentielles pour informer la population locale sur les risques liés aux mines. Je vois que le jury est relativement n'a plus assez de temps. Je passe au développement et projections futures. Il a envisagé de libérer la superficie de 15 km pour que l'objectif d'une Mauritanie libre de mines dès 2026 soit une réalité. Le PNDHD, en collaboration avec Hamap Humanitaire, va pouvoir déminer cette année, 2023, environ 400 000 mètres carrés, juste pour l'année 2023. Le PNDHD, c'est les moyens du gouvernement, envisage dépolluer dans l'ordre de 470 000 mètres carrés. Les opérations de 2023 ont déjà débuté dans la région de Dakhlet et Nouadhibou. Au mois de mars, avec 4 équipes de déminage, manuelles bien évidemment, devraient libérer ces 400 000 mètres carrés. Et par conséquent, il restera dans l'ordre de 15 km. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le distingué délégué, pour votre intervention qui conclut la série d'interventions des États affectés par les mines antipersonnelles. À ma connaissance, aucun autre État affecté ne souhaite prendre la parole. Par conséquent, nous allons permettre aux États et aux organisations de la société civile de prendre la parole relativement à la mise en œuvre de l'article 5 de notre convention. Et pour commencer, je souhaiterais donner la parole à la représentante de l'Union européenne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have the honor to speak on behalf of the European Union and its member states. The candidate countries, North Macedonia, Montenegro, Albania, and Bosnia and Herzegovina, aligned themselves with the statement. The European Union would like to thank the committee for its work with regard to the implementation of Article 5 and related mine clearance actions of the Oslo Action Plan. The EU remains committed to supporting mine clearance activities to help mine-affected states parties meet their Article 5 obligations under the Convention. Large-scale contamination of land threatens local communities, returning civilian populations and first responders, and hinders the use and rebuilding of crucial civilian infrastructure. It also hampers the return of economic activity, notably in the transport, trade, and agriculture sectors. Mine action is therefore critical to the humanitarian emergency response, to the peace and security agenda and sustainable development, and positively contributes to stabilization and sustaining peace. The EU and its member states have a long history of support for mine action that benefits heavily mine-affected countries and regions of the world. The assistance provided by the EU in 2022 amounted up to 90 million euros, contributing to various programs in 20 mine-affected countries, including Armenia, Azerbaijan, Colombia, Libya, Somalia, Ukraine, and Yemen. We will continue to support these states as they revise or develop inclusive national action plans. The EU hopes that the collective European commitment will promote accession of the supported states not yet party to the Ottawa Convention. Only by renouncing the use, stockpile, production, and transfer of anti-personnel mine, we can achieve a mine-free world. An additional program of up to 25 million euro to support Ukraine's demining of the liberated territories temporarily occupied by Russian armed forces was recently announced by the EU. In response to the significant emerging needs, the Ukrainian authorities run extensive survey and clearance activities and need to ensure compliance with international mine action standards, requiring important planning and coordination capacities, as well as specialized expertise and demining equipment. This new action underlines once more that the EU will stand by Ukraine for as long as it takes, also in tackling the long-term consequences of Russia's illegal war of aggression. We condemn in the strongest possible terms that Russia is using anti-personnel landmines in its war of aggression against Ukraine. Anti-personnel landmines pose a long-lasting threat to civilians and hinder humanitarian access. Russia must stop using anti-personnel mines immediately. Their use anywhere, anytime, and by any actor remains completely unacceptable to the European Union. Mr. Chair, the EU would like to express its strong support towards the states parties that are making efforts to complete mine clearance operations to the fullest extent possible by 2025, to bring us closer to the fulfillment of our shared goal of a world free of anti-personnel mines. Significant progress has been made in the implementation of the Oslo Action Plan in that regard, and we must redouble our efforts to meet the challenges that remain. The EU wishes to recall that some improvised explosive devices fit the definition of an anti-personnel mine, as they are a mine designed to be exploded by the presence, proximity, or contact of a person, and that will incapacitate, injure, or kill one or more persons, and therefore should be considered and reported as anti-personnel mines of an improvised nature. The EU considers it important to continue raising awareness of the obligation of states parties to address this type of contamination within the framework of the Convention and to report the use of anti-personnel mines of an improvised nature. Over the course of the convention's history, we have witnessed an increase in repeated extensions, missed deadlines, delayed implementation, and non-implementation of commitments. The EU reminds all states that Article 5 deadline extension requests should be considered an exceptional measure and to make effort to complete their obligations under the treaty in full and on time. The EU acknowledges and values the effort and commitment in that regard by many states. As set out in actions 23 and 24 of the Oslo Action Plan, extension requests should contain detailed, costed, and multi-year work plans for the extension period and plans for context-specific mine risk education and reduction in affected communities. Providing such detail gives states parties confidence that the extension request is realistic and implementable. The failure to implement clearance obligations under the convention and to regularly communicate progress has significant humanitarian and socioeconomic impacts. Also, in the context of the consideration of the activities of the Committee on Article 5 implementation, the EU welcomes the commitment of the Committee on Article 5 implementation to continue strengthening the Article 5 extension request process and adherence to the relevant actions of the Oslo Action Plan, including by drawing on input from all relevant stakeholders. We look forward to the report of Article 5 Committee in this regard. The EU considers low reporting rates as an issue of concern that must be improved. The actions regarding reporting as foreseen in the Convention and decided by the states parties during review conferences, as well as on a voluntary basis, as encouraged during the meetings of states parties, require more focused attention. The EU calls for increased reporting rates as well as for an innovative, coordinated approach and a comprehensive program aiming at advocating, assisting, and promoting the reporting under the mandate of the presidents. We realize that there is a clear need for strengthened cooperation, assistance, and mobilization of resources towards achieving the goal of a mine-free world. The lack of financial resources is the main challenge, and the EU calls upon all actors, public or private, to collectively explore options possible for new and alternative sources of funding. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Je remercie la distinguée déléguée de l'Union européenne pour son intervention. J'ai sur ma liste encore 4 États et 4 organisations de la société civile. Donc, afin de ne pas prendre davantage de retard, j'apprécierais que nous puissions limiter les interventions suivantes à 3-4 minutes, comme pour les premières. Merci à vous. Donc, je vais maintenant donner la parole au distingué délégué de la Lituanie.
Mr. Chair, Lithuania fully aligns itself with the statement of the European Union and wishes to add few remarks in its national capacity. We thank the committee for this work with regard to the implementation of Article 5 and related mine clearance action of the Oslo Action Plan. We reiterate our condemnation in the strongest possible terms of Russia's illegal, unjustified, and unprovoked war of aggression against Ukraine. This unlawful aggression violates Ukraine's sovereignty and poses a serious threat to regional and global security. We especially condemn Russia's use of anti-personnel landmines that pose a long-lasting threat, cause harm to civilians, and impede humanitarian and recovery efforts. Recent destruction of the Kakhovka hydroelectric power plant dam is a flagrant disrespect for international humanitarian law. Russia bears responsibility for this technological and ecological disaster with devastating consequences for thousands of innocent civilians and all ecosystem in the region. It is particularly appealing that the floodwaters dislodged landmines from Russian-occupied territories, which became floating mines posing grave danger and risk of explosion upon contact with those fleeing their homes and seeking safety. We call on Russia to stop its war of aggression, immediately withdraw all its military forces from the entire territory of Ukraine, and respect international law, Lithuania actively supports the work of the International Criminal Court and measures to ensure accountability for the most serious crimes of international concern. We commend the Ukrainian people's strength, courage, and resistance to withstand Russia's aggression and stand with them in firm solidarity. Lithuania also commends Ukraine's effort in mine clearance while defending their own territory, as well as cooperation and dialogue with the relevant committees under the Anti-Personal Mine Ban Convention. Thank you.
Je remercie la distinguée déléguée de la Lituanie pour son intervention. Et maintenant, je souhaiterais donner la parole au distingué délégué du Japon. Non, très bien. Alors, ce sera le distingué délégué des Pays-Bas.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. In addition to the statement delivered by the EU, the Netherlands would like to add the following in its national capacity. At the 20th meeting of the States Parties held last November, Belgium submitted a paper on the Article 5 extension process. In response, the meeting invited the incoming Committee on Article 5 implementation to evaluate the process and challenges associated with Article 5 extension requests. The committee was given the task to determine whether there is common ground for strengthening the process. The Netherlands welcomed the announcement by the Article 5 Committee to report on its proceedings at the 21st meeting of the States Parties. We believe a revision of the process is much needed, especially considering that up to 22 extension requests are expected within the next 2 years. Long-term extensions that are not founded on an accurate and well-thought-out action plan are ultimately not beneficial to anyone. Affected countries, as well as potential donors, will lack focus and lose their sense of urgency, leading to a slowdown in the clearing process that ultimately makes a subsequent extension request inevitable. Instead, a well-balanced extension request based on a sound action plan will result in an adequate extension period and even a higher success rate. Now is the time for full commitment and prompt actions to allow all relevant stakeholders to thoroughly discuss and agree on an improved extension process, thus enabling the committee to present its conclusions and recommendations at the 21st meeting of the States Parties. In this respect, it might be helpful to organize inclusive and transparent consultancies well in advance of the 21st meeting of the States Parties. And perhaps September would be a convenient time for such consultations. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Je remercie le distingué délégué des Pays-Bas pour son intervention. Nous traiterons de la question du mandat donné au comité de l'article 5 dans quelques instants. Je souhaiterais maintenant donner la parole au distingué délégué de la Belgique.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président. La Belgique s'associe à la déclaration faite par l'Union européenne et souhaite faire les remarques suivantes à titre national. La Belgique vous remercie, Monsieur le Président, et l'ensemble des membres du comité sur l'implémentation de l'article 5 pour le travail important fourni en vue de remplir ces tâches. Monsieur le Président, plus de 25 ans après l'entrée en vigueur de notre convention, environ 59 pays et territoires sont encore affectés par des mines terrestres, des restes explosifs de guerre et des engins explosifs improvisés, menaçant des vies humaines et les efforts de redressement socio-économique de ces derniers. Au sein de notre convention, pas moins de 30 pays ont été en mesure de déclarer l'achèvement de leurs obligations visées à l'article 5 de notre convention et des progrès significatifs ont été réalisés dans la mise en œuvre du plan d'action d'Oslo dans bon nombre d'autres États parties. Toutefois, depuis la 19e Assemblée des États parties, aucun État parti à la Convention n'a pu déclarer l'achèvement de ces travaux. Par ailleurs, du fait de la guerre d'agression menée par la Russie en Ukraine en violation flagrante du droit international et de la Charte des Nations Unies, l'étendue de la contamination de cet État parti a considérablement augmenté. La Belgique condamne, pour rappel, tout usage en tout temps, toutes circonstances et par tout acteur de mines antipersonnelles. L'usage étendu de ces mines en Ukraine et partout ailleurs fait peser sur les populations civiles des risques mortels intolérables et repousse inexorablement le moment où nous pourrons constater l'existence d'un monde sans mines. Monsieur le Président, Des progrès sont toutefois à mettre en évidence en matière de décontamination. À cet égard, et alors que nous espérons que de plus en plus d'États parties seront en mesure de déclarer l'achèvement de leurs obligations au titre de l'article 5 prochainement, le développement de capacités nationales durables restera essentiel pour faire face à ce nouvel usage de mines antipersonnelles de nature improvisée, notamment en permettant aux autorités nationales de collecter, ventiler et enregistrer correctement les données de contamination au titre de notre convention. Ceci est particulièrement important au Sahel, où l'utilisation d'engins explosifs improvisés se répand progressivement. De ce fait, ma délégation apporte tout son soutien au débat thématique qui a été organisé ce mardi, en prolongement des discussions que nous avons déjà eu l'occasion d'avoir en 2021. Enfin, Monsieur le Président, et bien que vous le mentionniez, ce point sera abordé plus tard, mais par souci et eu égard au temps qui nous est imparti, je souhaiterais faire un dernier point concernant le processus sur l'article 5. Ma délégation ne peut que réitérer son inquiétude quant à l'état d'implémentation de l'article 5 de notre convention. Au fil des années, nous ne pouvons que constater l'accumulation de demandes de prolongation répétées, d'échéances non respectées et de retard dans la mise en œuvre des engagements de chacun d'entre nous. Les demandes de prolongation prévues à l'article 5 de notre convention sont des mesures exceptionnelles et elles doivent continuer à le rester. La Belgique souligne les efforts menés par de nombreux États parties afin de mettre en œuvre l'intégralité de la Convention, en dépit de situations socio-économiques et de contextes sécuritaires souvent compliqués. Ma délégation rappelle par ailleurs les actions 23 et 24 du plan d'action d'Oslo et la nécessité d'accompagner toute demande d'extension de plans de travail détaillés, chiffrés et pluriannuels, y compris en matière d'éducation au risque des mines. L'accumulation de demandes d'extension fait craindre à ma délégation une inadéquation entre les processus de travail du comité sur l'article 5 et un examen rigoureux de demandes toujours plus nombreuses. Ce point avait été mis en évidence dans un document de travail soumis par la Belgique et nous remercions les Pays-Bas pour en avoir fait part juste à l'instant lors de la dernière assemblée des États parties. Et ce document de travail avait été salué dans le rapport final de celle-ci. Ce rapport prévoit par ailleurs que le comité évalue le processus de demande de prolongation au titre de l'article 5 sur la base des décisions précédemment adoptées par les États parties et que le comité détermine s'il existe un terrain d'entente pour renforcer ce processus en prenant en considération toutes les parties prenantes concernées d'une manière ouverte, inclusive et transparente, afin de présenter ses conclusions et recommandations à la 21e MSP. Ma délégation apporte tout son soutien à ce processus et ce mandat donné au comité cette année. Par ailleurs, nous considérons que la meilleure façon d'assurer une prise en compte ouverte, inclusive et transparente telle que le prévoit ce mandat serait de tenir des consultations multilatérales à ce sujet au mois de septembre prochain, par exemple, à la suite de la MSP de la Convention sur les armes à sous-munitions, prenant en considération l'agenda des forums du désarmement multilatéral cette année-ci. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Je remercie le distingué délégué de la Belgique pour son intervention. Et maintenant, je souhaiterais donner la parole au groupe de coordination interagences sur la lutte contre les mines, Interagency Coordination Group on My Action.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, this statement is delivered on behalf of the United Nations Interagency Coordination Group on Mine Action. In countries where the United Nations has a mine action presence, the organization is focusing on protecting people from explosive ordnance and building the capacity of national authorities to meet their Article 5 obligations. For example, UNMAS supported the Somalia Explosive Management Authority in developing the action plan submitted to the Committee on Article 5 implementation in April this year. The plan aims to achieve several milestones by October 2027. In particular, the identification of hazardous areas through non-technical survey in accessible areas while carrying out clearance of confirmed hazardous areas. UNMAS is deploying 8 non-technical survey teams, 14 risk education teams, and 4 clearance teams to support implementation of the plan. In Nigeria, the operating environment remains volatile, particularly in Borno State, where attacks by non-state armed groups and the presence of explosive ordnance, remnants of war and landmines, particularly landmines of an improvised nature, make major supply routes dangerous for civilians and humanitarian workers. To address the challenge posed by a lack of information on suspected and confirmed hazardous areas, UNMAS produces maps identifying where explosive ordnance incidents have taken place and shares these with the government, the UN, and humanitarian actors for their planning purposes. In Ethiopia, where UNMAS has been supporting national mine action authorities, we look forward to the accreditation of an increased number of mine action operators to facilitate clearance and help the government to meet its Article 5 deadline of December 2025. Both Thailand and Cambodia are getting close to completing their clearance obligations, Cambodia by December 25 and Thailand by December 2026. We encourage both countries to find a solution to the clearance of their common border. While much progress has been made, I regret to inform that in Yemen, which continues to face one of the worst humanitarian crises in the world, UNDP will be forced to reduce its mine action interventions by the end of June due to the lack of funding. Given the scale of the contamination, significant support will be needed for the country to meet its Article 5 obligations by 2028. An improvement of the security situation in Yemen is required to allow for a nationwide survey of suspected hazardous areas to design a cost-effective intervention. In Sudan and Ukraine, protracted hostilities and the wide array of weaponry in use have undone years of clearance progress and brought new contamination that will pose challenges for years to come. In Sudan, the recent fighting has left unexploded ordnance in Khartoum and other urban areas. In that country, the humanitarian response plan calls for $16.5 million to fund community liaison technical assessments, clearance, risk education, and victim assistance in the newly and existing contaminated areas. To conclude, effective data collection and information management to identify hazardous areas and robust strategic planning to lead and coordinate operations are central to progress towards Article 5 implementation. Together with mine action stakeholders and the technical support of the Geneva International Center for Humanitarian Demining, UNMAS oversees the development of international mine action standards. IMAS an effective tool for establishing programs, planning, procurement, management of contracts, accreditation, clearance, evaluation, and much more. Please use them to your advantage. With strong political will, security, access, funding, capacity, and expertise, we can make progress towards the well-being of affected communities and international obligations. Thank you.
Je remercie le distingué délégué du groupe de coordination interagence de l'ONU sur la lutte contre les mines pour son intervention. Et je voudrais préciser que les délégations qui souhaiteraient s'exprimer sur le processus d'examen des demandes de prolongation au titre de l'article 5 de notre convention auront l'opportunité, la possibilité de le faire dans quelques instants. Sur cette base, est-ce que le distingué délégué de la Pologne souhaiterait s'exprimer? Plus tard, très bien. Eh bien, écoutez, je donne donc la parole maintenant à la représentante de l'ICBL.
Thank you very much, Chair. I will deliver brief remarks in the interest of time, and our full statement will be submitted in writing. The ICBL would like to warmly thank all affected states parties who provided updates on their implementation of Article 5 and shared openly about their challenges and future plans. And we were very appreciative to hear from some of you who we normally don't hear too often from. There is clearly a wealth of information to share under Article 5 implementation, and we need to ensure that we find enough time to allocate to this discussion so everybody can provide updates that they have prepared. We also very much thank the Committee on Article 5 and the ISU for their ongoing efforts to support states parties in fulfilling their obligations under Article 5. While we were pleased to hear reports of some positive developments in land release recorded in some states parties and a number of commitments to the current clearance deadlines, we should all be deeply concerned indeed about the overall slow pace of progress in land clearance in many affected states parties. No state party reported completion of clearance in the past 2 years. 23 states parties have deadlines to meet their Article 5 obligations either before or during 2025. But only one, Zimbabwe, appears to be on track to meet its deadline, pending availability of funding. Beyond 2025, the picture is equally disturbing.
only one more state party, Sri Lanka, seems to be on track to meet its original deadline of 2028. We hope Zimbabwe and Sri Lanka will stay on course, will receive all needed support, and will serve as an example for other affected states parties. The aspirational goal agreed by states parties at the third review conference in Maputo in 2014 to clear all mined areas as soon as possible to the fullest extent possible by 2025 now unfortunately appears to be unobtainable. Without an immediate and profound change to Article 5 implementation, the vast majority of currently affected states parties will continue to request deadline extensions, prolonging completion of Article 5 for years and years to come. Many affected states parties have relatively small areas of contamination and should have been able to complete clearance long ago. With proper land release techniques in place and adequate resources allocated, most could be mine-free in a relatively short period of time. There is an urgent need to rethink Article 5 extension process so that we regain the momentum needed and we secure adequate resources to complete clearance as soon as possible and to ensure that states fully respect past extension decisions and the Oslo Action Plan commitments. In this regard, we welcome the mandate of the Committee on Article 5 implementation adopted at the 20 meeting of states parties last year to assess the Article 5 extension request process and challenges in an open, inclusive, and transparent manner, and to report its conclusion and recommendations at the 21st meeting of states parties. End of the quote. We want to thank the chair of the Committee on Article 5 implementation for engaging in discussion on this matter with ICBL earlier this year and for presenting today, actually mentioning this on the very first day of the meeting in the overview to fulfill the mandate by the 21st meeting of states parties. Considering that up to 22 deadline extension requests are expected in 2024 and 2025, in addition to the extra work related to the next review conference, this year is perhaps the best and perhaps unique opportunity to reflect on and address some of the ongoing challenges related to Article 5. We therefore warmly welcome the proposal for open-ended consultations mentioned on Monday on these matters to be held at the earliest possible opportunity, as others mentioned perhaps in September, with all relevant and interested stakeholders. And we look forward to working in very close partnership with the committee, states, the ISU, and other partners to achieve meaningful recommendations on the extension request process by the 21st meeting of states parties that would ultimately advance completion of Article 5 as soon as possible. Thank you, and I will now hand over to my colleague from the Colombian campaign to deliver our brief statement on risk education. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. La ICBL agradece esta oportunidad de presentar una declaración por separado sobre educación y reducción en el riesgo de minas. La educación en el riesgo de minas y otros artefactos explosivos es un pilar fundamental de la acción humanitaria contra las minas y un aspecto clave de las obligaciones legales de los Estados partes en virtud del artículo 5 del Tratado de Prohibición de Minas. La necesidad de educación y reducción del riesgo de minas sigue siendo crucial dada la gran cantidad de víctimas por minas y remanentes explosivos de guerra en todo el mundo. Como evidencia de esto, el Landmine Monitor registró más de 5.500 personas muertas o heridas por minas y remanentes explosivos de guerra en todo el mundo en el 2021, siendo los civiles quienes constituyen la gran mayoría de las víctimas. Impartir educación en el riesgo a las poblaciones afectadas es un medio necesario y costo efectivo para prevenir lesiones y salvar vidas. El Plan de Acción de Oslo describe los compromisos para mejorar la priorización y la provisión de educación en el riesgo ajustada al contexto, para desarrollar la capacidad nacional y para integrar la educación en el riesgo de minas con las intervenciones humanitarias, de protección y de desarrollo. A pesar de la gran atención y el progreso en esta área desde la adopción del Plan de Acción de Oslo, los Estados partes deben trabajar más para garantizar que las acciones de educación y reducción en el riesgo del plan se cumplan. Por otra parte, Los nuevos desarrollos en la educación en el riesgo no se reflejan adecuadamente en los informes de transparencia del artículo 7. Alineado a la acción 32 del Plan de Acción de Oslo, alentamos a los Estados partes a mejorar sus informes sobre educación en el riesgo de minas para así mantener informado al sector sobre el progreso realizado. De igual manera, el punto 24 del Plan de Acción de Oslo requiere que los Estados partes proporcionen planes detallados, presupuestados y plurianuales para la educación en el riesgo de mina ajustado a contextos específicos en las solicitudes de extensión. En el 2022, solo 2 Estados partes, Guinea-Bissau y Sudán, presentaron solicitudes con planes detallados sobre este tema. Falta un plan de educación en el riesgo de minas en el borrador actual de la solicitud de extensión de Ucrania. Es crucial que los Estados partes que solicitan extensiones proporcionen planes multianuales y presupuestados y que los implementen en el terreno, particularmente en situaciones en las que se retrasan las actividades de despeje. Para terminar, debo volver a resaltar que hay vidas en riesgo. Se debe reducir el número de víctimas y la educación sobre el riesgo de minas debe convertirse en un tema independiente en la agenda de la Convención para permitir a los estados informar adecuadamente sobre este asunto. Gracias.
Je vous remercie pour votre intervention et maintenant je souhaiterais donner la parole au représentant du Marine Action Review.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We thank the Committee on Article 5 and the ISU for their work on supporting Article 5 implementation. We welcome the many updates on progress in Article 5 implementation, which we've heard from affected state parties present today. However, Mine Action Review would like to take the opportunity to express concern at the continued lack of any substantive clearance updates during treaty meetings or through Article 7 transparency reporting from one of the most heavily contaminated state parties, Afghanistan. We are also concerned at the impact of a decision taken by UNMAS and UNAMA in November 2022 to cease providing funding through the Voluntary Trust Fund, VTF, for survey and clearance operations in Afghanistan from the 1st of April 2023, and for the Voluntary Trust Fund funding to be used only to support coordination. This has added significantly to financial pressures on national demining organisations that have led to significant deminer layoffs. We encourage UNMAS to restore voluntary trust fund funding for operations in Afghanistan, at least pending agreement among donors on alternative means of supporting mine action. We urge donors to find a way to support national demining NGOs, as well as international NGOs, to continue clearance of mined areas and help prevent civilians falling victim to these indiscriminate devices. Lastly, we welcome France's announcement as chair of the Article 5 Committee that it plans to hold open consultations with all relevant and interested stakeholders regarding the Article 5 extension request process. Mine Action Review looks forward to participating in these proposed consultations. According to our research, less than a handful of state parties are on track to meet their current Article 5 deadline, and even fewer are on track to complete clearance by the 2025 goal. In fact, there could be as many as 7 or 8 extension requests being sought in 2024 and as many as 14 being sought in 2025. So constructive dialogue on this topic is timely. As stated at 20 MSP, we believe it's important to look at the whole Article 5 process, not only in critiquing and the decisions made on extension requests only once they have been submitted. For those states that require external support, we should collectively explore whether there are ways that we as clearance operators, expert organisations, UNMAS, UNDP, donors, the Article 5 Committee, the ISU and others can better collectively support affected state parties in the development and drafting of their extension requests. A collaborative process actively involving relevant stakeholders nearly always results in a stronger outcome. I thank you.
Je remercie la distinguée déléguée du Mine Action Review. Je crois que cette intervention clôt la série d'interventions liées à la mise en œuvre de l'article 5. Permettez-moi maintenant, excusez-moi, quelqu'un souhaite prendre la parole? The Hello Trust, je crois. OK, il y a encore deux autres interventions alors. The Hello Trust, vous avez la parole.
Thank you, Chair. Afghanistan remains Halo's oldest and largest program. We are committed to the people of Afghanistan as we have ever been, especially in the face of increases in accidents to civilians. As access has opened up in previously inaccessible areas, new minefields are being located on a regular basis, particularly those involving landmines of an improvised nature. We note the comments made by our colleagues and friends at the Mine Action Review. Halo, as always, welcomes their work and is pleased to sit on the review's advisory board. We are mindful of the important role played by national demining organizations in Afghanistan. It is important to recall that the United Nations VTF is not the only route to support national demining organizations. There is the OCHA Afghan Humanitarian Fund bilateral funding, where it remains an option for donors, and also routing funding to national implementing partners through larger operations. Halo is one of them. Regardless of UN funding, the oversight and management of mine action in Afghanistan would benefit from greater consistency of funding. We acknowledge the diplomatic difficulties facing many states parties, but note that coordination is primarily a practical and operational problem in need of urgent resolution. Thank you.
Je remercie la distinguée déléguée de The Hello Trust. Et maintenant, je souhaiterais donner la parole à la déléguée du Norwegian People's Aid.
Thank you, Chair. As this is the first time that my delegation is taking the floor, please allow me to thank you and the committee members, as well as the ISU, for your continuous efforts towards Article 5 implementation. During the 20 MSP in November, we stated that only 5 out of 34 states parties with mine areas were on track or barely on track to meet their Article 5 deadlines, as per Mine Action Review analysis. 7 months later, we are disappointed to state that this number is coming closer to 0 every day. Please take a moment to reflect on this, as if this trend continues, it will not be long before being on track would be a rare exception rather than a norm that it should be. Understanding that affected states parties have the primary obligation to fulfill their commitments under this convention, including completion, this also requires our joint effort. As remarked by Ambassador Goebel in his opening remarks on Monday, we must work together. Each stakeholder present here today has a responsibility to do their part and support the affected states parties to cross the finish line. We heard yesterday from the monitor that new crises attract an influx of funding, not in addition to, but at the expense of other contaminated countries. Ongoing conflicts and humanitarian crises must have urgent priority, but protracted contamination from conflicts long over must not be forgotten. It is unfortunate that what we witnessed with the longevity of the convention and the longevity of contamination is affected states parties being left on their own. This convention can only be fully implemented if sufficient clearance efforts and resources are aimed at both recent and old contamination. We welcome France's call for a coalition of countries with low contamination and hope a realization of such an effort will result in revigoration of support towards the overall Article 5 implementation. We must yet again raise the case of Zimbabwe, a state which has done everything by the book from their end, with a committed national authority, clear national mine action strategy, ready to complete its clearance obligation under this convention. And last time we made a statement 7 months ago, it was just on track to do so, but today still in need of sufficient funding to reach its clearance target. The risk of prolongation of Zimbabwe's completion has been entirely avoidable. We should not hesitate until the last minute to rally the necessary support and enable the affected states parties to complete their clearance. We must learn from this, act faster and with intent. To meet Article 5 obligations, we need concrete actions. Forming national mine action platforms is a proven way of successful cooperation towards timely completion. We hereby encourage all affected states parties to establish national mine action platforms aimed at completion, bringing together all relevant stakeholders around the same goal. The effort towards completion, as any effort towards fulfilling the convention, must be inclusive and endorse the commitments to gender and diversity made in the Oslo Action Plan. As well as gender and diversity, environmental and climate considerations need to be taken into account in planning and prioritization and during land release to secure not only timely but meaningful and responsible fulfillment of the clearance obligations without leaving anyone behind and with the aim to ensure sustainable land use that supports climate resilience. Finally, as the coming years will witness a large number of Article 5 extension requests submitted, we as an operator are interested to hear about the continuing discussions around strengthening the Article 5 extension request process. With capacity development and assistance to national authorities being at the core of MPA's approach to supporting meaningful implementation of the Convention, I would like to underline that MPA stands ready to support states parties submitting their extension requests ahead of the time during the development of their requests rather than only once they are submitted. We also align ourselves with the statement of the Mine Action Review, of which we are an advisory board member. Thank you.
Je remercie la distinguée déléguée du Norwegian People's Head pour son intervention. Et donc maintenant, permettez-moi de nous engager sur la troisième partie de ce point 4 de l'ordre du jour, qui concerne le processus de prolongation au titre, le processus d'examen de prolongation au titre de l'article 5. Alors, comme nous l'avons vu précédemment, la 20e Assemblée des États parties a mandaté le comité de l'article 5 pour évaluer le processus de l'article 5 à travers un examen attentif des décisions qui sont adoptées par les États parties sur les demandes de prolongation, de consulter tous les États parties et notamment les États parties affectés et les organisations de la société civile pertinentes pour recueillir leur point de vue, pour le cas échéant trouver un terrain d'entente afin de renforcer le processus d'examen du comité, et puis enfin de présenter des conclusions et des recommandations à la 21e Assemblée des États parties qui aura lieu à la fin du mois de novembre. Alors, sur ces 3 points, je pense pouvoir vous rendre compte que le comité est pleinement mobilisé sur cette question. Le comité s'est entretenu avec un certain nombre de représentants et de délégations, d'abord des représentants de la société civile avec l'International Campaign on Landmines. Et nous avons également organisé une réunion avec les membres du comité de coordination de la Convention qui a déjà l'avantage de réunir un groupe représentatif d'États parties particulièrement impliqués dans le suivi de la Convention. Des réunions également avec les États avec les délégations qui ont assumé des responsabilités dans le passé au sein du comité de l'article 5. Nous continuons à discuter avec les États particulièrement affectés par les mines antipersonnelles à la marge de ces réunions intercession pour obtenir leur point de vue sur le processus. À ce stade, j'ai l'impression que quelques grandes lignes de force se dégagent de ces premières consultations. Elles concernent, je pense, la préservation des grands principes généraux, si vous voulez, qui fondent le travail du comité dans l'examen des demandes de prolongation. Plusieurs principes sont particulièrement importants et finalement utiles au travail du comité. Parmi ces derniers, le fait que toutes les demandes de prolongation puissent être examinées de manière uniforme et non discriminatoire. C'est un principe essentiel que le comité doit garantir à tous les États qui sollicitent une demande de prolongation. Le fait pour les États parties de pouvoir utiliser tous les outils disponibles et d'accéder au soutien de l'unité d'appui dans l'élaboration de leur demande de prolongation. Le fait aussi que la reconnaissance de la contribution des experts sur le déminage, en particulier les experts issus de la société civile et des experts qui opèrent sur les théâtres affectés par les mines, est également un principe important et nous continuerons à nous reposer sur ces contributions. Le fait aussi de demander aux États qui sollicitent une demande de prolongation de ne demander que la durée qui est strictement nécessaire et bien entendu de soumettre des plans pluriannuels et budgétés, ainsi que cela a déjà été mentionné à l'instant. C'est une exigence à laquelle je pense le comité est attaché et qui n'est pas a priori remise en cause à ce stade, en tout cas des consultations que nous avons pu tenir avec les différents représentants. Donc, c'est la raison pour laquelle les demandes de prolongation, en fait, tendent un petit peu à se raccourcir et en tout cas qu'elles se situent aujourd'hui dans une période allant de 2 à 5 ans, afin précisément de pouvoir évaluer régulièrement les efforts entrepris par les États parties pour mettre en œuvre leurs obligations au titre de l'article 5. Nous allons continuer ces consultations. J'ai demandé au directeur de l'ISU de prévoir l'organisation de consultations au mois de septembre afin d'élargir le cercle des représentants intéressés pour discuter de ce sujet. À ce stade, j'ai le sentiment qu'il faut faire la part des choses, c'est-à-dire qu'il faut distinguer de ce qui relève du processus d'examen lui-même qui est mis en œuvre par le comité sur l'article 5 de la Convention, de ce qui relève du respect par les États de leurs obligations et de ce qui relève aussi de la volonté de l'Assemblée des États parties ou de la conférence d'examen lorsqu'elle l'examine et lorsqu'elle finalement décide d'accorder ces demandes de prolongation. À ce stade, j'ai le sentiment que l'organisation actuelle permet au comité de réaliser sa tâche, mais on a bien conscience d'un certain nombre de défis qui sont liés peut-être au calendrier, à la nécessité de paraître, en tout cas de montrer le souci de la transparence et de l'inclusion, sans remettre pour autant en cause le fait que ce processus est un processus qui est dirigé par les États, puisque ce sont les États qui sont partis à cette convention. La question du nombre de membres dans ce comité peut être posée, notamment eu égard à l'augmentation du nombre de prolongations, de demandes de prolongation qui vont être soumises l'année prochaine et plus particulièrement en 2025. Donc, ce sont là des éléments à prendre en compte et les membres du comité seraient très heureux de pouvoir échanger avec vous sur ce sujet. Je souhaiterais donc maintenant donner la parole aux États et aux organisations qui souhaitent s'exprimer sur ce mandat et sur la manière dont les réflexions concernant sa mise en œuvre mériteraient d'être conduites. Alors, je crois que je vais d'abord donner la parole au distingué représentant de l'Irlande.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, indeed, and let me thank you and the other members of the committee for guiding the work on the implementation of this critical issue. I'd also like to thank all the delegations that took the floor on Monday and this morning to outline their clearance activities. While recognising the very significant complexities involved with the clearance of landmines, unfortunately, over the course of the Convention's history, we have witnessed an increase in repeated extensions, missed deadlines, and delayed implementation of commitments. Article 5 extension requests, as others have noted, should be considered as an exceptional measure, and states should make every effort to complete their obligations under the treaty in full and on time. As set out in Actions 23 and 24 of the Oslo Action Plan, extension requests should contain detailed, costed and multi-year work plans for the extension period and plans for context-specific mine risk education and reduction in affected communities. Providing such detail gives states parties confidence that the extension request is realistic and implementable. Missing deadlines to implement clearance obligations under the treaty and a lack of communication on progress can have a significant humanitarian and socio-economic impact. The number of extension requests that are likely to be filed in 2024 and 2025 is a matter of significant concern to my delegation, not only from the perspective of the delays in implementing the obligations of the Convention, but also from the perspective of resourcing. For every extension request must be carefully compiled, consulted and considered before being submitted for the consideration of states parties. And we as states parties must ensure that we have the capacity, time and capability to ensure adequate attention is given to all extension requests. In that regard, my delegation welcomes the outcome of the 20th meeting of states parties to assess the Article 5 extension request and process and challenges based on the previously adopted decisions by states parties and taking into consideration all proposals on this matter. In line with the mandate of the 20th meeting of states parties, Ireland considers it important that the Article 5 Coordinating Committee make a determination regarding the common ground that exists for strengthening the process. All stakeholders should be included in that consideration of this issue through an open, inclusive and transparent process, in particular with the input of mine-affected states. And I have to say I very much welcome your comments this morning from the committee to that process outlined just now, Mr. Chair. We hope that the outcome of that process will be reflected in the report of the committee to the 21st meeting of states parties with a clear set of recommendations and conclusions, including the possibility to carry this work forward towards the review conference. And my delegation will certainly be actively engaged in those ongoing consultations. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Je remercie le distingué délégué de l'Irlande pour son intervention. Et je souhaiterais donner maintenant la parole au représentant du CICR.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for exceptionally reversing the order. Really appreciate it. I'll keep it rather short. Article 5 is at the heart of the Convention. Beside banning mines, their clearance is the only effective way to protect communities from the threat and indiscriminate effects of these treacherous weapons that keep on killing. The extent and rate of compliance with this quintessential obligation are key measures against which the success of this convention will be judged. Despite worldwide achievements in clearing large areas of contaminated land, we are concerned that dozens of state parties remain contaminated by anti-personnel mines, and many are not fully on track to meet their clearance deadlines. As a result, next year only no less than 14 states are expected to request extensions. Accelerating the implementation of mine clearance obligations is critical. The ICRC commends the Article 5 Committee and the ISU for their diligent and thorough work so far. We also commend the committee for its commitment to continue strengthening the Article 5 extension request process further to the mandate given to it by the 20th meeting of states parties. We reiterate that the exercise of strengthening the process should be inclusive by involving and consulting all relevant stakeholders, in particular, as you yourself mentioned, affected states, as well as international and civil society organizations and operational mine action partners. In this light, we very much welcome the intention of the Article 5 Committee to hold open-ended consultations in September, with a view to presenting, discussing, and deciding upon concrete recommendations at the 21st meeting of states parties. We look forward to these consultations and to meaningful changes and improvements in the extension request process along the direction provided in the Oslo Action Plan. Such improvement, be it formal or simply factual, should be designed and implemented in a collaborative manner. By doing so, together, we will strengthen the capacity of affected states to comply with their obligations under the Convention, while increasingly benefiting from international cooperation and assistance, including capacity building and funding. The ICRC, together with the broader international Red Cross and Red Crescent movement, stand ready to support concerned state parties and the Convention's machinery in these efforts. Thank you very much.
Je remercie la représentante du CICR pour son intervention. Il est 13h01. Est-ce que je peux demander au traducteur 5 minutes de temps supplémentaire pour permettre la dernière intervention de la Norvège? Parfait, merci beaucoup. Merci à vous. Eh bien, écoutez, je donne donc la parole aux distingués délégués de la Norvège.
Thank you very much, Chair. And in light of the time constraints, I'll be quick, and I'll also just apologize to the interpreters for that. I'll have to start with a thanks, and I'd like to thank very much the states with Article 5 obligations that have taken the floor today and on Monday to update the Convention on the status of their implementation and the challenges that they face. And I want to thank the Article 5 Committee for its dedicated work to assist the states that are implementing their Article 5 obligations. Chair, Article 5 extension requests are clearly meant to be an exception, and we must collectively work to ensure that they remain such. Our common goal is to rid the world of the unacceptable humanitarian suffering that anti-personnel mines are causing every day. The 20th meeting of states parties decided to invite the Article 5 Committee to assess the Article 5 extension request process and challenges and determine whether there would be common ground for strengthening the process, including the considerations of all relevant stakeholders in an open, inclusive, and transparent manner, in particular mine-affected states, and to report its recommendations and conclusions to the 21st meeting of states parties. We are taking the floor to welcome the plans that the committee has outlined for how it is to discharge this decision by the MSP by organizing a range of meetings that have already happened partly, including an open and inclusive consultation in September. And we would like to take this opportunity to thank you for outlining your preliminary thoughts based on discussions that you've had so far, which is a useful input to our thinking in the run-up to the September meeting. And we would like to take this opportunity to express our strong interest in participating in such a consultation, in which we would be very happy to share some of our perspectives from having recently sat on the committee. On the substance points, I'll leave those for the consultations to come, as we seem to have not too much time for that today. Thank you very much.
Je remercie le distingué délégué de la Norvège et bien entendu, la Norvège sera bienvenue à ces consultations. Voilà. Je crois que nous avons terminé la liste des États et des organisations qui souhaitaient s'exprimer. Ah oui, pardon. Sauf pour la Pologne. Alors, la Pologne, très rapidement. Et après, on s'arrête. Oui. Et la Suisse, pardon. Et le Mexique, d'accord. Ça fait beaucoup. Alors, la Pologne, et après, on fait la pause. si les traducteurs sont d'accord.
Thank you very much.
Ok, merci.
Thank you very much. I try to be brief. We're fully in line with the statement that was delivered by the representative of the EU, but on this point of the agenda, I would like to add on my national capacity. The Ukraine is among the states that unfortunately lags behind the target related to mine clearance by the end of 2025. The reason for this situation is straightforward. An unprecedented aggression targeting the state institutions and civil population. The illegal military action of Russia are evidently and clearly undermining Ukrainians' capability to implement effectively the task of demining and clearance. We regret that due to the Russia continuous aggression and its wide use of anti-personnel mines in Ukraine, the Ukrainian authorities were not able to complete its obligations stemming from Article 5. In spite of these dire circumstances, Ukraine was able to submit an extension request on the basis of Article 5. We commend Ukraine for its determination. Thank you very much.
Je remercie le distingué délégué de la Pologne pour son intervention. Si le distingué délégué de la Suisse veut prendre la parole pour faire son intervention, vous pouvez.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je peux vous rassurer, je serai très bref. Nous vous remercions pour votre compte-rendu concernant la mise en œuvre de la décision de la 20e Assemblée des États parties qui a invité le comité sur la mise en œuvre de l'article 5 à évaluer le processus de demande de prolongation des délais au titre de l'article 5 et les défis qu'il pose et à déterminer s'il existe un terrain d'entente pour renforcer le processus. Recueillir les points de vue de toutes les parties prenantes à ce sujet, et ceci d'une manière ouverte, inclusive et transparente, n'est pas seulement nécessaire afin de remplir le mandat formulé par la 20e Assemblée des États parties, mais pourrait s'avérer particulièrement utile dans l'intérêt de l'efficacité et de l'efficience à long terme de notre convention. Nous disons cela sans vouloir préjuger du résultat de cet exercice, et vouloir entrer dans la substance pour des raisons de temps, mais simplement parce que toute organisation devrait évaluer à intervalles réguliers si elle fonctionne de manière optimale. Nous saluons par conséquent les démarches déjà entreprises par le comité, tout comme les mesures annoncées concernant les prochaines étapes de ce processus de consultation, notamment la tenue de séances ouvertes après la pause estivale. Et nous nous réjouissons par avance de ces échanges à venir. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Je remercie le distingué délégué de la Suisse pour son intervention et nous avons, je crois, une toute dernière intervention du Mexique.
Muchas gracias, seré lo más breve posible. Obviamente todas las formalidades y congratulaciones a todos están previstas, pero para ser también breve, nada más condenamos el uso de minas antipersonal en el contexto de la continuada agresión ilegal de Federación de Rusia a Ucrania y lamentamos sus catastróficas consecuencias humanitarias. En ese contexto, reconocemos el enorme esfuerzo por la delegación de Ucrania para presentar una solicitud de prórroga en tiempo y forma. Finalmente, queremos destacar que para México es sumamente importante avanzar el cumplimiento del mandato para evaluar el proceso de solicitud de prórroga en virtud del artículo 5 y sus retos, así como determinar si habría una base común para fortalecerlo, incluyendo a todas las partes interesadas de forma abierta, inclusiva y transparente. Tomamos nota de la información compartida por el comité y apoyamos la iniciativa también compartida de varias delegaciones para que haya consultas informales en septiembre. Desde la perspectiva de México, todo proceso requiere de una constante evaluación para identificar sus retos y fortalezas a fin de poder hacer los ajustes requeridos. Esto es particularmente importante respecto al artículo 5 para evaluarlo de manera estructural después de su operación en la forma actual por más de una década. Nuestra guía debe ser la plena implementación de la convención, entender el carácter excepcional de las prórrogas y que se cumplan a cabalidad con los planes de acción quinquenales. Otra Criterio es que se otorgue suficiente claridad y certidumbre a los actores relevantes, particularmente a los estados afectados, y que respete el espíritu inclusivo que caracteriza nuestra convención desde su negociación. También se debe hacer la reflexión conforme a circunstancias coyunturales, como es la capacidad del comité para hacer una adecuada revisión ante el número muy importante de prórrogas previstas durante los años 2024 y 2025. Mi delegación participará activamente en las consultas. Muchas gracias.
Je remercie le distingué délégué du Mexique pour son intervention. Avant de nous séparer pour la pause, je voulais sincèrement remercier, vivement remercier l'ensemble des délégations qui ont pris la parole ce matin et vous informer d'un petit changement dans l'ordre du jour cet après-midi. Cet après-midi, en effet, nous commencerons avec le point numéro 6 de l'ordre du jour consacré au respect des obligations fondées sur la coopération. Et ensuite, nous reviendrons sur le point numéro 5 de l'ordre du jour sur la coopération et l'assistance. Je vous remercie.
Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, good afternoon. So don't be surprised. This is not the committee on cooperation and assistance. For a matter to underline a little bit the sense of urgency, we changed the two committees, and we will now continue with the committee on cooperative compliance. This is also just to underline and to give me a chance as the president of this conference to appeal to all of you, because as you have seen that we are quite well behind schedule, to appeal to all of you to limit to the extent possible your interventions to 3 minutes in the upcoming exchanges. And also just to remind you again that there is a possibility also to hand in longer statements or even complete interventions in writing to the ISU, which then would be at the website of the convention. So with this, I'm changing hats again. I welcome you to the Committee on Cooperative Compliance. As you know, it's always the president who is chairing this committee, and it is my pleasure to do so together with the other committee members, which is South Africa, Switzerland, Turkey, and our fourth colleague, which is Norway, will join us in a minute. So when in 1997 states parties adopted a comprehensive framework to addressing the scourge caused by anti-personnel mines, they adopted also several measures to ensure compliance with the provisions of the convention. And I think while the convention unquestionably enjoys a high rate of compliance, the states accepted that some of the compliance measures would benefit from being strengthened to ensure continued undeterred progress toward the common objectives of states parties. As many of you know, the Fourth Review of Concerns took several measures and include several actions into the Oslo Action Plan, which committed that states in non-compliance with Article 1 to continue their efforts to ensure transparency to address these matters. It also committed states to ensure compliance with their Article 7 obligations and highlighted those with Article 4, 5, and those retaining mines under Article 3. Finally, it committed states to ensure implementation of their Article 9 obligations to establish appropriate legal, administrative, and other measures to implement the convention and report on measures taken not later than by the 20th MSP. I think we can all agree that compliance with the obligations of the convention is certainly an issue that demands vigilance, and that is key to our success, to the success of the convention. Over the course of the first half of the year, we, the committee, had the opportunity to meet and discuss our ongoing work on engaging in a cooperative dialogue with states parties to ensure transparency in the implementation and to raise awareness of outstanding obligations under Article 9. Our intention is to continue these discussions in the lead up to the 21st meeting of states parties. Dear colleagues, this year we have heard allegations of use by the armed forces of Ukraine, which were raised in a Human Rights Watch report in late January, and we touched upon this already. So first of all, I want to take this opportunity to thank Human Rights Watch for its reporting over the years and its collaboration with the Committee on Cooperative Compliance. And I would also like to thank Ukraine for entering into a cooperative dialogue with the committee concerning these allegations. And you will find details in the report which we have presented before this conference. My hope and I would say my conviction is that we can resolve these matters promptly and get to the bottom of these allegations. I think, at least it is my firm belief that this presents even an opportunity to strengthen the convention and its implementation mechanism. And I think we all have a role to play in this regard. So now allow me to begin by giving the floor to states parties addressing matters under Article 1.1. And I would like to start with Ukraine, sharing with us an update on the allegations I've just mentioned. So please, Ukraine, you have the floor.
Mr. President of the committee, members of the committee, distinguished delegates. Ukraine is a reliable member of the international community and fully committed to the implementation of all international obligations in the field of mine action, including the non-use of anti-personnel mines as means of the warfare. Even during period of martial law, while Ukraine uses its inherent right of self-defense against the illegal and brutal Russian aggression, Ukraine continues to fully fulfill its international obligations against the background of war crimes, crimes against humanity and genocide of the Ukrainian population committed by the Russian occupiers. The Ukrainian side has always demonstrated its readiness for cooperation with the presidency, the Compliance Committee, Implementation Support Unit, and international non-government organization. We appreciate the discussions in course of the previous interaction during last and this year. We take seriously all the concerns related to the alleged use of anti-personnel mines on the territory under Ukraine's jurisdiction and control. While at the moment we don't have information which would corroborate the veracity of allegations made by some NGOs concerning the use of anti-personnel mines by the Ukrainian armed forces. We stand ready to conduct further inquiry into the matter and will keep you updated on the outcome in due course. Currently, Ukraine have been established specialized structures at the Office of the Prosecutor General of Ukraine and the Ministry of Justice of Ukraine to record war crimes committed during the Russian aggression. Mr. President of the committee, members of the committee, distinguished delegates, the Ukraine Defense Forces fully comply with the norms of the international humanitarian law and the provisions of the international conventions which Ukraine is a part to. In particular, the Convention of the Prohibition of the Use, Stockpiling, Production, and Transfer of Anti-Personnel Mines. And on the destruction and the Convention of Prohibitions or restrictions on the use of certain convention weapons which may be deemed to be excessively injurious or to have indiscriminate effects. In the course of preparing to perform tasks, the units of the Armed Forces of Ukraine are guided by orders of the General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, which contain a direct reference to the requirements of the Ottawa Convention. In order to prevent civilian casualties, as non-technical survey of the liberated areas for explosive ordnance are conducted, planned measures and being taken to mark the territory contaminated with mines and explosive remnants of war and mines, and to inform the population about the mine risk. Despite the fact that Russia is not a part of the Ottawa Convention, the continued massive use with impunity of anti-personnel mines by the Russian armed forces against the civilian population of Ukraine, especially the use of POM-3, which has name Medallion and has a seismic fuse. Mines, which are particularly dangerous for civilians, is a serious violation of international humanitarian law, and it should be considered with attention. Currently, the use of prohibited anti-personnel mines by the Russian Federation has been confirmed during the demining of the occupied territories by armed force of Ukraine. Recorded violations and subject to criminal investigation. Investigation into the countless war crimes committed by the armed force of the Russian Federation on the territory of Ukraine will require significant time and human resources. In addition, we would like to draw attention to the fact that Ukraine now is under a constant threat of airstrikes by Russian missiles and kamikaze drones aimed at our ammunition storages. For example, only in May this year, Russia attacked about 20 times the rearward areas of Ukraine with missiles and Shahed-type drones. More than 100 cruise and ballistic missiles and about 200 drones were used. Accordingly, situation regarding ammunition storages can be changed. Ukraine is grateful to the non-government humanitarian organizations that through their publications and active public position draw the attention of the international community to violation of humanitarian law and the rules of warfare by the Russian Federation. At the same time, it should be noted that the publications of the NGOs and the analysis should clearly define who is the aggressor and who is a victim of aggression. In conclusion, I would like to repeat that Ukraine remains fully committed to the principles of the Ottawa Convention and looks forward for maintaining an open, transparent, constructive and professional dialogue with the committee in the letter and spirit of the convention. Thank you for your attention.
I would like to thank Ukraine for this statement, and I think we the committee, we look very much forward to working with you and with your colleagues over the course of the next months to support your efforts in any way. As you well know, the committee is to support your efforts, including by making suggestions on steps that the respective states party concerned could take to ensure the convention remains strong and effective. So I think the committee and also the member states of the convention are fully aware of the special circumstances Ukraine is facing with a full-fledged invasion by Russia ongoing on its territory. However, we seek your cooperation, and we are offering our cooperation to follow up on these allegations as soon as possible, and to engage and to continue to engage with the committee as well as with partners such as Human Rights Watch in this regard. So thank you very much. And now I would like to turn to Yemen, and I would like to offer the floor to Yemen to update us on their situation. So please, Yemen, you have the floor. I don't know where Yemen is in the, yeah, okay, yeah.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. نشكر رئاسة الاجتماع واللجنة على منح وفد بلادي الكلمة. سيد الرئيس، نؤكد لكم استلامنا لرسالتكم في 10 من مايو لهذا العام، ونؤكد لكم بأنه لا يوجد لدينا أي تحديث فيما يتعلق بهذا البند من اجتماعاتنا لهذا اليوم. نود أن نكرر لما تم ذكره في الاجتماعات السابقة بأن كارثة انتشار الألغام الأرضية ومخلفات الحرب الخطرة والعبوات الناسفة المبتكرة بكافة أنواعها ومن مصادر مجهولة لم يتم التعرف عليها بعد، ولا يمكن التحقيق فيها نظرا للوضع الأمني والظروف الراهنة، نتج عنها كارثة إنسانية كبيرة وضحايا وإصابات وحوادث في شتى محافظات اليمن. سيد الرئيس، لا نستطيع أن يقوم اليمن بعمل تحقيق حول استعمال الألغام الأرضية في الوقت الراهن نتيجة للحالة الأمنية والظروف المعقدة التي يمر بها. عند استقرار الأوضاع والانتقال إلى الوضع السلمي حينها ستتمكن الجهات ذات العلاقة في حكومة بلادي وإبلاغهم وتحديث اللجنة حول أي مستجدات في هذا السياق. سيد الرئيس، أشارت حكومة بلادي في اجتماعات مجلس الأمن عن أهمية وضرورة بأن يتم الضغط على الميليشيات لكي تقوم بتسليم خرائط عن المناطق الملغومة، والتي سوف يسهل على حكومة بلادي والبرنامج الوطني للتعامل مع الألغام في الاستجابة والإسراع من خلال الأنشطة المعنية للأعمال المتعلقة بالإلغام ومن خلال عمليات الإزالة. وأخيراً ختاماً، اسمح لي سيد الرئيس أن أتقدم بالشكر الجزيل إليكم ومن خلالكم للجنة المعنية بالامتثال القائم على التعاون وجميع الشركاء لتفهمهم الأوضاع الراهنة في الجمهورية اليمنية. شكراً سيد الرئيس.
Thank you very much to Yemen. So let me thank you also for the transparent way in which you have engaged with the committee, and of course we recognize the difficult context in which you are working. So with this, I would like to give the floor to Sudan, but I understand that Sudan, I think, is not in the room at the moment. So then I think we all know the situation that Sudan is facing at the moment, and particularly also in the capital Khartoum. So which might make it difficult to follow our intersessional meeting entirely. So nonetheless, please, I would like to thank Sudan also for having immediately following the allegations and established an investigation board consisting mainly by non-governmental organizations and civil society organizations under the supervision of the National Mine Action Center, with a view to investigate and verify the validity of these allegations on the ground. And I very much hope that we will hear from Sudan in the near future concerning progress in this regard. So before I move on, I would like to offer the floor to any delegation that would like to take the floor on matters regarding Article 1.1. And the first on my list is Belgium. Please, Belgium, you have the floor.
Monsieur le Président, la Belgique s'aligne avec la déclaration de l'UE et souhaite faire les commentaires suivants à titre national. La Belgique est profondément préoccupée par la situation de non-conformité de l'Érythrée qui perdure. Et il est possible que la déclaration de ma délégation aujourd'hui donne une impression de déjà-vu à un grand nombre d'entre nous. Malgré les efforts entrepris par les membres successifs du comité de mise en œuvre de l'article 5, l'unité d'appui, les membres successifs du comité de coordination, les présidents des 18e, 19e et 20e réunion des États parties, Son Altesse royale le prince Mired de Jordanie, envoyé spécial de notre convention, la délégation de l'Union européenne à Asmara et de nombreuses autres parties prenantes, ainsi que vos efforts, l'Érythrée reste silencieuse sur sa situation de non-conformité concernant ses obligations en vertu des articles 5 et 7 de notre convention et ne répond pas aux efforts visant à établir un dialogue coopératif avec le président et le comité de mise en œuvre de l'article 5. Cette situation est d'une grande importance, car c'est notre capacité commune à maintenir l'engagement et le respect de notre convention qui est en jeu. Un message clair a été envoyé à l'Érythrée à l'issue de la 20e réunion des États parties et ma délégation accueille favorablement les informations que vous nous avez fournies, Monsieur le Président, en ce qui concerne la poursuite des démarches en lien avec l'article 8, paragraphe 2 de notre convention. Dans le même temps, il reste crucial de garder ouverte la possibilité de réinstaurer un dialogue coopératif avec l'Érythrée. Par ailleurs, ma délégation exprime son inquiétude concernant l'usage de mines antipersonnelles en Ukraine. Elle condamne fermement l'utilisation extensive de mines par un État non parti à la Convention, la Russie, dans sa guerre d'agression contre l'Ukraine. En ce qui concerne le rapport de Human Rights Watch concernant l'utilisation potentielle de mines par les forces armées ukrainiennes, nous accueillons favorablement les démarches entreprises par le comité sur la conformité de notre convention et l'établissement d'un dialogue coopératif avec les autorités ukrainiennes en vue d'éclaircir cette situation. Dans ce même ordre d'idées, la Belgique encourage l'Ukraine à continuer à travailler avec tous les partenaires pertinents et de prendre toutes les mesures nécessaires afin d'assurer sa pleine conformité avec la Convention. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Je remercie le délégué de la Belgique. And just to inform you that I will turn to Eritrea later on, and there will be also a possibility to comment on our efforts with regard to Eritrea. And with this, I would like to give the floor to the United Kingdom. Please, Ambassador, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for the update, and thanks to the work of the Committee on Cooperative Compliance for your update. I want to begin, of course, by emphasising that all states parties to the convention have assumed legal obligations not to use landmines, and that the UK is naturally very concerned by any allegations of use. I want to thank the delegation of Yemen for its update, and I understand through you, Mr. President, that you're also in contact with the delegation of Sudan on the situation there. But I particularly wanted to address the allegations raised in connection with Ukraine, to which the Ukrainian delegation has just spoken. And in the spirit of cooperative compliance, I wanted to welcome Ukraine's commitment that it's made this afternoon to its obligations under the convention, of course, in recognizing the extremely difficult circumstances that it's facing. Also, its commitment to launching an inquiry into the allegations that have been made, and their commitment to providing this convention with updates whenever they can. I think that shows admirable engagement with the work of the committee and their commitment to the obligations under the convention, and of course we support them in upholding them. All that being said, of course, we must recognise that this situation would not have arisen were it not for Russia's unprovoked, illegal and indeed barbaric war of aggression against Ukraine. We have seen Russia use make extensive use of landmines banned under this convention, to which, of course, they're not a party. We are already seeing the horrific humanitarian consequences of that. We are also very concerned about allegations of breaches of Russia's obligations under amended Protocol 2 of the CCW, and we will be raising those concerns in that forum. Ultimately, Russia bears responsibility for the massive contamination that has occurred. We stand in solidarity with Ukraine in dealing with the humanitarian consequences of the invasion, including on mine clearance, and indeed in their fight for freedom and independence. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank Ambassador United Kingdom for his statement. And is there any other state party who wishes to take the floor at this stage? This is not the case. Oh, the Netherlands, please. Netherlands, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. In addition, in a wave of aggression that is unprecedented in Europe in our times, for the first time in history of the convention, we see a state not party blatantly attacking a state party. Since February 2022, we have seen ever escalating violence. It is important to be mindful that we would not be having this discussion here in the first place if it were not for Russia's aggression and its decision to violate the sovereignty of its neighbor. As a state party to the APMBC, the Netherlands condemns the use of anti-personnel mines anywhere at any time and by any actor, including by armed non-state actors. In times of war, as in peace, the norm against these weapons must be respected by all parties in the conflict. We therefore take seriously a report by Human Rights Watch about the alleged use of anti-personnel mines by members of the Ukrainian armed forces. We welcome the Convention's Committee on Cooperative Compliance to use the established procedures to seek clarification. We also welcome Ukraine's commitment to the Convention, and we call on Ukraine to investigate the alleged matters with the utmost priority and report to the Convention on its findings in a transparent manner. And we are confident that we can continue to fully rely on Ukraine's cooperation in this respect. Thank you, President.
Distinguished delegate of the Netherlands for his statement. And if there is no other state party wishing to take the floor, I would then give the floor to ICBL. Please, ICBL, you have the floor. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. President. Shall I limit my comments to Ukraine, or shall I address all of our compliance concerns, Mr. President? Shall I talk only about Ukraine at this time, or all of our compliance concerns? What do you say? The ICBL appreciates and welcomes the statement just made by Ukraine, indicating that it will carry out an inquiry into possible use of anti-personnel mines by Ukrainian forces. However, evidence of such use is already clear and compelling, and new evidence continues to be uncovered. What is needed is a prompt and thorough investigation and holding those responsible to account. Transparency and accountability are absolutely crucial. Ukraine should ensure control over all of its stocks and should reassure states parties by strongly stating that it will never use anti-personnel mines. I'll turn to Eritrea. Eritrea is in violation of the treaty. Well, maybe you want that later.
Sorry, as I said,
yes, okay.
Eritrea in a later state. Yeah.
Eritrea is in violation of the treaty by virtue of its failure to meet its clearance deadline of 31 March 2020, its failure to submit an extension request so far, and its failure to undertake any clearance operations since 2013, as well as its failure to submit a transparency report since 2014. There has been a prolonged and extensive outreach vis-a-vis Eritrea carried out since 2019, which has not brought Eritrea back into compliance, nor established a cooperative dialogue so far. We regret Eritrea is absent at the meeting this week. We support the invocation of Article 8 to address this matter to preserve the integrity and credibility of the convention. That would entail utilizing the offices of the UN Secretary General and preparing for a fact-finding mission if necessary. Ukraine and Eritrea aside, there are other serious concerns as states parties recognized in the Oslo Action Plan. Shall I address those at a later date or now, a later moment or now? Go ahead. Okay. In light of time constraints, I will only take note of some of these serious concerns. As we all know, Greece and Ukraine are in violation of the treaty for having missed their stockpile destruction deadlines long ago. They have made little progress in recent years, and neither has identified a completion date. We look forward to their remarks later today. There are compliance concerns with respect to Article 3 on mines retained inappropriately for training and research. Article 5 on delayed action or non-action on mine clearance. Article 7 on the low rate of transparency reporting. And Article 9 on lack of national implementation measures. As the president noted on Monday, the norm against anti-personnel mines must also be protected. Russia is making a mockery of the norm, using anti-personnel mines and booby traps on a scale unseen for many years. The government forces of Myanmar are continuing to use anti-personnel mines, keeping up a more than 2-decade record. All states parties should condemn these and all other instances of use by anyone, anywhere, under any circumstances. These various compliance concerns are not new, they're long-standing. States parties must continue to develop new approaches to deal with them. The key will be dedicated and sustained attention from the president, the Committee on Cooperative Compliance, and all states parties in the attempt to address these concerns effectively. And if I could just end with a thank you to the Committee on Cooperative Compliance as well, who has worked very hard in these recent months. Thank you very much.
I thank Isabel for this statement, and I would like to give the floor to NPA, Norwegian People's Aid. Please, you have the floor. I'm not in the room.
Yeah.
Okay, please.
Thank you, Chair.
Adam, you have the floor.
Allow me to primarily thank you and the committee members for your engagement on the topic. Many state parties, civil society, and operators present here today have been instrumental in bringing about the Anti-Personnel Mine Ban Convention more than 3 decades ago and continue to play an important role under the convention. I am sure we can all agree that the convention's long-lasting success must be guarded to continue its purpose for future generations, compliance with its norms being ensured at all times and under all circumstances. The APMBC is one of the leading international frameworks, a strong and successful humanitarian disarmament treaty that has protected civilians, working to end the suffering and casualties caused by these indiscriminate weapons that kill and maim civilians, especially children, prevent humanitarian access, safe movement and return of displaced populations, hamper reconstruction and development, and cause unnecessary harm both during armed conflict and for decades after a conflict is over. The convention delineates specific obligations for state parties not to produce, use, transfer, stockpile these weapons, to clear all known contamination in territories under their jurisdiction, destroy stockpiles, provide risk education, victim assistance, and promote the norms of the convention and work on its universalization. This quick reflection on the convention's success and its obligations serves to remind us that the APMBC norms must be upheld and state parties must abide by what they legally committed to, especially when put to test. There is no excuse to violate the convention we worked hard to agree to and implement for more than 30 years. As per Article 1, any use by any state party under any circumstances is strictly prohibited. We thus express our deepest concern at the reports of a state party Ukraine's use of anti-personnel mines as per Human Rights Watch, a weapon that ultimately causes intolerable harm to civilians, including its own population. We do appreciate Ukraine's statements made on this matter at the 20th MSP, as well as the updated provided on its extension request on Monday, and most importantly, welcome the statement just made today, committing to inquire into the matter and keep the community updated. NPA stands in full solidarity with the people of Ukraine, and we remain firm in our resolve to protect civilians from these indiscriminate weapons. The type and extent of AP mine contamination Ukraine is faced with is gigantic, and NPA will continue to support Ukraine to rid itself of these indiscriminate weapons through our clearance operations and continuous presence in country. With this in mind, and to be able to reinforce the norm and support the implementation of the convention, we underline the importance of the announcement just made by Ukraine on investigating the matter, which we hope will be launched urgently, and look forward to hearing back from Ukraine on this matter as soon as possible. MPA remains available for any support needed and committed to protecting the people of Ukraine from these indiscriminate weapons. Finally, while illegal for state parties, NPA believes no state should ever use anti-personnel landmines. We therefore strongly condemn the widespread use of anti-personnel mines by Russia and urge all parties to conflict to cease the use of these terrible weapons. Thank you.
I thank NPA for this statement. Oh, I see Canada. Please, Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just try to keep my intervention brief in the interest of time. Canada would like to thank Article 5 Implementation Committee for its great work this year, despite the ongoing challenges. And we thank all the states who have provided just before lunch their updates on their land clearances. And we join the Article 5 committee in emphasizing the importance of timely submissions by states parties with obligations to the convention. Mr. President, we welcome the statement that was just delivered by the Ukraine. Canada is, of course, concerned by the allegations of use of anti-personnel mines by any state party of the convention, and we're pleased to hear about the steps that Ukraine will be undertaking, including an inquiry, and we look forward to updates whenever possible. However, as others have stated, we strongly condemn Russia's illegal invasion, which has led to massive contamination, and call on the Russian Federation to withdraw its troops from the territory of Ukraine right away. We recognize Ukraine's sovereignty and stand with Ukraine in supporting their efforts to address the challenges left by mines on their territory. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate in Canada for his statement. And so this closes the list of speakers at the moment. So I would like to return to Yemen and Ukraine if they wish to respond to any of the matters just raised. So if this is not the case, though, I would like to thank you all very much, and would like to turn to move on and turn our attention to matters related to reporting under Article 7. As I mentioned on Monday, the reporting rates have been unfortunately embarrassingly low, and I think we all have to do much better in this regard. As you can appreciate from our preliminary observations, 100% of states with stockpile destruction obligations have submitted reports. 67 of states parties implementing Article 5 have submitted reports. I understand that there are still some reports coming in. Only 53 of states with Article 3 obligations have submitted reports, and only 9% of the 46 states parties with outstanding Article 9 commitments have submitted reports so far. I think let us all work together to improve these figures in the lead up to the 21st meeting of states parties, and certainly in the run up to the 5th review conference next year. And I just can repeat what I said at the beginning of this conference. If you would like to check the status of your state's implementation, please do not hesitate to approach the ISU, who can provide you with this information. So with this, I would like to offer the floor to any delegation who would like to make a comment concerning Article 7. This seems not to be the case. So, then thank you very much. I would like then to turn to to Article 9 matters. We have made progress. We have made indeed progress on Article 9 in the last years. However, as I just informed you, it has been a very slow progress, and we have still a lot to do to raise awareness about the status of Article 9. At the fourth review conference, there were a total of 53 states parties that had not yet reported having either adopted legislation in the context of Article 9 obligations, or that they considered existing laws were sufficient to give effect to the convention. Then this time, the number has been reduced to 46 states parties. So we are certainly thankful for the progress made, but as you see, there's a lot of work to do, and I think we all know the importance of having national legislation in place to criminalize the use of anti-personal mines. And this is a key implementation safeguard, and we look forward working with you to support your efforts in complying with Article 9. The International Committee, the Red Cross, has also a very prominent role and gives support to your efforts in this regard. With this, I would like to give the floor to delegations which would like to take the floor on matters related to Article 9. So this seems not to be the case. So anyway, committee members will approach or have perhaps already approached your delegation also to discuss matters related to Article 9 on a bilateral basis. So thank you very much then. So I would then like any other delegation who would like to take the floor addressing any matter of compliance. The floor is yours. So then, if this is not the case, thank you very much, and I would like to thank on behalf of the committee all the delegations having participated in this discussion. That as I said, we are looking forward to working with you to facilitate compliance in a supportive and amicable manner, which is in accordance not only with our mandate, but I think which is in line with the traditional spirit of this convention, and we will do our utmost to fulfill our mandate and also to make progress with regard to the statistics I've just mentioned. So thank you very much. But before I would like my committee members would like to let my committee members go, I would like to address, as I already announced, another additional issue concerning compliance. And it was already addressed by some of the delegations. That is the issue and the situation we find ourselves with with Eritrea. This is not an issue which is a matter of the committee, but unfortunately, in the meantime, it is an issue of compliance or better non-compliance. And as you know, the president was entrusted by the 20th meeting of states parties to address this issue. As it has already recalled by some delegations, the convention for many years has done its utmost to engage in a cooperative dialogue with Eritrea on their implementation of the convention. And unfortunately, countless letters and engagement at ministerial level by the European Union, by the coordinating committee, by the presidencies, as it was also just mentioned by our Belgian delegate, have not been able to establish a cooperative dialogue, and Eritrea has allowed its Article 5 deadline to expire without the submission of an Article 5 extension request. And so this is a troubling matter for us, and it is particularly troubling given that our convention has always been based on cooperation amongst the states parties. And as you know, in this regard of this situation, the 20th meeting of the states parties manifested that, and I quote, failing the establishment of a cooperative dialogue with Eritrea and resolution of the current status of non-compliance through Eritrea's submission of an extension request by 31st of March 23, the meeting decided to seek clarification and resolve questions related to compliance by Eritrea through the Secretary General of the United Nations in accordance with Article 8.2 of the Convention. In this regard, the meeting mandated the president of the 21st meeting of the states parties to implement this decision and report back to the states parties at their 21st meeting. So this is to inform you that despite further engagement with Eritrea following the 20th meeting of states parties, we still are not in a cooperative dialogue with Eritrea. And as you heard already from the Committee on Article 5 implementation on Monday, we are without any request for extension. And so there are no progress. On 23rd of May, we send a request for clarification to Eritrea via the Secretary General of the United Nations, which was finally delivered by the Secretary General to Eritrea on the 9th of June 23. So this means that as per the text of Article 8.2 of the Convention, Eritrea has now 28 days to respond to the request of for clarification. And should they not respond, or should the response be unsatisfactory, there are further steps to take under Article 8 of the Convention, and we will proceed along this the steps foreseen, and moving carefully through this process. We are also, and I would like to underline this, keeping all doors open for Eritrea to reach out to the presidency and to the office holders of the convention to establish such a needed cooperative dialogue with the convention. And it is also in this spirit that I immediately, after having sent this letter via the Secretary General, that I met again with the representative here in Geneva to convey the message that the convention and the committee stands ready to sustain a cooperative dialogue with Eritrea to see that this situation can be overcome as soon as possible. So this is a situation where we are. It is unfortunate that for the first time we are forced to use this mechanism of the convention. However, I think as we have no news at all concerning the implementation of its clearance and victim assistance commitments since 2014, this is a necessary step that we had to take because the integrity of the convention is on the line in this regard as well. So we will keep all the states parties informed how things will evolve, and we will certainly come back on this issue at the meeting of states parties in November. With this, I would like to open the floor if there are any statements, and I see that Norway wants to take the floor. So please, Norway, you have the floor. Where is Norway? Okay, please, Norway, you have the floor.
Sorry. Okay. President, I would like to start by thanking the very many state parties with stockpile clearance and victim assistance obligations that have taken the floor this week to provide updates and engage with the convention on the progress and challenges that they face. This strong engagement is an example of the high quality cooperation and dialogue that is a hallmark of this convention. In the interest of time, and because I was a little delayed coming to this session, we have grouped some issues under this agenda point together. President, we regret that the extension request from Eritrea has not been forthcoming and that it has not been possible to establish a cooperative dialogue between Eritrea and the convention, despite repeated outreach from the office holders and repeated calls by the meetings of the convention. We appreciate and fully support your decision to request clarifications through the Office of the Secretary General of the United Nations in line with the decision taken at the 20th MSP. This is important in order that we may understand why there is a situation of non-compliance and how we can best help Eritrea to resolve the situation. President, we are appalled by the massive emplacement and anti-personnel mines on Ukrainian territory by Russia in the course of its brutal, illegal, and ongoing war of aggression on Ukraine. Reportedly, over 30% of the Ukraine territory is now mined, making it into one of the world's most mined countries, if not the most. And for a non-state party to mine the territory of a state party to the APMBC is intolerable, and we condemn this use of anti-personnel mines like we do any use by any actor at any time. President, there are also allegations that Ukraine, to defend themselves against the illegal invasion of the Russian Federation, have emplaced anti-personnel mines. We reiterate our firm solidarity with the people of Ukraine in its fight for survival and reaffirm the right to self-defense under the UN Charter Article 51. At the same time, we point out that the prohibition of the Mine Ban Treaty, as well as requirements of the IHL, are non-negotiable and call for the immediate end to contamination, any use of this weapon in Ukraine by any actor. Norway is steadfast in our commitment to support the Ukrainian people to address the problem of new contamination through risk education and clearance of mines. President, I would like to end with a note of appreciation to Ukraine, Sudan, and Yemen for their sustained dialogue with the Committee on Cooperative Compliance in order to bring clarity to their situations. We believe this dialogue is of utmost importance. We would also like to take this opportunity to thank the Ukrainian delegation for its intervention today, stating its determination to examine and investigate the allegations as soon as the situation permits. Thank you.
Thank the distinguished delegate Norway for her statement. And is there any other delegation who would like to take the floor at this stage? If this is not the case, I would like to thank you all for the active participation in this discussion. And with it, we would then continue with agenda item 5, which is cooperation and assistance. And I would like to invite the committee chair and the committee members to come here to the podium to continue with our work. Thank you very much.
Dear colleague, I think we should start. I think it's going to be the very last, I would say, part of the meeting. So we jump to the cooperation and assistance. So, dear colleagues, on behalf of the Committee on the Enhancement of Cooperation and Assistance, Algeria, Japan, Thailand, and the Netherlands, it is a great pleasure to work under the presidency of Germany and with the support of the ISU. The committee was established with the purpose of assisting the state parties in the full implementation of Article 6 of the Convention on Cooperation and Assistance, according to which ending the suffering and casualties caused by anti-personnel mines is a shared commitment. Since 20 meeting of the States Party, we have sought to implement our mandate through a number of activities, which we have continued pursuing this year by encouraging and supporting the state parties in taking advantage of the individualized approach, establishing national mine action platform, increased transparency through the submission of detailed information in Article 7 reports, the convention's website, country pages, and encouraging the use of the online tool. And also the last one is sharing best practice, include through launching the Cooperation and Assistance Fund. I would like to highlight the following. After supporting 16 state parties participated in the individualized approach, we recognize that the approach has continued greatly to the constructive dialogue, which would lead to cooperation with mine-affected countries in the near future. The committee therefore welcomed the Senegal's interest in taking advantage of the individualized approach. The meeting between our colleague from Senegal and states, a representative of international organizations and member of civil society this afternoon was very constructive. The committee was also welcome others interested states to approach the committee or the ISU if you are interested in hosting an individualized approach meeting on the margin of the 21st meeting of the state parties. We also recognize the strong engagement in country dialogue is critical and could be strengthened by the establishment of National Mine Action Platform, which could foster and strengthen partnerships. Finally, in reviewing the information submitted by state parties and listening carefully at the thematic discussion on toward improved cooperation and assistance yesterday, we established some of the factors that while national financial commitments are not sufficient to make the challenges faced by states, the international financial resources are also not sufficient to fill these gaps as well. Although states in position to provide assistance have been coordinating their effort through various means, such as the UN Voluntary Trust Fund and participation in the Mine Action Support Group, but there's still a room to better our coordinating efforts. We take this opportunity to thank all of those who provided information on cooperation and assistance in your Article 7 reports, including information related to gender and the diverse needs of mine-affected communities. We look forward to your interventions during this session. The committee also wishes to recall that these are informal meetings, and with the 5th level conference around the corner, we want to hear and learn from both mine-affected states and the state in position to provide assistance and others on your cooperation and assistance effort. Now we have a number of speakers on the speaking list and the time is limited. I wish also to request each delegation to kindly limit its intervention to 3 minutes. The ISU will update your full statement in the convention website later. So now I have Germany, Switzerland. So I will start with Germany. Germany, you will have the floor, please.
Thank you. Yeah, in the interest of keeping it short, we have handed in a longer statement, and I will just cut it very short here. So, dear members of the committee, thank you very much. Germany wishes to thank the ISU for the tireless work done in supporting state parties in fulfilling their obligations under the convention, as well as their indispensable support for the presidency. Equally, we owe our gratitude to the members of the 4 committees for their excellent work over the past period and for their efforts to advance the effective implementation of the Convention. Germany fully aligns itself with the statements delivered by the European Union. We would like to add a few aspects in our national capacity. Germany is deeply concerned about the growing use of landmines and the worrying increase in the numbers of casualties. Once again, we are witnessing the severe consequences of the Russian use of anti-personnel mines in its unjustifiable, unprovoked, and illegal war of aggression against Ukraine. Due to the destruction of the dam in Kharkovka, landmines, IEDs, and UXO have been uprooted and dispersed by the floodwaters, a high risk for civilians and an immense challenge for future mine clearance operations. The widespread use of landmines, especially in agricultural land in Ukraine, poses not only an imminent risk for the lives and the well-being of Ukrainians. If farmers cannot return to their fields to till, tend, and harvest crops, food shortages in the global marketplace are the consequence, which exacerbate hunger in the world. Germany's long-standing support for the humanitarian mine action in Ukraine has been significantly upscaled with a pledge of 20 million euro at the beginning of 2023. Germany has taken a proactive role in coordinating donor efforts through organizing regular working level meetings in the context of the German G7 presidency and beyond. In November 2022, Germany supported a successful forward-looking 2-day coordination workshop with donors, implementing partners, and the Ukrainian delegation in Geneva, organized by GICHD. Germany is also concerned about the challenges posed by the contamination by mines of an improvised nature. Anti-personnel landmines of an improvised nature constitute specific challenges that require an urgent threefold response from the international community. Firstly, we need to increase our capacities on the particularities in IED clearance. Secondly, we encourage all state parties to include contamination by anti-personnel landmines of an improvised nature in their annual reporting. By doing so, we bridge the gap between a topic that is usually dealt with in a security environment through the humanitarian world of the Ottawa Convention. This will allow improved international cooperation and assistance. And thirdly, we need to deepen our understanding about the proliferation sources and pathways of the components used for improvised mines in order to collectively find adequate approaches as well as effective and preventative measures. In recognition of its responsibility under the Ottawa Convention and guided by a strong humanitarian impetus, Germany has increased its humanitarian mine action funding again in 2023, reaching now its highest amount so far with 70 million euro, choosing both regional approaches and bilateral settings. Projects are currently being carried out or planned in 12 countries, including Afghanistan, Iraq, Colombia, South Sudan, and Somalia. The assistance provided covers all mine action areas from survey to clearance, explosive ordnance risk education, victim assistance, advocacy, and capacity building for national authorities. Special attention lies on conflict-sensitive, sustainable, and inclusive approaches. Similarly, innovations such as using drones for survey or using innovative mine detectors is strongly supported. Germany is proud to be a long-standing supporter of humanitarian mine action in Cambodia and Sri Lanka and aims to accompany both countries on their way to becoming mine-free in the foreseeable future. With mine-freeness in sight, humanitarian mine action projects in these countries now also include support to the preparation for staff transition into new areas of work. Impressive progress has been made in several countries and contexts. At the same time, however, we have to note the slow pace of mine clearance in some instances and consecutive extension requests. The level of ambition needs to remain high and concrete implementation steps must be taken. Therefore, national ownership and high-level political engagement are crucial. On the note of political engagement, Germany regrets that there has been no official reaction by Eritrea to the discussion during the last MSAP so far. Germany strongly urges Eritrea to re-engage with the convention. It is never too late for taking up corporate dialogue again. Last but not least, we would like to thank Cambodia for offering to take over the presidency of the 22nd MSP next year and for hosting this year's Victims Assistance Conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Germany. Switzerland, you may have the floor. And after Switzerland will be Argentina, following by the United Kingdom.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Également, pour des raisons de temps, je dirais une version raccourcie de notre déclaration. La version complète sera disponible en ligne. Nous tenons à remercier le comité pour le renforcement de la coopération et de l'assistance pour le compte-rendu de ces activités et nous sommes reconnaissants à tous les membres du comité pour leur dévouement dans l'exercice de leurs fonctions. La Suisse aspire à long terme à un monde dans lequel les êtres humains pourront vivre à l'abri des risques liés aux mines et aux autres enjeux explosifs et où un développement économique et social durable sera donc possible. C'est l'objectif prioritaire du nouveau plan d'action de lutte anti-mine de la Suisse pour 2023-2026 qu'elle a lancé le 4 avril de cette année. À travers ce plan d'action, la Suisse poursuit son engagement de 30 ans dans le domaine de l'action contre les mines, qui est pleinement en phase avec la Convention d'Ottawa et le plan d'action d'Oslo. En 2022, la Suisse a consacré quelques 18 millions de francs suisses pour le déminage humanitaire. Par son engagement, elle a soutenu directement 13 États en finançant des projets et elle a déployé 14 experts dans 7 contextes différents. Dans le nouveau plan d'action, la coopération et l'assistance internationale demeurent au cœur de notre engagement. Outre la promotion du cadre normatif et des méthodes innovantes dans des domaines comme la détection et la dépollution des mines, le plan se concentre sur le déminage humanitaire sur le terrain. À ce sujet, la Suisse promeut la dépollution des zones contaminées par des mines antipersonnelles et autres engins explosifs, l'assistance aux victimes, l'éducation aux risques et le renforcement des capacités locales. La Suisse poursuivra son soutien à de multiples pays affectés par les mines antipersonnelles et déployera par ailleurs un effort particulier ces prochaines années en faveur de l'Ukraine. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Switzerland. Argentina, you may have the floor.
Buenas tardes y muchas gracias. Siendo la primera vez que tomo la palabra, aprovecho esta oportunidad para expresar el agradecimiento de mi país por los esfuerzos realizados por las presidencias y la ISU para la realización de esta reunión, la implementación de la Convención y el Plan de Acción de Oslo, así como la facilitación de flujos de recursos, cooperación y asistencia. Señora Presidenta, la Argentina comparte los propósitos y espíritus en que se sustenta la Convención de Ottawa, adhiere al objetivo de la prohibición de minas terrestres antipersonal por resultar coherente con la política nacional en materia de desarme y proliferación de armas, restringiendo una clase de armamento caracterizado no solo por sus consecuencias irremediables y crueles hacia las víctimas por ellas afectadas, sino también por sus efectos indiscriminados. La Argentina valora las contribuciones de los comités y otros actores relevantes por el procesamiento de la información, así como la elaboración y presentación de informes sobre la evolución y cumplimiento de la Convención. En este punto quisiéramos destacar la importancia de cumplir con los informes respecto al artículo 7 de la Convención, ya que ellos no solo son una medida de transparencia, sino que permiten asimismo dar a conocer los desafíos en materia de cooperación y asistencia. Para la Argentina, la cooperación internacional y la asistencia son una parte esencial de la Convención, ya que permiten superar los obstáculos que pueden surgir en términos de capacidades técnicas o de recursos para la implementación y contribuyen indudablemente a alcanzar los objetivos del Plan de Acción en sus puntos 5, 6, 10, 11 y 12. En ese sentido, la Argentina otorga suma importancia a las actividades de extensión, instrucción y adiestramiento, tanto para nuestro propio personal como de otros miembros de la Convención, brindando todos los años ciclos de cursos en español en el Centro de Entrenamiento de Desminado Humanitario. Destacamos a modo de ejemplo que en 2022 se llevaron a cabo, con la participación de instructores del Centro Internacional de Desminado Humanitario de Colombia, 2 cursos específicos de desminado humanitario, y que igualmente para el 2023 se proyectan cursos sobre acción contra las minas y restos explosivos de guerra, técnicas de destrucción de material explosivo y restos explosivos de guerra, educación en el riesgo de mina y restos explosivos de guerra, operación del sistema de gestión de información, conjunto de planeamiento y gestión de la calidad en acción contra las minas y los restos explosivos de guerra y seminario de asistencia a las víctimas. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Argentina. After the United Kingdom, we will have Canada, Australia, and Turkey. United Kingdom, you may have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The United Kingdom is committed to the Convention's humanitarian goals and the effective implementation of the Oslo Action Plan. The UK continues to support the clearance and destruction of anti-personnel landmines, the delivery of risk education, and the building of capacity to enable national and provincial authorities to take ownership of clearance activities. The Global Mine Action Programme, or GMAP, remains our main vehicle for this work. GMAP third iteration, GMAP 3, has been active since April 2022 and is currently funding activity in 9 countries: Angola, Afghanistan, Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, Somalia, South Sudan, Zimbabwe, and Ukraine. We have a confirmed budget for our financial year April 2023 to end March 2024 of £14.8 million, and a strong expectation that our budget will rise during our financial year April 2024 to end March 2025. Since the November Intersessional, we have signed a new 2-year £5.5 million contract for work in Afghanistan. We are also increasing our support for Ukraine to tackle the high levels of contamination caused by Russia's illegal invasion, which the UK condemns in the strongest terms. We have extended our existing agreement with Halo to end June 2023 with an additional £0.5 million, and we have gone out to tender for a new £6.1 million contract, which will run until end March 2025, making Ukraine GMAP's largest country programme. We are also committed to sustaining GMAP 3's global reach in Africa and Southeast Asia. Within the next few months, we will go out to tender for a new multi-country contract. We are planning to continue to provide funding for all the countries previously listed, with Afghanistan and Ukraine in separate contracts. We will continue to provide updates through our commercial portal. In accordance with Action 42 of the Oslo Action Plan, the UK continues to invest in exploring alternative sources of funding. Following the well-attended side event on this topic during the June Intersessional last year, and the hard work carried out as part of the design process, we are pleased to announce that in March 2023, the FCDO signed a £1.4 million agreement with the POPO to deliver a pilot demining development impact bond in Cambodia, minefields to rice fields. The project will run until March 2025, and the outcomes will focus on increasing farmers' net yearly income on demined land. We see this as a great opportunity to learn lessons about the practical implications of mine action impact bonds, and will share findings throughout the project, welcoming any donors who would be interested in collaborating in the future. In closing, the United Kingdom reiterates its steadfast support to the Convention and commitment to work with all state parties to tackle the scourge of landmines. Thank you.
Thank you, United Kingdom. Canada, you may have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Since the last review conference, we've seen an escalation in conflicts leading to new mines being placed in the ground, reduction in global funding towards mine clearance, and challenges streaming from the COVID-19 pandemic. Collectively, we need to take an honest look at the reality that we are facing and that we are not going to meet deadlines set forth during our last review conference. We should think strategically at what this means going forward for our review conference next year and what realistic goals we should put forward. For our part, Canada places great importance on international cooperation assistance and the universalization of the Convention. We endeavor to continue our support in international assistance and cooperation. Canada is contributing to programming around the world, including ongoing programming in the Nagorno-Karabakh region, Ethiopia, Iraq, Lao PDR, Ukraine, Sri Lanka, and Syria. Canada is also pleased to support institutional capacities for organizations such as the GICHD and ICBLs, whose mine action work has a global reach. Programming funded by Canada addresses key elements within the mine action spheres, such as advancing the meaningful participation of women, land clearance, national implementation support, risk education, training, victim assistance, and advocacy. As we have mentioned, we are deeply concerned by the continuing and growing number of allegations and the use of landmines in Ukraine, including in populated areas, resulting in civilian casualties. This is why Canada has increased its mine action support in Ukraine, Since Russia's full-scale invasion in February 2022, Canada has committed over 35 million of humanitarian demining assistance. In closing, I would just like to highlight that under this global convention, Canada will continue to respond to requests for mine action support globally, including legacy and new contaminations. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. Australia, you may have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. And I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the President and the ISU for all their work, particularly leading up to this week's meetings. International assistance and cooperation is critical to achieving our goal of a world free of anti-personnel mines, including those of an improvised nature. As a firm supporter of the Anti-Personnel Mine Ban Convention and other instruments, including the Convention on Cluster Munitions, Australia is committed to efforts to counter the risks posed by anti-personnel mines, cluster munitions, improvised explosive devices, and explosive remnants of war. In 2022, Australia supported a range of positive efforts on mine action. Our funding, including through civil society groups and the UN Development Programme, flowed to mine risk education, clearance of mines, and advocacy activities in the Philippines, Sri Lanka, and Cambodia. At the 20th MSP last November, we highlighted Australia's work in the Pacific, assisting with removal of explosive remnants of war, including through Operation Render Safe program. Australia was also pleased to join the landmark political declaration on explosive weapons in populated areas in Dublin in November last year. We support the timely focus on IEDs more broadly as a priority theme at this intersessional meeting. Australia recognises the terrible impact of IEDs and welcomes initiatives to reduce the threat posed by them. Madam Chair, Australia has been actively prosecuting cooperation and assistance to reduce the threats of IEDs in our region and in international fora. We initiated and have been a co-lead with France of the UN General Assembly resolution on countering the threat posed by improvised explosive devices. In 2015, we jointly put this forward as the first ever UNGA resolution dedicated to IEDs. And it continues to serve to maintain the international community's attention on issues and actions to address threats posed by IEDs and by association on anti-personnel landmines. Australia is a member of the International Bomb Data Centre Working Group, which meets annually and shares technical information on IEDs. Our focus is on our region, where our engagement with ASEAN countries has resulted in significant improvements in countering the threats posed by IEDs. This working group shares technical information and provides an international collective from which analysis and technical advice can be obtained. Australia has assisted in the establishment of bomb data centres in Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, Singapore, and Thailand. The sharing of technical information related to bombings, attempted bombings, and extremist activities enhances security across the region. Chair, we welcome initiatives by the international community to reduce the number of casualties caused by landmines. We recognise and applaud the efforts and courage of clearance operators in their difficult and dangerous work. And we encourage the support of new technologies to reduce risk, including remote detection, ground penetrating radar, and detection algorithms. In concluding, Australia is pleased to announce our continued collaboration with and support for the Geneva International Centre for Humanitarian Demining. We have just finalised a multi-year grant, which represents the third largest agreement in GICHD's history. This will help GICHD to maintain a stable footing, allowing it to undertake critical mine action activities, including to assist Pacific Island countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia. After Turkey, there will be Cambodia, Yemen, and Spain. Turkey, you may have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me also thank the Committee on the Enhancement of Cooperation and Assistance and ISU for their efforts. Madam Chair, in addition to our presentations in the margins of the Ottawa Convention, Turmak gave a presentation on humanitarian mine action activities carried out by Turkey in the Forum for Security Cooperation of OSCE dated 15 February. I would like to take this opportunity to share some of additional recent developments. The Eastern Borders Mine Clearance Project, Phase 3, managed by UNDP and funded by the EU, Turkey and the UN, is planned to be completed by the end of this year. Turmak has prepared a project document for the subsequent phase of the said project to be financed by the EU to carry out the mining in the province of Van in the Iranian border. With this project, it's planned to clear an area of 3.5 million square meters in the next 2 years. When the project is approved by the EU, Turkey will contribute approximately 2,400,000 euro from its national budget. Madam Chair, since the beginning of 2022, our 4 military demining teams have cleared an area more than 100,000 square meters in Azerbaijan. The Turkish military teams provided humanitarian mine clearance, mine IED awareness, mine detector, and mechanical demining trainings to Azerbaijan Armed Forces personnel. As shared previously, a goodwill protocol was signed with the Mine Action Agency of the Republic of Azerbaijan in November 2022. Our voluntary financial contributions to the functioning of this forum have been consistent over the years. This year, again, we will contribute to the ISU budget. We call for all state parties to contribute to mine action. Turkey is pleased to be a member of Committee Cooperative Compliance and to contribute to convention's work, including in cooperation and assistance. Madam Chair, we welcome the efforts to encourage the UN system and the member states to provide equal participation in mine action. In cooperation with UNDP, Turkey specialists, gender mainstreaming awareness raising training is planned to be delivered this year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Turkey. Cambodia, you may have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, Cambodian wish to thank the Committee on the Enhancement of Cooperation and Assistance for their able leadership to strengthen partnership among the state parties. Despite its own struggle with landmines, Cambodia recognized the importance of supporting all the mine-affected states and has maintained its cooperation and assistance in addressing the problems of landmines in other countries. Since 2006, Cambodia has deployed over 8,000 Cambodian peacekeepers, including 580 women, to UN peacekeeping operations in 9 countries. For only the first half of 2023, 800 Cambodian peacekeepers have been deployed in South Sudan, Lebanon, Central Africa, Republics, and Mali. Moreover, the Cambodian Mine Action community broadly share our knowledge, experience, and skill with all the Mine Action program globally. We have hosted study visits, conduct trainings, and made presentations at various Mine Action events in 2022. Having sensed the strong result gained from those capacity development activities as a part of the assistance that Cambodian can give to other state parties, Cambodian will roll out its South-South cooperation mechanism from 2023. This will conclude a regional workshop to be hosted in Cambodian with the priority to benefit the landmine affected country in the ASEAN regions. Madam Chair, since 1992, state party and other national international donor countries have contributed nearly $500 million to the mine action sector in Cambodia. In addition, the Royal Government of Cambodia has also spent nearly $200 million on the sector. Those concerns afford led to release of more than 2,000 square kilometers of contaminated lands, pierce buildings, risk reductions, housing, agriculture, infrastructure, and other socio-economic development activity. The good news is Cambodia has seen the increasing participation of the private sector through 2022 high-level dialogue on mine action, co-chaired by the CMA and Australian, and the launch of the mine-free village mechanism, which provides for a stronger linkage between the mining work and subsequent rural development initiative. As all who follow the Cambodian mine action scene closely know, our fight against landmine has not finished. For the remaining period of Cambodian second extension request from 2023 to 2025, Cambodian has planned to release 681 square kilometers of landmine area. To do so, we need $175 million. Cambodian mine action sector plan remains underfunded, which strengthen our ability to fulfill our Article 5 clearance obligation. We thank our current donor and call out our past donor and any would-be donor to engage or re-engage with us as we strive to achieve our 2025 target. Thank you.
Thank you, Cambodia. I'm informed that the delegation of Yemen will submitted only the written statement. So after the Spain, we will have Denmark, Iraq, and Japan. Spain, you may have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta. España se alinea con las declaraciones pronunciadas estos días por la delegación de la Unión Europea y desea hacer ahora algunos comentarios adicionales a título nacional relativos al compromiso de España con la cooperación y la asistencia en el marco de la Convención. En concreto, me gustaría destacar, como mi delegación viene haciendo habitualmente, la labor del Centro Internacional de Desminado de España, que colabora activamente con formación y asistencia técnica a varios de los estados parte de la Convención. Desde 1999, el Centro Internacional de Desminado de España ha formado a más de 1.300 operadores y formadores de 27 países, fundamentalmente de América Latina, destacando cientos de operadores de países como Colombia, Ecuador, Perú y Argentina. En este sentido, me gustaría destacar una serie de actividades e iniciativas realizadas por el Centro Internacional de Desminado de España en el último año desde la última reunión de Estados parte. En primer lugar, España continúa colaborando de manera muy activa con la Organización de Estados Americanos en cursos de desminado humanitario y de desactivación de municiones convencionales, habiéndose celebrado una nueva edición del curso EOD nivel 2 y nivel 3 de enero a marzo de 2023. Igualmente, España participa en el ámbito de la iniciativa 5+5 en su centro de adiestramiento sobre el desminado humanitario, habiendo participado la semana pasada en su comité científico celebrado en Trípoli, Libia. En tercer lugar, y en el marco bilateral, España puso en marcha un programa de cooperación bilateral con MIX con Colombia para los años 2022 y 2023, a través del cual se está incrementando la interacción del Centro Internacional de Desminado de España con las autoridades de acción contra las minas de Colombia. Asimismo, el Centro Internacional de Desminado de España participó en las jornadas de actualización de zonas de operaciones de la misión de formación de la Unión Europea en Mali, en febrero y en marzo de este año. Y finalmente, me gustaría destacar las actividades de educación sobre riesgos y sensibilización que el Centro Internacional de Desminado de España pone a disposición del personal de organizaciones de la sociedad civil, organizaciones no gubernamentales y corresponsales de guerra, esenciales para garantizar su seguridad sobre el terreno a la hora de realizar su trabajo. Por último, señora presidenta, me gustaría señalar las actividades de apoyo al desminado en Libia que España viene apoyando durante los últimos años vía UNMAS por un valor de casi 100.000 euros. Muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you, Spain. Denmark, you may have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. At the outset, I would like to thank the Committee on the Enhancement of Cooperation and Assistance for its continuous efforts to strengthen partnerships amongst states parties. Denmark fully aligns itself with the statements made by the European Union. Mines and explosive ordnance create massive challenges for societies around the world. Civilians are heavily impacted both during conflict and often long after fighting stops. Thousands are killed or injured by landmines. More often than not, victims are civilians, and many of them are children. And survivors are forced to live with psychological and physical damages for the rest of their lives. Contamination leaves a lasting impact on communities beyond their initial placement, affecting development and delivery of services for decades. And after fighting ends, rehabilitation efforts are constrained for generations. Denmark has a long-standing support for humanitarian mine action, with Danish civil society organizations implementing humanitarian mine action activities in some of the most difficult contexts. Danish Church Aid and the Danish Refugee Council are implementing programs to benefit thousands of civilians and in close dialogue with national authorities. Chair, Denmark also supports UNMAS with an annual core contribution. A priority area for our cooperation is ensuring that coherent approaches to mine action are delivered with a prioritized focus on the rights and potential of women and girls, in line with UN Security Council Resolution 1325. Further, Denmark provides an earmarked contribution to UNMAS with a focus on support to the government of Iraq and implementation through national NGOs. The contribution is part of the Danish Peace and Stabilization Program for Syria and Iraq. In 2022, furthermore, Denmark has also provided extraordinary contributions for humanitarian mine action activities in Ukraine, focusing on capacity building, victims assistance, and risk education. These activities are of particular importance for commencing reconstruction efforts, expanding humanitarian access, and protecting civilians. In general, Danish support to humanitarian mine action is one of several instruments that contribute to securing peace, stabilization, and development, as well as responding to humanitarian needs. And integrated programming needs to be underpinned by flexible funding models. Humanitarian mine action partners need multi-year and flexible funding so they can adjust operations to local needs over multiple years. Chair, please allow me to end by reiterating Denmark's continued full commitment to strengthen the ban against anti-personnel mines and to achieve a world free of anti-personnel mines and free of any new victims. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Denmark. After Denmark, there would be Japan, Algeria, and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Japan, you may have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Japan takes seriously the fact that civilians and others are indiscriminately harmed by anti-personnel mines, mainly in post-conflict countries and regions, hindering their reconstruction and development. It is important to provide a sustained cooperation to stabilize and secure security in such countries and regions through the clearance of anti-personnel mines, assistance to mine victims, and capacity buildings. These efforts will also contribute to the realization of sustained development goals and respect for the commitment to leave no one behind. With this in mind, we will continue to play an active role as a member of the Committee on Enhancement of Cooperation and Assistance this year, after having served as the chair of the committee last year. Regarding mine action assistance, Japan has three priorities.
First, sustained assistance to clearance activities in countries with serious landmine and UXO damage. Second, promotion of regional and South-South cooperation. And third, comprehensive assistance for victims of landmine and unexploded ordnance. In 2022, Japan provided assistance totaling more than $52 million in 22 countries and regions in cooperation with International Committee of the Red Cross and United Nations Mine Action Service and other relevant international organizations and NGOs. We consider South-South cooperation assistance or triangular cooperation to be an effective means of cooperation. Triangular cooperation is of particular importance in utilizing past development experience and knowledge of developing countries. Japan, together with Cambodia, has started cooperating for landmine clearance in Ukraine, making use of Cambodia's experience and knowledge of cooperation in landmine clearance and reconstruction. In January this year, the Japan International Cooperation Agency and Cambodia Mine Action Center, which has experience in operating Japan's advanced landmine detection system, ALIS, conducted ALIS youth training in Cambodia and mine action training in Japan for the Ukraine State Emergency Services. This will contribute to improving the safety and efficiency of the mining operations. We attach importance in particular to mine and UXO clearance, which we are afraid would constitute important issues as prerequisite for Ukraine's recovery and reconstruction efforts. From this perspective, Japan has provided the authorities concerned of Ukraine with ALIS equipment related to ALIS and trucks with cranes through JICA, as well as equipment for explosive and debris removal through the United Nations Development Programs. Japan will continue to actively provide assistance in the area of landmine in order to contribute to the recovery and reconstruction of Ukraine and of its people. We also remain committed to promoting the implementation of the Anti-Personal Landmine Convention across the world and will continue its effort to realize a world free of anti-personal landmines. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Japan. Algeria, you may have the floor.
شكرا سيدة الرئيسة للسماح لي بأخذ الكلمة على مستوى صفتي الوطنية ممثلا عن الجزائر. يود الوفد الجزائري أن يتقدم بالشكر لتايلاندا وأعضاء لجنة التعاون والمساعدة على جهودهم المتواصلة في تعزيز التعاون ومساعدة دول الأطراف في اتفاقية حظر الألغام المضادة للأفراد، وكذلك وحدة دعم تنفيذ الاتفاقية على مساعدتها القيمة ومرافقتها الدائمة. إن بلاد الجزائر تؤكد على استعدادها التام والمستمر لمد يدها للمجتمع الدولي وبذل قصارى جهدها وتقاسم تجربتها الوطنية للمساهمة بطريقة فعالة في رفع تحدي بلوغ عالم خالي من الألغام. ويود وفد بلادي أن يغتنم هذه الفرصة لإطلاع المشاركين في هذا الاجتماع على نتائج الملتقى الدولي الإفريقي الذي حول مكافحة الألغام المضادة للأفراد الذي تم تنظيمه من طرف الحكومة الجزائرية بمشاركة وحدة دعم تنفيذ الاتفاقية بالجزائر العاصمة يوم 30 و 31 مايو 2023. جمع هذا الملتقى الدولي الذي يعتبر وجها من أوجه التعاون جنوب ممثلين عن الدول الإفريقية والعربية الأطراف في الاتفاقية، وكذا الفاعلين الأساسيين في مجال مكافحة الألغام بما في ذلك المنظمات الحكومية الدولية والمجتمع المدني والخبراء وممثلي ضحايا الألغام والناجين منها. تتماشى هذه المبادرة مع خطة عمل أوسلو وتتجاوب مع دعوات مجلس السلمي والأمني التابع للاتحاد الإفريقي لصالح تكثيف الجهود المتضافرة وتبادل الخبرات وبناء قدرات المؤسسات الوطنية في مجال الأعمال المتعلقة بالألغام. وتعزيزا للنهج الإقليمي أتاح هذا الحدث للمشاركين تبادل التجارب وتسليط الضوء على الوضع في إفريقيا الذي يعكس مدى المعاناة المستمرة التي تسببها الألغام المضادة للأفراد الناتجة عن الحروب والنزاعات. كما تم التأكيد على أهمية الجهود المبذولة على المستوى الإفريقي لتحقيق قارة خالية من الألغام المضادة للأفراد، وذلك بفضل الدور المهم الذي يقوم به الاتحاد الإفريقي في هذا الصدد، مع الحاجة إلى زيادة التعبئة على المستويين الإقليمي والدولي لتحقيق أهداف الاتفاقية. علاوة على ذلك، شكل الملتقى فرصة مثالية لمناقشة موضوعات متعلقة بتنفيذ اتفاقية حظر الألغام المضادة للأفراد، لا سيما نزع الألغام ومساعدة الضحايا، خاصة في ضوء التحضير للمؤتمر الاستعراضي الخامس المقرر عقده سنة 2024. ودارت المناقشات حول الإطار القانوني لمكافحة الألغام والتجربة الجزائرية والإفريقية في مجال إزالة الألغام ومساعدة الضحايا في إطار تنفيذ اتفاقية أوتاوا وآفاق العمل الإفريقي المشترك والتعاون الدولي والمساعدة لدعم إفريقيا والجهود المبذولة نحو قارة إفريقية خالية من الألغام. وخلال هذه المناقشات الموضوعاتية أكد المشاركون من جديد الالتزام بتعزيز الجهود من أجل إفريقيا خالية من الألغام وأهمية اتباع نهج إقليمي لتحقيق هذا الهدف، ولا سيما من خلال تعزيز التنسيق داخل الهيئات والمؤسسات الإفريقية. وفي هذا الصدد أعرب المشاركون عن بالغ القلق إزاء استمرار استخدام وتهديد الألغام المضادة للأفراد والمتفجرات من مخلفات الحرب والعبوات الناسفة المرتجلة، بما في ذلك الألغام المضادة للأفراد وعواقبها الإنسانية المدمرة وتأثيرها على التنمية الاجتماعية والاقتصادية. كما أكد المتحدثون على أهمية حشد المزيد من الموارد التقنية والمالية لأنشطة إزالة الألغام ومساعدة الضحايا على المستويات الوطنية والإقليمية والدولية. وتم الترحيب بإعلان بعض الدول الإفريقية عزمها على تكثيف الجهود وعمليات التطهير ونزع الألغام للوفاء بالتزاماتها بموجب المادة 5 من الاتفاقية بحلول عام 2025. وفيما يتعلق بآفاق تعزيز الجهود المشتركة لمواجهة التحديات المستمرة في مكافحة الألغام المضادة للأفراد، سلط المشاركون الضوء على التوصيات التالية. أولاً، مضاعفة الجهود للتوصل إلى موقف إفريقي مشترك بهدف الإسهام الفعال في المؤتمر الاستعراضي الخامس للاتفاقية. ثانياً، متابعة اقتراح إنشاء آلية إفريقية قارية للأعمال المتعلقة بالألغام لتنسيق الجهود من أجل جعل إفريقيا خالية من الألغام. ثالثاً، تجديد الالتزام وتكثيف الجهود لتحقيق عالمية الاتفاقية والتنفيذ الفعلي والفعال لها في أقرب وقت ممكن وفقاً لخطة عمل أوسلو. رابعاً، حشد الموارد التقنية والمالية الوطنية والدولية وزيادة تعزيز الشراكات وتفضيل نهج شامل لتنفيذ الاتفاقية، ولا سيما من خلال الحوار المستمر مع المنظمات الوطنية والإقليمية والدولية المختصة. خامساً، الاستجابة للاحتياجات غير الملباة لضحايا الألغام المضادة للأفراد من خلال نهج قائم على حقوق الإنسان بما يتماشى مع اتفاقية حقوق الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة والمعايير والمبادئ التوجيهية الدولية بما في ذلك خطة عمل أوسلو. سادساً، تبادل أفضل الممارسات والدروس المستفادة بشأن التنفيذ الناجح للاتفاقية بما في ذلك تنفيذ المادة 5 المتعلقة بإزالة الألغام وكذا الالتزامات المتعلقة بمساعدة الضحايا. سابعاً، تحسين المتابعة والتنسيق بين الدول الإفريقية الأطراف في الاتفاقية، لا سيما من خلال استمرار الحوار الإفريقي بشأن الإجراءات المتعلقة بالألغام بما في ذلك من خلال شبكة محتملة للخبراء واستكشاف إمكانيات جديدة للتعاون الدولي الإقليمي وفيما بين بلدان الجنوب والتعاون الثلاثي. وزيادة على هذه التوصيات، عبرت عدة وفود عن اهتمامها للاستفادة من التجربة الجزائرية لمكافحة الألغام، وهو ما تقوم حاليا السلطات المختصة في إطار التعاون الثنائي بدراسته
في تشاور مع الدول المعنية. تجدر الإشارة إلى أنه بمناسبة انعقاد ملتقى الجزائر تم إصدار طابع بريدي جديد من طرف السلطات الجزائرية المعنية يحمل شعار إفريقيا خالية من الألغام كعمل تحسيسي وتوعوي، وتجدون نسخة من هذا الطابع البريدي على الطاولة الموجودة خارج هذه القاعة. أخيراً، يود وفد بلادي أن يشكر جميع المشاركين في ملتقى الجزائر على مساهمتهم القيمة في إنجاح هذا الحدث، ويأمل في أن يتعزز النهج القاري والإقليمي لمكافحة الألغام بفضل هذا الزخم المستمر، ويستفيد من دعم الفاعلين الرئيسيين في مجال مكافحة الألغام، وكذا مختلف الشركاء لتنفيذ توصيات إعلان الجزائر الذي سيتم توزيع نسخة منه على المشاركين. كل ذلك بغية تعزيز الأعمال المتعلقة بالألغام في إفريقيا بشكل كبير وحيوي بعد أكثر من 25 عاماً من دخول اتفاقية الألغام المضادة للأفراد حيز النفاذ، ونحن نتطلع إلى مساهمة جميع الفواعل المعنية بمكافحة الألغام على المستويين الدولي والإقليمي في المساهمة في تشييد توصيات ملتقى الجزائر والدفع قدما بالجهود الرامية إلى تحقيق هدف قارة خالية من الألغام المضادة للأفراد. وشكرا جزيلا.
Thank you, Algeria. After the Democratic Republic of the Congo, there will be Peru, France, Iraq, and Italy in the list. Democratic Republic of the Congo, you have the floor.
Bonjour à tous. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Merci pour les organisateurs. Tout d'abord, de prime abord, je voulais d'abord m'excuser parce que je suis arrivé que ce matin. Les conditions de déplacement étaient tellement difficiles, donc je m'en tenais à venir représenter mon pays. Ce que je voulais prendre comme parole aujourd'hui, je voulais dire, messieurs les partenaires et les bailleurs de fonds, je vous implore, je vous demande de ne pas oublier la République démocratique du Congo. Notre pays actuellement ici en train de passer le moment très très difficile de son histoire. Par la guerre nous imposée par le Rwanda, sous couvert des terroristes de M23, ADF et consorts. Et c'est le même calvaire que la RDC est en train de subir, le même calvaire que l'Ukraine subit. Donc, je souhaiterais que l'attention que vous faites pour l'Ukraine, que la même attention soit aussi pour la République démocratique du Congo. Vous savez que notre pays est en proie par cette attaque des terroristes. Donc, mon pays, à travers les CCLAM, les centres congolais de lutte anti-mine, je me présente, je suis M. Lukinomang Emmanuel, désolé, je suis le nouveau coordonnateur du centre congolais de lutte anti-mine. Après un laps de temps, nous avons trouvé qu'il y avait plus de 36 zones contaminées par les mines antipersonnelles. Et après quelques efforts, nous avions ramené ces zones de 36 à 31, mais après la énième guerre imposée par ces terroristes, maintenant la RDC passe de 31 zones à 36 zones. Donc, c'est dans ce sens que j'implore aux bailleurs de fonds de ne pas oublier la RDC. La situation est intenable. Il y a des mines qui traînent partout. Et là, ça nous donne encore une charge de travail encore énorme. Nous devrions sensibiliser la population. Nous devrions faire des enquêtes non techniques. Nous devrions, en plus, des enquêtes techniques. Et surtout, nous devrions passer à l'étape de la dépollution. Et pour réaliser ce travail, il nous demande énormément de moyens. Comme vous le savez très bien, notre pays est en guerre et nous sommes aussi pendant une année électorale. En tout cas, sans le soutien des partenaires, nous serons incapables de relever ces défis. Donc, je ne serai pas long. J'ai un support que je pourrais tout à l'heure remettre en dur. Voilà un peu, étant donné les longs voyages que j'ai effectués depuis hier, là, je n'ai même pas dormi. Je suis arrivé aujourd'hui à 9h30 et directement, je suis passé ici. Le seul message que j'ai à passer, c'est de ne pas oublier la République démocratique du Congo, qui subit les mêmes sorts que l'Ukraine. La même façon dont les mines antipersonnelles circulent en Ukraine, c'est la même façon dont ça circule chez nous, en République démocratique du Congo. Donc, aidez-nous à avoir des moyens pour que nous puissions renforcer les capacités, pour aussi essayer de passer à ces étapes dont je vous ai cité, la sensibilisation, enquête technique, et puis la dépollution des zones qui sont passées de 31 zones à 37 zones contaminées par les mines antipersonnelles. Et cela nous permettra aussi de lutter aussi chaque fois nous sommes attaqués par des engins explosifs improvisés. Mais sans les moyens, la RDC seule ne pourra pas faire le travail. Voilà un peu, Madame la Présidente, le petit message que j'avais à passer. Tout ce que j'ai ramené comme travail, je l'ai en dur. J'aurai à déposer au secrétariat. J'ai dit et je vous remercie.
Thank you so much, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, for your strong commitment to the treaty and for your effort that you make to join us today. We are so glad to hear the situation in your country. So after this, we will have Peru, France, Italy, and Iraq. Peru, you may have the floor.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Inicio expresando el reconocimiento de la delegación del Perú a Tailandia, Japón, Argelia y Países Bajos como miembros de este comité por la manera en que han conducido nuestros trabajos. A continuación me referiré a la cooperación en particular con el Ecuador, así como con otros países. En cuanto a la cooperación existente entre el Perú y Ecuador, que está caracterizada, por cierto, por un alto nivel de confianza mutua, integración y cooperación, se han registrado significativos logros en el ámbito del desminado humanitario en la zona de la frontera, lo que ha contribuido a que los dos países avancemos de manera exitosa en la implementación de la Convención de Ottawa. Se trata de un ejemplo de cooperación sur-sur, donde las buenas prácticas y la voluntad de las partes posibilitan desarrollar medidas de capacitación, entrenamiento, planificación, entre otras, que contribuyen al desminado, a la asistencia recíproca en esta materia, en beneficio de las poblaciones de ambos países localizadas en las zonas minadas. De otro lado, la institucionalización de las reuniones políticas y militares de autoridades de desminado en ambos países, que se llevan a cabo de manera semestral, han hecho posible coordinar aspectos técnicos para un mejor desempeño de las labores de desminado, ¿no? También hay un nivel político al más alto ámbito, dado que existen reuniones presidenciales frecuentes, lo que ha constituido un elemento de trascendental importancia. La más reciente reunión bilateral en la materia se llevó a cabo a comienzos de mayo de 2023, donde el Centro Peruano de Acción contra Minas Antipersonal, denominado Contraminas, y el Centro de Desminado del Ecuador, CENDESMI, establecieron importantes acuerdos, entre los cuales destacaré el intercambio de información sobre los procesos de desminado humanitario, la decisión de continuar la ejecución de campañas binacionales de educación sobre el riesgo de minas antipersonal, un repositorio fotográfico sobre desminado humanitario, así como actividades binacionales por la conmemoración de los 25 años de la firma de los Acuerdos de Paz de Itamaraty. Se tiene previsto realizar asimismo la 25ª reunión de autoridades nacionales de acción contra las minas antipersonal Ecuador-Perú en formato presencial durante el primer trimestre del 2024 en la ciudad de Quito. En cuanto a actividades de cooperación y asistencia con otros países, quisiéramos destacar 3. Primero, la cooperación de Italia mediante el dictado de cursos en eliminación de artefactos explosivos en la Escuela de Desminado del Perú, así como la visita de trabajo de desminadores peruanos al Centro de Excelencia sobre la materia en la República Italiana. Segundo, España, a través del Centro Internacional de Desminado, nos ha brindado o ha participado en el 13º curso de desminado humanitario y desactivación de artefactos explosivos, donde participaron 3 oficiales desminadores del Ejército del Perú. Finalmente, se viene coordinando la cooperación en desminado por parte de Eslovenia, a través de la ONG Enhancing Human Security, así como del programa de acción contra las minas antipersonal de la Organización de Estados Americanos, OEA. Concluyo, señora presidenta, renovando nuestro reconocimiento a los países y organismos cooperantes y reiterando nuestro llamado a la comunidad internacional a continuar con este esfuerzo de cooperación en favor de los objetivos y propósitos de esta convención. Gracias.
Thank you so much, Peru. Before we go to France, I wish to remind you again that we wish to limit the time of speaking to be only 3 minutes, just in order to allow our colleagues from ICBL, DICHD, NPA, and Hello Trust to be able to speak and share their experience. I now go to France. France, you may have the floor.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Je voudrais féliciter le comité de son travail et je serai très bref. Mon pays est très attaché à la coopération et l'assistance. Le montant de son aide augmente chaque année pour atteindre désormais 15 millions d'euros. Nous intervenons dans une dizaine de pays et nous avons même ouvert des chantiers nouveaux dans des pays comme la Mauritanie ou l'Azerbaïdjan, qui est extrêmement touché par les mines, et nous appuyons à la fois des organisations internationales comme l'UNMAS, le PNUD, et aussi des ONG comme Handicap International, Danish Refugee Council, MAG, AMAP Humanitaire, Handicap International, pour conduire des actions dans tous les pays. Nous accordons une importance particulière à la formation en soutenant le CPADD du Bénin et l'école régionale de déminage humanitaire du Liban, et nous avons aidé également le GICHD sur son fonds francophone pour aider en particulier les pays francophones d'Afrique. Et naturellement, nous allons augmenter nettement nos actions en Ukraine en précisant bien que cela ne se fera pas au détriment des autres pays. Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, France. Italy, you may have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And first of all, please let me congratulate Thailand for assuming the chairmanship of this committee and the World Committee for the hard work they've been conducting this year. Italy aligns itself with the statement by the European Union. I'd also like to add some remarks in my national capacity. Achieving a world free of mines by 2025 is an ambitious goal, requiring continuous commitment from all relevant stakeholders, and international cooperation and assistance are crucial to this end. Italy is very proud to chair this year the Mine Action Support Group, which coordinates at global level the humanitarian mine action programs, harmonizes priorities, and increases donor support in the sector. Italy has a dedicated fund for humanitarian demining, which was set up by law in 2001, allowing the allocation of resources to mine action projects relating to anti-personnel landmines and explosive remnants of war. In 2021 and 2022, we capped the level of funds at approximately 8.5 million for each year. These funds allowed in 2022 to confirm our commitment to humanitarian demining in countries where we were already present, among others Afghanistan, Somalia, and Mali, as well as carry out activities in humanitarian and identified areas of intervention, such as Sudan and Niger. Our projects have a holistic approach, including clearance, risk education, and assistance to victims, paying particular attention to the social economic dimension of mine action. The Geneva International Center for Humanitarian Demining has been a long-standing partner of Italy for the implementation of activities related to explosive ordnance risk education, strengthening of the Convention ISU, and more broadly, humanitarian demining. Over the course of last year, Italy supported the International Committee of the Red Cross program for physical rehabilitation and social inclusion in Afghanistan, which operates through 7 centers in the country and that registers hundreds of patients each year. The program implements a policy of training and education of persons with disabilities in order to support their gradual reintegration in the socioeconomic life of the country. We've also supported the same organizations in Mali, Niger, Ethiopia, and Somalia in order to provide assistance and rehabilitation to vulnerable people. In recent year, we've also supported the work of UMMES in Palestine, Syria, Iraq. Our funds contributed inter alia to the training of humanitarian operators and to risk education activities. Activities of clearance, training, and awareness raising through the support of mass media were conducted in Iraq. Madam Chair, in carrying out these activities, we strongly believe that international assistance should not be limited to financial support, but should also include, to the extent possible, the sharing of experience, knowledge, and practical know-how. On this point, let me recall the involvement of the Italian armed forces operating abroad in clearance of improvised explosive devices and explosive ordnance disposals. We strengthen multilateralism by empowering collaborations with UN, other international and regional organizations. Before concluding, Madam Chair, I would like to stress that the notions of national ownership and donor coordination are 2 key tenets of Italian cooperation, including in humanitarian demining. Therefore, we greatly value initiatives such as the country coalition, as well as individualized approach, such as the one that was presented for Senegal just shortly ago. Italy stands ready to contribute to all these efforts, enhancing the effectiveness of international assistance. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Italy. Iraq, you may have the floor.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. شكرا سيادة الرئيس، السيدات والسادة الحضور. نود أن نتقدم لكم وإلى رئيس وأعضاء لجنة تعزيز التعاون والمساعدة الدوليان بالشكر والتقدير على الجهود المبذولة في تنفيذ المهمة المنوطة بكم. سيد الرئيس، نجتمع اليوم في الفترة الزمنية التي تسبق الاجتماع 21 للاتفاقية خلال هذا العام ومؤتمر المراجعة الخامس المزمع عقده العام المقبل لكي نستعرض إنجازاتنا المتحققة والتحديات التي تواجه تنفيذ خطة عمل أوسلو، لنضع المقترحات والحلول المناسبة للمضي بتنفيذ التزامات تجاه الاتفاقية عملا بالإجراء رقم 42 من خطة عمل أوسلو. فإن حكومة بلدي تبذل قصارى جهودها لتأمين الموارد المالية لتنفيذ الالتزامات الواردة في الاتفاقية من خلال اقتراح تمويل مشاريع على الموازنة الاستثمارية للدولة والاقتراض الخارجي، حيث تم تخصيص مبلغ وقدره 400 مليون دولار أمريكي على مدة 4 أعوام بتمويل من وكالة ضمان الصادرات البريطانية UKEF لتنفيذ أعمال المسح والإزالة لحقول الألغام المضادة للأفراد، وتخصيص مبالغ لأعمال شؤون الألغام من قبل وزارة النفط ضمن المبالغ المخصصة للمشاريع النفطية لجولات التراخيص في جنوب ووسط العراق، والتنسيق مع الهيئة الوطنية للاستثمار لعرض مواقع ملوثة لتطهيرها وثم استثمارها لكافة الأنشطة الصناعية والسياحية والزراعية، وتخصيص مبالغ لفرق المسح والإزالة والتوعية من قبل حكومة إقليم كردستان العراق لإجراء الأعمال التنفيذية لشؤون الألغام. ودعما لجهود حكومة بلادي بإنجاز ميناء الفاو الكبير، فإن العمل جاري لتهيئة خطة لتطهير قضاء الفاو في محافظة البصرة وبمساحة 300 كيلومتر مربع، والمؤشرة في قاعدة البيانات الوطنية، بالإضافة إلى مشاريع اقتصادية عديدة في المحافظات المحررة من عصابات داعش الإرهابية الملوثة بالألغام المضادة للأفراد ذات الطبيعة المرتجلة، ومنها مطار الموصل الدولي. وعملا بالإجراء رقم 44 فإن الاجتماعات التي تعقد للمنتدى القطري الذي تم تشكيله في جمهورية العراق ومشاركة كافة الجهات الحكومية والحكومات المحلية والشركاء الدوليين والتي تصدر عن اجتماعاتها قرارات وطنية تصب في مصلحة تنسيق الأعمال المتعلقة بالألغام وتدعم الجهود الوطنية للتنفيذ، حيث يقترح وفد بلادي خلال مؤتمر المراجعة الخامس إنشاء منصة موحدة وعدة منصات تستعرض أعمال وإنجازات المنتديات القطرية التي تشكلت في الدول الأطراف من أجل الحوار والتنسيق على الصعيد الوطني لغرض مشاركة التجارب في مجال التنسيق الوطني ومشاركة أصحاب المصلحة. وعملا بالإجراء رقم 45 فإن في جمهورية العراق قدرات بشرية وطنية مدربة وفقا للمعايير الوطنية والدولية بشؤون الألغام ومنظمات وطنية مفوضة قادرة على تنفيذ أعمال المسح والإزالة وإدارة الجودة، وهذه القدرات والمنظمات بحاجة إلى دعم وتمويل دولي من الدول الأطراف والدول المانحة لتنفيذ الأعمال تحت إشراف السلطة الوطنية في جمهورية العراق، فضلا من اقتراحنا بقيام الاتفاقية تطوير منصة الشراكات الحالية لاستعراض الخطط والأولويات الوطنية للدول الأطراف التي تحتاج إلى الدعم والمساعدة. وعملا بالإجراء رقم 47 فإن العراق وقع هذا العام مذكرة تفاهم مع جمهورية كوريا، وسوف يتم توقيع هذا العام أيضا مذكرة تفاهم مع المملكة العربية السعودية الشقيقة ومركز جنيف الدولي لإزالة الألغام للأغراض الإنسانية، وجاري دراسة التعاون الثنائي مع دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة الشقيقة وجمهورية رومانيا، والتي تدعم تبادل أفضل للممارسات والدروس وعرض واقع التلوث والتحديات والاحتياجات. سيد الرئيس، إن حجم التلوث الكبير في العراق وعدد الإصابات الكبيرة بين المواطنين المدنيين وخسارة الأراضي الزراعية وزيادة نسبة التصحر التي لهذا تداعياتها على التغييرات المناخية يستدعي وقفة دولية جادة وكبيرة من الاتفاقية والدول الأطراف والأمم المتحدة لتخليص المجتمعات السكانية والأراضي الزراعية الكبيرة الملوثة بالألغام المضادة للأفراد والألغام ذات الطبيعة المرتجلة والتي تهدد الأمن المجتمعي والسكاني والبيئي الخطير الذي بدأ يعصف بالمناخ. وشكرا. شكرا لإصغائكم.
Thank you so much. So before I give the floor to ICBL, GICHD, NPA, and Hello Trust, I wish to remind that Ambassador Gobel, our president, is quite strict with the time. I wish your kind consideration to limit your remarks to 2 minutes. Please, ICBL, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. International cooperation and assistance has been one of the groundbreaking provisions of the treaty that underpins many of its successes to date. It is important to remember that assistance is a right and obligation. According to the treaty's Article 6, each state party has a right to seek and receive assistance, and each state party in a position to do so shall provide assistance. It is an indispensable provision that enables fulfillment of all other key obligations under the treaty, such as land clearance, risk education, victim assistance, and stockpile destruction. It is therefore key that assistance remains at a high level and ideally increases to ensure all affected states and territories have access to needed resources to meet their obligations under the treaty. The ICBL is concerned that the global support for mine action has been decreasing over the past 4 years, and as reported by the Landmine Monitor last year, it dropped by 7%. We hope this worrying trend will be reversed as the treaty's continued success depends upon it. Effective provision of cooperation assistance supports the goals of the convention. We need to do more and we need to do better in ensuring assistance gets everywhere it is needed as efficiently as possible, supporting all the pillars of mine action. According to the Monitor, there are 27 states with obligations to victims in their country. Only 9 donors reported contributing to victim assistance projects in 8 states parties and 6 states not party. As many as 9 affected states parties did not receive external support to carry out clearance or risk education projects in 2021. The success of this treaty depends on meeting all needs and not leaving anyone behind. Chair, I would like to conclude with a few practical recommendations on what states can do more and better to ensure assistance reaches all in need and effectively supports the implementation of all treaty obligations. Firstly, affected states need to provide clear information on remaining challenges
the types of assistance and support needed, as well as the level of their national contributions. Equally important, they need to develop and implement resource mobilization plans for completing their obligations. Too often, affected states parties do not say how much they need and for what exactly. Secondly, donors don't fund and forget. Direct engagement and close follow-up by donors with affected states that they support through funding enhances national ownership, mine action program and results, as well as respect for the treaty's obligations. To give money and not to engage, not to follow up is a missed opportunity. Thirdly, donor states still need to coordinate more closely among themselves in order to identify all gaps and to work together to cover them in the most efficient and effective manner possible. This would contribute to reaching a wider and more diverse range of countries with different levels of contamination, new and old, and for those with victim assistance obligations to provide services to survivors, affected families, and communities. Donors' funding decisions should also recognize and fund complete quality Article 5 extension requests and work plans aimed at prompt completion. We cannot allow that a good plan and good effort goes without support. Chair, this treaty has seen many successes to date, with continued strong, sustained, coordinated assistance applied to all pillars of mine action. We can finish this story in our lifetime and create a legacy of which we can all be proud. Thank you.
Thank you, ICBL. GICHD, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. The GICHD will deliver brief remarks in the interest of time. For international cooperation and assistance to be effective and efficient, all actors on the ground should have a solid understanding of the specific challenges and priorities of an affected country and its population. The individualized approach under the Convention is a very welcome undertaking in this respect. While continuing to encourage initiatives under the individualized approach, we're also mindful that this should serve as a catalyst for strengthened national ownership, planning and implementation at the national level. To this end, we must do more to better share capacities through an inclusive approach that mainstreams gender diversity and promotes equality and inclusion. It's highly encouraging to see that the gender focal point of the committee has led the development of an action plan on gender and diversity. We must also provide opportunities for states to share lessons, good practices, challenges, and solutions, particularly at the regional level. In 2022, through its Francophone Regional Cooperation Program, the GICHD organized a workshop with the Center for Post-Conflict Demining and Clearance in Benin. It aimed to continue promoting regional cooperation and foster the enhancement of capacities for humanitarian response to the problem of explosive ordnance contamination. Colleagues, cooperation and assistance can play a key role for those states parties that, despite their considerable efforts and progress, are just a few steps away from completion, and must therefore do more to ensure that funding provided in emergency contexts is not mobilized at the expense of supporting other affected states in need of assistance. Thank you.
Thank you. NPA, you may have the floor.
Thank you. Fulfilling the Convention obligations relies on joint efforts by affected states parties as well as by those states parties not affected by mine contamination, but whose role is equally as important for the job being done. As we are approaching the next review conference, the goal from the last review conference in Oslo in 2019 of getting countries across the finish line still stands as relevant as ever. We know from experience that this will depend on meaningful cooperation by all states parties through funding, capacity development, and exchange of lessons learned. We welcome and reconfirm our commitment to cooperation initiatives, such as the ones announced at the last MSP by Thailand and Cambodia, as well as Peru and Ecuador, concerning mined areas on their shared borders, and hope other states parties will follow those examples. As stressed in our statement on Article 5 implementation, the success of the Convention relies on all states parties making increased efforts to ensure timely completion through informing national mine action platforms as in line with the Action 44 of the Oslo Action Plan, engaging in state-to-state cooperation and dedicating continued resources necessary for the successful fulfillment of the Convention's obligations.
We invite affected states parties to initiate roundtable talks with all relevant stakeholders, enhance national coordination mechanisms, and seek to enhance sustainable long-term national capacities to ensure conditions are met for successful management of residual contamination. We're thankful for the long-term commitment and support from several donors who have shown great efforts over the years in supporting the Convention's objectives. However, funding remains one of the main obstacles towards a timely completion for many of the remaining 34 states parties with contamination. Though MPA fully supports, understands, and applauds the increased support given to humanitarian crisis, we strongly encourage that the overall funding to mine action is increased and that does not come at the expense of others, but rather in addition to. The list of countries with low contamination, which are still far away for completion due to the lack of funding, is increasing. And as we heard yesterday from the monitor and as underlined earlier, resources are indeed available. We just need to allocate them appropriately. We strongly encourage more donors to come forward and support through increased, diversified, and committed multi-year funding, allowing for thorough, predictable, and more efficient and effective planning.
Could you please
Thank you.
conclude your statement? Thank you. Hello Trust, you may have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The sector is rightly mobilizing to support the mine action response in Ukraine. The generosity of donors has been unprecedented, and we commend the government of Ukraine for the prioritization of mine action, including at today's recovery conference in London. HALO deeply values its partnership with the government of Ukraine, as well as our HALO Ukraine program. As pledging commitments grow, it is essential that they are matched with support for systems that draw on the body of established sector practice. This will ensure that the most effective use of funding is enabled. It will not only save lives and enable safe physical reconstruction, but also help us to put agricultural land back into productive use. It is imperative that we avoid a scenario where disbursement of surge funding results in the need for resurvey and reclearance in the future. With estimates for survey and clearance now exceeding $37 billion, scale up also needs to be sustainable and able to withstand other new conflict and priorities that will inevitably arise. It is worth recalling that at the height of the response to the Daesh crisis, Iraq and Syria saw a huge surge in funding. Nearly $90 million were pledged from 2 countries alone in a single year. Funding levels rapidly declined. Similar trends have characterized the sector. Meanwhile, nearly all countries beyond Ukraine are experiencing significant funding deficits. Some of our members are facing the prospect of program closure before the job is completed. Because we have prioritized well, it is inevitable that the last mile will often be the least visibly impactful. Yet countries and areas where contamination is not now at the forefront of many minds must remain important to our sector. Explosive hazards continue to affect communities and long-term recovery. Next year, we will see the 5th review conference of the APMBC. We must accept that our community has not succeeded in achieving the 2025 aspiration in most places. A large number of extension requests lie ahead in the next 18 months. Aside from new conflict, funding is without doubt the primary obstacle. We must now, however, present this as a failure and look not to point fingers. There have been many successes, and thanks to the Mine Action Review, it is unquestionable that there have been enormous improvements in mine action planning, coordination, and the application of good standards in most places. But it remains clear that funding is the largest obstacle to completion. HALO looks forward to working with everyone in this community to develop an approach for next year's review conference to address these issues of forgotten crisis. Colleagues, I would like to close with a positive trend. A concerted effort by many states and civil society, including HALO, saw the 2019 review conference change the place and status within the mine action sector. This cooperation has seen progress in gender as one of the largest successes since Oslo. We commend in particular the work of our colleagues of the Gender and Diversity Working Group. As we saw from yesterday's excellent thematic panel, we now have the opportunity to do something similar with the environment. Several members of the group are leading the work on mitigating mine action's impact on the environment and enabling efforts to reduce the pace of climate change and biodiversity
Hello,
loss.
Trust. I wish you to conclude your remarks.
Our sector works in these areas are highly valuable and to the impact of environment crisis, but also vulnerable to fragility, food insecurity, and conflict. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Hello Trust. The committee would like to thank you for your participation during this session, and we look forward to continuing our conversation on cooperation and assistance. In the lead to the 21st meeting of the state parties, we also look at the providing recommendations to take forward towards the fifth review conference. We will end the agenda 5, matter related to mandate of the committee on the enhancement of cooperation and assistance now, and continue with agenda 7, matters related to the mandate of the president. I thank you.
Thank you. So colleagues, so with this, I would like now to turn to the next agenda item, which is matters related to the mandate of the president. And I think one matter related to the mandate of the president is timekeeping. So please, again, I would like to invite all of you to be very limited in your statements. Indeed, I have to limit them to 3 minutes strict, and then we will keep the clock on this. So first, but perhaps let me add to keep the 3 minutes. That doesn't mean that you should speak quickly, because please I think also about the to the interpreters which have to cope with this speed. So first, universalization. So you all know we started with 103 states parties in 1997. Today we are in 164. That means that there are still 33 states parties which are missing. And I think it's clear that pursuing universal adherence to the convention and acceptance of its norm is essential to fulfilling the promise that is a world free of anti-personal landmines. I am very pleased that there is a high number of states not party which joined us for these meetings. You are all here as observers, and we really welcome wholeheartedly your participation and your engagement. Our aspirations cannot be met without universalizing the convention. So in this regard, and as this is a priority to each presidency, but especially as we announced to the German presidency, I would like to give you a brief update on my activities related to universalization so far. So one of the first priorities was to continue the efforts by my predecessor in setting up and establishing a universalization coordination group, which we have established right at the beginning of our presidency, and which has met in between in several meetings. The objective is to ensure a more coordinated and also sustainable approach to universalization efforts. And I think so far we were very successful in this regard. In developing a list of targeted countries, and also to share the outreach amongst these states of the group. And I want to take this opportunity to thank all the states who are engaging in this, and also all the states who are engaging with the members of this group. I'm sure that we will be able to make headway in our organization efforts by this group. In addition, in the last months, I had also the pleasure to meet with representatives here in Geneva. For example, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Laos, Singapore, United Arab Emirates, and Vietnam, in order to discuss with them and to exchange on the obstacles and the reasons for not yet joining the Ottawa family, and I will continue to do so in the run-up to the meeting of states parties in November. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the European Union for the European Council decision, which is being implemented by the ISU and has a very important role in the President's mandate and in the efforts of universalizing the convention. With this brief introduction, I would like to open the floor to states parties, to the states not party, which would like to update us on steps that they have been taking so far to move closer to the convention. And please stick to the strict 3-minute rule. I would like to ask all the other delegations who would like to take the floor on this agenda item to hand in their statements in writing, which will be truly reflected on the conventional's website. So with this, I would like to give the floor for the first speaker, which is the representative of the People's Republic of Laos. So please, sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the Lao PDR believe that mines, cluster munition, contamination, and other form of ERW pose a severe threat to our people's life and socio-economic development. 1/3 of our land is contaminated with the cluster munition remnants, hindering development. To address this issue, the government has prioritized the CCM and has taken proactive measures at national, regional, and international level. Accordingly, the country has access to the CCW and is party to the Protocol 5 on ERW. Moreover, the Lao PDR has demonstrated a strong political will and a high level of commitment to the CCM. Addressing cluster munition remnants has been a top priority for the government, which has enacted legislation framework covering all aspects of mine action and established operational mechanism to ensure the safety and our people's life from all forms ERW. Furthermore, Lao PDR was the first country to adopt national sustainable development goals with SDG 18, Life Safe from UXO, highlighting its dedication to ensuring the country's socio-economic development is not hindered by the presence of unexplored ordnance. Mr. President, as a small country with limited resource and capacity to fulfill international obligation, Lao PDR has prioritized the implementation of the CCM due to the ongoing threat of cluster munition contamination that continue to harm and kill our people. In 2022 alone, 16 UXO accidents result in 20 casualties, including 3 women, 9 men, and 8 boys. Although Lao PDR still faces resource constraints and limited capacity to fulfill to exceed the Anti-Personal Mine Ban Convention, the country conducts a clearance operation that includes all forms of ERW, including mines. In 2022, approximately 5,000 hectares of land were cleared, resulting in the destruction of
85,000 ordnance, including 54 mines. Despite our efforts, UXO mine action continue to be challenges due to the extensive contaminated of cluster munition in the country. This challenge is reflected in our recent request for an extension of clearance under the CCM. And we anticipate to submit a second request in the coming year. Therefore, we hope to increase international assistance to address long-standing humanitarian challenge in mine action sector. As a government, we are committed to redoubling our efforts to meet our international obligation. The government has demonstrated its commitment to Ottawa Convention by attending the 4th Review Convention held in Oslo in 2019 at the highest level, with Deputy Minister declaring our intention to submit national voluntary report in 2020. However, a global pandemic has slowed down a process in causing the delay. We are confident that with the consistent support and assistance from the international community, we will be able to exceed the Anti-Personal Mine Ban Convention in the near future. In the meantime, the Lao PDR will continue to engage with countries affected by ERW, sharing our experience on implementing the CCM alongside with my ban convention. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished delegate from Laos for this statement, and also thank you for the submission of the voluntary report. This is very much appreciated, and so please recall that joining our convention should not alter your prioritization on impact, regardless of whether this is by anti-personal mines or cluster munitions. So thank you very much. And next speaker on my list is Morocco. So please, Morocco, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, ma délégation tient à vous féliciter pour votre élection à la présidence de la 21e réunion des États parties à la Convention sur l'interdiction des mines antipersonnelles. Et salue la clarté des priorités que vous avez assignées dans le document listant les objectifs de votre mandat, dans le contexte particulier de l'anniversaire des 25 ans de l'adoption de la Convention et à l'approche de sa 5e conférence d'examen 2024. À l'occasion de ces réunions intercessions, ma délégation souhaite réaffirmer avec la ferveur qui s'impose son plein appui aux principes fondamentaux de la Convention qui découlent d'une compréhension totale des aspects du droit international humanitaire afférents à la question des mines antipersonnelles. De plus, l'engagement du Maroc pour l'élimination des mines antipersonnelles a été confirmé par son vote en faveur des différents projets de résolution présentés lors des sessions de l'Assemblée générale des Nations unies, relative à la mise en œuvre de la Convention d'Ottawa. Cette posture traduit l'appui total et constant du Maroc aux principes humanitaires de cet instrument international et son profond attachement à ses objectifs de désarmement. La préservation de la Convention passe indéniablement par son universalisation, à travers l'adhésion de tous les États, ce à quoi le Royaume du Maroc s'est toujours engagé sans relâche, tout en rappelant que les conditions doivent être réunies à cette fin, à savoir la résolution du conflit régional artificiel autour de son Sahara marocain. Dans l'attente de cet objectif, le Maroc est pleinement conscient de la nécessité de renforcer la Convention et y accorde toute l'attention nécessaire, comme le prouve indéniablement la soumission volontaire de notre rapport national de transparence, en vertu de l'article 7 de la Convention, et ce, de manière régulière. Ainsi, et conformément à l'article 3 de la Convention, les mines en dépôt servent uniquement à l'instruction, notamment la formation et l'initiation au déminage. À ce titre, les mines de la ligne de défense sont répertoriées et surveillées selon des plans de pose préétablis détenus par les unités de génie militaire. Ils ont été posés bien avant l'entrée en vigueur de la Convention d'Ottawa. Ces mines seront éliminées dès le règlement définitif du conflit régional artificiel imposé au Royaume.
Excuse, j'aimerais vous demander de finir votre intervention.
C'est vrai, je suis encore un peu plus loin. Alors, j'aurais bien aimé partager plusieurs chiffres de ce que fait mon pays. Alors, je maintiendrai à dire que les autorités marocaines jouent un rôle capital dans la sensibilisation de la population sur les risques liés aux engins explosifs. Des campagnes de sensibilisation sont organisées en liaison avec les autorités locales au profit de la population des provinces du sud du Royaume. Et aussi, les autorités marocaines compétentes prennent en charge avec célérité les personnes victimes d'incidents des mines antipersonnelles afin de préserver les fonctions vitales et fonctionnelles, initialement dans les différentes structures du réseau intégré des soins des urgences médicales, en respectant la filière de soins selon les degrés de gravité des liaisons. Monsieur le Président, le Royaume du Maroc réitère sa pleine disposition à accompagner les efforts internationaux en vue de l'atteinte de l'objectif central de la Convention, à savoir un monde exempt de mines antipersonnelles, et œuvrera, comme à l'accoutumée, à la réussite de la 20e réunion des États parties à la Convention sous votre présidence. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Je remercie la déléguée du Maroc et aussi pour la compréhension. Et next speaker on my list is the Republic of Korea. So please, Republic of Korea, there's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the outset, I'd like to congratulate you on the assumption of the presidency of the 21st meeting of the states parties this year. My delegation is pleased to attend the intersessional meetings of the Anti-Personnel Mine Ban Convention as an observer. The Republic of Korea remains concerned about the humanitarian impacts of the indiscriminate use of anti-personnel mines. In light of the unique security circumstances on the Korean Peninsula, the Republic of Korea is unable to accede to the Ottawa Convention at this juncture, though we strongly support the objectives and purposes of the convention. Sharing the humanitarian aims of the convention, we have made various efforts to mitigate the suffering caused by anti-personnel mines. My delegation would like to elaborate on some practical steps we have taken. The Republic of Korea has been steadily clearing anti-personnel mines where possible. In 2022, we removed 822 anti-personnel mines, which records almost a 3/4 increase over the previous year. When conducting these activities, we abide by the majority of the principles of the IMAS. We also exercise strict control over anti-personnel landmines and have maintained an indefinite extension of the moratorium on their export since 1997. In a related manner, the Republic of Korea has not installed anti-personnel mines for several years. When it comes to existing mines, we undertake all possible precautionary measures to protect civilians from the risks and effects of mines. As a party to the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons and its amended Protocol 2, the Republic of Korea is also taking an active part in a range of discussions and activities to ensure limited and responsible use of mines. Mr. President, the Republic of Korea has been taking part in international cooperation efforts to support those affected by landmines through multilateral channels, including the UNMAS via UNVTF and the International Trust Fund Enhancing Human Security. Assuming the chair of the Board of Advisors of the ITF this year, the RK has doubled its annual contributions to ITF and contributes to strengthening its efforts in humanitarian mine action. The Korea International Cooperation Agency, KOICA, has also been contributing to national mine action programs and sustainable development programs of the affected population and communities in countries including Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam. Experts from the Iraq Ministry of National Defense have also been participating.
Delegate to come to your statement.
Have also been participating in these efforts by providing technical assistance. Furthermore, as a follow-up to the pledges presented at the 2022 Seoul UN Peacekeeping Ministerial, my government has continued to keep a plan to provide technical assistance, including the mining training courses and equipment support. The Republic of Korea would like to reiterate the support and commitments to the objectives and purposes of the Ottawa Convention. I thank you, Mr. President.
thank the distinguished delegate of Korea for her statement, and I ask for your understanding that I would like to ask all the other delegations who would like to comment on the status of universalization to hand in their statements in writing. And with this, I would turn to the next agenda item, which is stockpile destruction and mines retained under Article 3. I think we know that the elimination of all stockpiled anti-personnel mines is critical to preventing additional suffering and casualties caused by these weapons. There has been great efforts made. We have to date more than 53 million stockpiled anti-personnel mines destroyed. After the end of the 20th meeting of states parties, 2 states parties had reported that they were still in the process of implementing Article 4 of the convention, which is Greece and Ukraine. And I would now give the floor to these 2 states to update us on their efforts to implement these obligations. Afterwards, I will also give the floor to states parties that have indicated retaining anti-personnel mines for permitted purposes under Article 3 for their updates. So please, with this, I would like to invite Ukraine to take the floor. Please, Ukraine, you have the floor.
Mr. President, distinguished participant of the meeting. Acceding to the Ottawa Convention, Ukraine had an obligation to destroy the existing stockpiles of anti-personnel mines. This means the destruction of more than 6.8 million anti-personnel mines inherited from the Soviet Union. Ukraine has successfully moved forward in this effort to fulfill its obligation under Article 4 on the Ottawa Convention. More than 400,000 PMM2 landmines, more than 230,000 POMs, 8,000 PMD6, 3,500 OZM4, about 15,000 remotely in place POM2 mines, and about 2 million PFM1 mines were completely destroyed. Despite the Russian aggression that began in 2014, Ukraine continued to increase its effort to destroy stockpiles. We should express our gratitude to our partners, namely the European Union and NATO, who is in accordance with the implementation agreement ratified by the Verkhovna Rada on May 18, 2005, and the contract between the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine and the NATO NSPA agency, signed on February 1st, 2013. Assist Ukraine in destroying about 2.5 million PFM1 and PFM1S mines. 3,363,828 PFM1S mines left. The contract expired at the beginning of 2020, and NSPA hold an international tender in order to determine the contractor for the destruction of the remaining anti-personnel mines. In this context, a working group of the representative of the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine and a representative of NSPA inspired the actual condition of the munition to determine whether they could be safely transported to the disposal site. In accordance with Article number 14 of the Oslo Action Plan, states parties that have failed to meet the stockpile destruction deadline and therefore are in non-compliance with Article 4 should present a time-bound plan for completion. Unfortunately, the implementation of this requirement is currently not possible. The full-scale Russian illegal war of aggression has made adjustment of the plans for the destruction of the stockpile. Currently, all economic and financial resources of Ukraine and assistance from our international partners are aimed at repelling a Russian aggression and preserving Ukrainian statehood and independence. At the same time, munition storages and arsenals where anti-personnel mines are stored were under air and missile attacks by the armed forces of the Russian Federation. Some of them were located in territories that are currently liberated. In this regard, it is necessary to conduct audit and verification of anti-personnel mine stock. This work needs time. In addition, as we mentioned in our previous statement under agenda item 6, we would like to remind that there is still a threat of airstrikes by Russia's missile and kamikaze drones aimed at our ammunition storages. For example, only in May this year, Russia attacked around 20 times the rearward areas of Ukraine with missiles and Shahed-type drones. More than 100 cruise and ballistic missile and about 200 drones were used. Accordingly, a situation regarding munition storages can be changed. In conclusion, we would like to stress Ukraine assures that despite the existing threats and anti-personnel mines declared by Ukraine as part of the implementation of Article 4 of the Ottawa Convention are in the warehouse of the armed force of Ukraine and will be destroyed in accordance with the obligations after the cessation of Russians hostiles and the restoration of Ukrainians' territory integrity within its internationally recognized borders. Thank you very much for your attention.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Ukraine for this update and shared information. And now I would like to give the floor to Greece. So please, Greece, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will deliver a short version of our statement. The complete statement will be uploaded on the convention's website. Mr. President, on November 28, 2022, the Fifth Amendment of the contract between the Hellenic Defense Systems Company and the Committee Department of the Hellenic Army General Staff for the destruction of the remaining anti-personnel log mine stockpile was signed. The said amendment foresees the transportation and destruction of the remaining quantity of anti-personnel landmines and the installations of the Militech company in Croatia within a period of 18 months, notwithstanding, of course, any future unforeseen circumstances beyond our control. Furthermore, on March 16, 2023, the Croatian authorities issued the necessary documents for the import of the mines into the Croatian territory. Following that, on May 3, 2023, the relevant department of the Hellenic Ministry of Foreign Affairs granted the Hellenic Defense Systems the required export license for the transportation of the anti-personnel landmines from Greece. In this context, the Hellenic Defense Systems Company is currently preparing to transport the first cargo of mines to the installations of the Militech company in Croatia. The transportation is scheduled to take place in the upcoming days, and Hellenic Defense System is making all the necessary arrangements to ensure a smooth, safe, and timely delivery that will put the destruction process back on track. And at this point, we would like to extend our sincere appreciation to the Croatian authorities for the exceptional level of cooperation during this process. Thank you.
Thank the distinguished delegate of Greece for this statement and update. And I would like now to ask if there is any delegation which wishes to take the floor under this agenda item concerning stockpile destruction, also with regard to obligations under Article 3. I see Germany, please. Germany, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'll try to be extremely brief. Regarding universalization, we've handed in our statement. Let me just highlight that Foreign Minister Baerbock on the International Mine Awareness Day on the 4th of April reached out to our partners to raise awareness on the direct and indirect consequences of landmine contamination on life and livelihoods of civilians, as well as on international food security. Regarding Article 3, in accordance with Article 3 of this convention, Germany retains a very limited number of anti-personnel mines for training and research purposes. Over the past 4 years, Germany has successfully reduced the number of anti-personnel mines by 1/3. While a significant reduction has been achieved and Germany currently possesses only 271 anti-personnel mines for purposes permitted by the convention, Germany is developing alternative methods wherever possible to conduct research and testing of mine clearance procedures. Germany's stated goal is to further reduce, where feasible, its stockpile of anti-personnel mines retained for training and research purposes. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Germany, and I give the floor now to the next speaker, that's Indonesia. Please, Indonesia, have the floor. Sorry. Oh, I just heard that Indonesia is not in the room, so the next speaker on my list would be ICBL. Please, ICBL, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. In this, for the sake of brevity, we will submit our statement in full. It's good to hear progress from Greece that actually mines are moving towards their destruction. The Ukraine situation is regrettable due to the Russian invasion. It is good to see the Oslo Action Plan in action in this topic. And I hope we can dedicate more time to this topic at the next meeting of states parties. Thank you.
Thank you for this intervention and for your comprehension for the situation. That gives me the possibility to turn to the next agenda item, which is the preparation for the 21st meeting of states parties, and to share with you some information with regard to this. Oh, sorry, I see this is still on the agenda item, Mr. Bach. Please, Philippines, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I apologize. For the sake of brevity, we will also just submit our national statement, but just to be very succinct, my delegation thanks your leadership and is committed to universalizing this convention. But we wish to emphasize that for us, our universalization should go beyond the number of accessions, but equally important should be about universalizing the norms. That is the stigma against the use of landmines. And in our case, the promotion of this stigma protects us even more because some non-state actors like the terrorist New People's Army uses legal semantics to evade accountability for their landmines use. So we put emphasis on universalizing the norms. In this context, we also commend your leadership in light of recent reports of landmines use. The Philippines condemns any use of landmines by any actors under any circumstances. At the same time, we also emphasize the principle of cooperative compliance, and we think that the promotion of norms must not limit the space for states to pursue their national security objectives. We also welcome the statement by the Republic of Korea for efforts that it has been doing to promote the norms against landmines, and we welcome also the statement of the US in 2022. We also commend the work by our regional neighbors, the Lao PDR and Cambodia, particularly in enshrining the freedom from UXO as a sustainable development goal. In terms of national measures, we are also in the process of improving our draft legislation on landmines, taking into account lessons learned, including on expanding the definition of landmines and taking into account our new commitments under the political declaration on EWIPA. The full statement will be submitted to the Secretariat. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished delegate of the Philippines for this statement. And so now I would like to turn then to agenda item 8, which is a preparation of the 21st meeting of states parties. You will all have seen the draft agenda, which has been on the website, which has been online and for your consideration. So I hope this agenda will find the approval by all the delegations. and that we will be able to recommend it for adoption at the 21st meeting of states parties. I will refrain from going through to it in detail in the terms of content. I would just highlight that the 21 meeting of states parties will cover all the items traditionally covered by a meeting of states parties, as you might seen. So the majority of the program will be dedicated to the consideration of the general status and the operation of the convention. In terms of the next steps, I tend to proceed as follows, seeking the cooperation and support of all states parties and others, and then I will, if this is generally acceptable, I will proceed in requesting the ISU to transmit it to the 21st Executive Secretary for adoption at the beginning of the 21st meeting of states parties. Just to inform you that in mid-September, anyway, I will convene an informal meeting in advance of the meeting of states parties in order to provide additional information on the program and agree on the decisions to be taken and to be discussed ahead of the 21st MSP. With this, I would like to continue with giving the floor to Switzerland, to whom we are very grateful as for all the support and the commitments toward the implementation of the convention. And I would like to give the floor to Switzerland to provide a statement on behalf of the Secretary General designate of the 21st meeting of states parties. So please, Switzerland, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je resterai également bref. La Suisse tient à remercier l'ensemble des États partis pour avoir été nommé secrétaire général désigné de la prochaine Assemblée des États partis à notre convention. Comme il se doit, nous nous efforcerons de remplir cette fonction avec toute la diligence nécessaire, soutenir la présidence de notre convention, tout comme les participants à la réunion, ainsi que la convention dans son ensemble, constitueront bien entendu notre priorité dans ce contexte. En tant qu'État hôte, il nous faut également vous faire part de l'honneur qui est le nôtre d'accueillir une fois encore la réunion des États partis à Genève. Notre convention est un instrument exemplaire à de multiples titres. Pour notre part, nous entendons continuer à faire en sorte que Genève puisse continuer d'héberger la convention dans les meilleures conditions possibles et puisse contribuer à son rayonnement. Nous continuerons à appuyer activement la convention, notamment en soutenant la machinerie qui la sous-tend, comme par exemple l'organisation de nos réunions intersession comme aujourd'hui. Je conclurai sur ces propos et tiens à vous remercier une fois encore pour la confiance placée envers la Suisse et de l'avoir désigné secrétaire général de la prochaine Assemblée des États partis. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much for your continued support to the convention. So with this, let us move on to the financial and organizational matters, and I would like to give the floor to Peter Koller of WINODA on financial and organizational matters concerning the 21st MSP. So please, Peter, you have the floor.
Thank you, President. The 21st MSP will take place here in Geneva in the Palais des Nations in conference room 19. The note verbal of the Secretary General convening the meeting was circulated already in January. As usual, we are requesting notification of all delegations, the composition of all delegations. What is also important is for those who do not have badges for the UN, they will have also to register through Indico in order to get UN passes. But I'll come to this when we get closer to the meeting. Turning to the financial issues, I think I'll skip the discussion on Article 14. You know it very well, the legal framework of the financial obligations under the convention. What is important is that failure to meet these obligations represents a non-compliance with the convention. And regrettably, we are failing. I mean, for several years now, we have a financial deficit, which amounts at this stage to more than $161,000. This is for the past project. This is without the budget for the current year. We have one state which has never paid its contributions. We have 30 states on the screen which have not paid their contributions for 3 or more years. And there are 12 more states which have not paid their contributions for 12 years, which basically means that every fourth state party has financial obligations to the convention for at least 2 years. Next slide, please. What is the situation now? It is on the screen. The budget for this year amounts to $591,400. We have received so far $453, which represents 77% of collection rate, which means that we're still facing a deficit of $138. So I take this opportunity to call upon all states which have not done so to do their best to pay in full and as soon as possible their contributions to the budget of the convention. I would also like to take this opportunity to inform you that based on the financial decision which was taken last year, the financial service of the United Nations office in Geneva is working hard to close all the projects, all past projects. And we hope that the closing of the accounts will happen by the end of this month so that it will be reflected in the invoices for the 2024 budget, which will be usually circulated by the end of August. Kindly note that the closure of the accounts of the past projects will most probably generate overpayments, credits, and you may wish to consider using these credits to pay in advance for the 2024 budget, which is a budget of a review conference year. That means that there will be additional spendings and earlier spendings in the year due to the prepcoms and the associated translation, interpretation, and conference costs. And one last point, you will recall that last year, at the meeting of the states parties, we approved the budget for next year, for 2024 review conference. At that time, we had no idea where the conference will take place. For this reason, we had submitted an average budget, and we have announced that should there be a need, an updated version of the budget will be submitted for the approval of the states. Now that we know the place, we are trying to check whether an updated budget will be needed. The initial impression is that probably we'll survive with the one which was already approved and which we have by using probably partly also the contingency. But should there be a need for updating the budget, of having a higher budget than the one which was approved, we will circulate that very soon in this case, and we'll seek probably the approval through a silent procedure. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Enoda. Thank you, Peter, for this update. And I just want to join the appeal to and urge also that quite a bit of money to recognize the negative impact this has and to see that we run into the risk that we need to cut costs for our meetings. So please look for paying the assessed contributions as soon as possible. And I thank you very much in advance for your efforts. I see the delegate of Japan asking for the floor, please. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will be very brief. We are seriously concerned about the existence of countries that have not paid their assessed contribution to the convention. This situation could seriously impede the smooth implementation of the convention. In order to establish a sound financial basis, we would like to reiterate the importance of timely fulfillment of the obligation of each country to pay their assessed contributions. We continue to request UNODA to include the invoice, the amount and percentage of each country's dues, and continue to remind countries in arrears of the importance of timely fulfillment of their financial obligations. Lastly, Japan appreciates the work of the ISU in implementing the convention and would like to inform that Japan has contributed to the ISU work plan for 2023. We continue to call for efficient budget execution by the ISU. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you to Japan, and also thank you to the interpreters who gave us this extra minutes. And I would ask them before we have to continue in English for the last agenda items to stay with us for the next agenda item, where I would like to invite the Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary, His Excellency Dara In from Cambodia, to speak to us. As you know, Cambodia has circulated a letter expressing their interest to host and preside over the 5th Review Conference of States Parties, and I would like to give Cambodia the possibility to address this audience. Please, Ambassador, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Excellency President. Excellency President, distinguished delegate, I would like to take this opportunity to once again express the interest of Cambodia in presiding over and hosting the 5th Review Conference in Cambodia in 2024. The Anti-Personal Ban Convention is the cornerstone of our effort to address the unacceptable humanitarian consequences of anti-personnel landmines. My country, as you all know well, has witnessed the devastating effects of anti-personnel mines as a result of the war over decades. To that effect, the universalization and effective implementation of the convention has been a key priority for Cambodia since the convention was adopted in 1997 and Cambodia became a party in 2000. Since then, the positive impact of the convention implementation on mines-affected communities throughout Cambodia is real. Over 3 decades, Cambodia has managed to clear up more than 2,579 square kilometers of the contaminated land. Such an outcome was achieved through the concerted effort of the Royal Government of Cambodia, State Party of the Convention, development partners, and the mining operators. While appreciating the effort and assistance of our partner, Cambodia has also keen on engaging, contributing back to the international community. As such, we have played an active role in contributing to international community in various demining activity, such as provide demining technical training for humanitarian purpose and engage in demining works in 9 countries, namely Sudan, Southern Sudan, South Sudan, Chad, Central African Republic, Lebanon, Cyprus, Syria, Mali, and Yemen through our UN peacekeeping operation mission. More than 8,300 of our peacekeepers has been deployed for that specific purpose, among others. Indeed, we are looking to engage more in this area of work with the State Party of the Convention and other partners at the 5th Review Conference. We believe the 5th Review Conference will be an important milestone in fulfilling the objective of the convention, and we would be honored to lead this effort going forward with your assistance and input. Furthermore, I look forward to sharing with you a more concrete vision for the next review conference in the near future. We also have benefited from paying close attention to our discussion over the course of the Intersessional meeting. It is important for us to learn more about your priorities so that we can together identify some case deliverable for the review conference and shape the way forward and the new action plan for the period of 2024-2029. Excellency President, distinguished delegate. So the State Party welcome our presiding and hosting awards the 5th Review Conference. Our aim is to use the 5th Review Conference to bring new political attention to the convention and to strengthen its implementation globally and also in the region. As you know, this convention came into being as a result of close cooperation between affected countries, the government who was concerns about the humanitarian aspect of the use of landmines, civil societies, and international organizations. It is this partnership approach that will work to galvanize during our presidency and in the lead to the 5th Review Conference. I would like to assure you that the door of Cambodia is always open. And I invite all of you to approach me or my team on any issues related to the implementation and universalization of the convention. Though we are still years on this planning phase, we are already seeing some key issues we expect that will shape our work towards and beyond the review conference. A continue focus on implementing to furthest extent possible by our 2025 explorer goal. We are conscious of all progress we have to do in this regard, and that a mine-free world does not mean a world without landmine victims and survivors. Therefore, we will incorporate the need for continued victim assistance to our work. Moreover, new use of landmines, including our improvised nature, is still presenting a challenge to the norm that was established by the convention. As such, we are reminded that it was a concern for the indiscriminate impact on civilian life, which brought about the convention in the first place. Together, we will have to consider very carefully what can be done to contribute to efforts of the German presidency to continue in finding ways to best address the impact of this weapon on affected communities. I look forward to participating in the work of this convention under the Ambassador Thomas Gobel's very able leadership, and to continuing to our dialogue with each other and everyone else used about the Fifth Review Conference. Once again, we welcome your support to Cambodia, and we look forward to launch the road to the Fifth Review Conference with all of you tentatively from 2 to 6 December 2024 in Siem Reap. Under the presidency of His Excellency Senior Minister Mr. Lee Thuy, the first Vice President of the Cambodia Mine Actions and Victim Assistance Authority. I thank you.
I would like to thank Cambodia not only for this interest in assuming the presidency, but also for its strong historic support and commitment for the convention and its implementation. And I can assure you that you can count on the full support of my presidency in preparing for this very important landmark event, which is the review conference next year in your country. And with this, I would like to turn back to the agenda item on the sponsorship program. I understand that from now on we will have to continue our discussions in English. So I would like to thank at this stage again the interpreters for their efforts, for their hard work, and also for giving us this extra time, I think, which was very important to hear this statement by the ambassador of Cambodia. So with this, I would like to turn to the agenda item on the sponsorship program, and I would like to invite Australia to give us an update on where we stand in this regard. So please, Australia, you have the floor.
Thank you, President. Australia is pleased to be serving as the sponsorship program coordinator for the Anti-Personnel Mine Ban Convention in 2023. The sponsorship program is a critical tool in ensuring broad and inclusive participation in the work of the convention, and we are glad to have had this reflected in the last 3 days of our deliberations. As we enter the last year of implementation of the Oslo Action Plan, and we begin our conversation on a new action plan to be adopted by states parties at the review conference, sponsorship program is more important than ever. The sponsorship program can assist these efforts by ensuring that states with limited resourcing, particularly those with active mine clearance and destruction obligations, can attend convention meetings and take part in our conversations. In addition to this, support through the sponsorship program will also allow for participation by states not yet party that have demonstrated an interest in the work of the convention to outline the steps they are taking towards a session. The upcoming review conference presents an important opportunity for states not party to consider joining the convention and joining the high-level review conference as states parties. I would like to acknowledge the generous contributions of donors to the fund in 2022. Contributions by Austria, Canada, France, Germany, the Netherlands, Slovenia, and Switzerland. Australia was also a proud donor to the fund last year. Sponsorship program began the year with a total of approximately 66,000 Swiss francs. In 2023, we also welcome contributions from Canada, Germany, the Netherlands, and Switzerland, and Australia will also be providing a contribution to the program in this year. Contributions in 2023 total approximately 89,000 Swiss francs. We are very pleased that we are able to execute a sponsorship program for these intersessional meetings. To these meetings, we were able to provide support to 31 delegates from 21 countries. We expect the cost of the sponsorship program for the intersessional meetings to total approximately 67,000 Swiss francs. The balance going towards the 21st meeting of the states parties will total 95,000 francs. Thanks to donors, we are well placed to sponsor eligible delegates to the meeting of the states parties in 2023. However, if we are aiming to have a successful sponsorship program, we would need significant additional funding, and we are hopeful to receive this in the lead up to the 5th review conference in 2024. I appeal to all states parties in this regard. And given that the average delegate cost to attend these meetings is reasonably low, even relatively small contributions to the program will have a significant impact. Thank you.
I thank Australia for this update on the sponsorship program, and I think indeed this program has enabled the participation of a wide range of states parties in meetings which they would have otherwise not attended. And I think this exchange is very, very important for all of us. I can only appeal to all of you to actively engage not only in financing but also in making full use of the sponsorship program and the opportunities therein. So I would now turn to another agenda item, which is the proposal of a set of office holders. As you know, at the 21st MSP, we will have to renew or to find new office holders for the different committees. So there are some states parties who will, at a regular 2-year basis, leave the committees. With regard to Article 5, it's France and Iraq, whose duty will end with the conclusion of the 21st MSP. With regard to the Committee on Corporate Compliance, it's Switzerland and Turkey. For the Committee on Victim Assistance, it's Italy and Uganda. And for the Committee of the Enhancement of Cooperation and Assistance, it's the Netherlands and Thailand, which have to be replaced. And on the 18th May, I already sent a letter to all states parties to solicit expressions of interest, wishing to fill these committees' positions. So I have already received a number of expressions of interest, and I could only encourage others to do so as well, because in accordance with the 2014 third review conference decisions, I will then have to set up a list, a proposal of office holders, which shall be balanced regionally as well as between states parties in the process of implementing key obligations and those in a position to provide financial or other assistance. And so I would like to call on all of you you to show your interest in working in the committees for this convention in order to give me the possibility to present a good proposal to you at the 21st meeting of states parties. Having said this, I would like now turn to our last agenda item of the day, and I would like to pass the floor to the director of the ISU. For an update on the situation of the implementation support unit. So please, Juan Carlos, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I won't, I know I stand in the way of a reception upstairs, so I'll only be 15 minutes with my presentation, 5 minutes, I mean. For those not familiar with the ISU, we are a small team, locally hired. We're 3.6 full-time equivalent staff members. In addition to the ISU, we're also implementing a council decision by the European Union with a number of support mechanisms to states, and that comes with a small staff of 2 full-time members as well as short-term support. These human resources for the EU Council decision are covered by the EU Council decision. Our aim, most of you have worked with us, but our aim is to provide independent advice, support, and information to states parties, and we're responsive and responsible to you. With support by Switzerland, the ISU is hosted within the GICHD and funded on a voluntary basis by states parties. And I take this opportunity to, of course, thank Switzerland for the support, as well as the GICHD and its director, Ambassador Stefano Toscano. And with this structure in place, states parties' voluntary contributions are dedicated to support the staff, salaries, and activities of the ISU. We're very grateful for the contributions totaling approximately 743,000 from 23 states parties, including, if you permit me, Algeria, Australia, Austria, Belgium, Canada, Czech Republic, Finland, France, Germany, Ireland, Italy, Japan, Mexico, the Netherlands, Norway, Peru, Slovenia, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland, Thailand, Turkey, and the United Kingdom. And these were the contributions received in 2022. Now we thank these states for contributing and that follows from their commitment made at the Oslo Action Plan, which sees the states parties in a position to do so should provide voluntary resources for the effective functioning of the implementation support unit, making multi-year commitments where feasible. In 2023, we have a work plan approved by the last meeting of states parties, which totaled 732,596 Swiss francs. And we're grateful for those states parties that have supported, that have sent funds to the ISU so far, which include Belgium, Canada, Estonia, Finland, Germany, Ireland, Japan, Mexico, the Netherlands, Peru, Slovenia, Switzerland, and Thailand. And we know other states have indicated at the pledging conference that they would be providing support, including states such as Turkey. So we thank you for the contributions in 2023. Now, these contributions so far received total 422,000 francs. And as many of you may know, we also have a security buffer that includes 1 year of implementation of the ISU's work plan. So financially, the ISU is secure for the foreseeable future at the moment. Within our work with the states parties, as you know, includes support to the president and the committee's mandate, including support to the incoming president, as well as support to individual states parties, and communication and liaison with partner organizations. And we very much value this liaison with partner organizations. Now we look forward to keeping everyone informed on our work through our website and through the newsletter and Twitter and other social media. The door, of course, is always open at the ISU for anyone who wishes to learn more about our work or want more information on the work we do. So lastly, Mr. President, I would like to just take this opportunity to thank my team, Sophie, Firoz, Gregory, Laila, Karim, and Sine, for whose support is incredibly important, of course, to me, but to all of you as well. And it's a pleasure to have a team that is 100% committed to the efforts of the states parties. So I thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you for my full statement will be online, so you can check it out. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Juan Carlos, for this update, and I will be even more strict because I would like to add some information on the pledging conference we held on the 24th of March, with in close relation to the ISU, because it's also securing the financing of the ISU. But regarding this pledging conference, you will find all the information on the convention's website. So please consult the website. This is a way to also hand in my information in writing, so to speak, to you in order to save time. Another point which I would like to just mention, following the presentation by the ISU, which we have already also discussed in the coordinating committee. It turns out that the mandate, the contract of our director of the ISU is expiring at the 30th of April 2024, and this is certainly a very unfortunate situation, because it will be in the middle of the road to the review conference, and we have discussed this already internally and with the coordinating committee, and we would like to propose to the conference, which then will have to take this decision in November. We would like to propose to the conference that we will extend its mandate until the end of the review conference. That's to say, for another year, until the 3rd April of 2025. In order to secure a smooth transition and a good preparation for the review conference. And I'm very grateful that Juan Carlos Ruiz is also ready to continue working for the convention. Before turning to the closing of this conference, as we were a little bit speeding up our work, I would like to at least ask the floor and ask all of you if there are any comments, any statements which you would like to make at this stage. Last chance to take the floor before we start with a reception for the heads of delegations at the terrace of this building. So that was the warning. You will miss some time. So if there is, so I see who is that? Please, Madam, you have the floor. It's on us. Okay, yeah, please, Madam, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a small announcement, if I may, for people who are staying for the NGM, you can collect your badges at the entrance this afternoon or tomorrow morning. Thank you.
So thank you very much. And with this, this brings us to the end of our meeting today. I think we could have discussed much longer, and we have already discussed longer as foreseen. I think that's something which shows that this is a very vivid convention, and I was really very much amazed by this high engagement by all of you. I don't want to prolongate the meeting today. I'm looking forward working with all of you in the lead up to the meeting of states parties in November. I would like to thank you for your engagement. I would especially like to thank also the ISU for their support for the German presidency, but for their work and their commitment for the convention as a whole throughout all these years. That is very valuable, and I'm looking forward to continuing this work with the ISU look for implementation of this convention in all its aspects. So thank you very much for joining us today. Thank you very much again for the interpreters, and I would like to invite all of you to join us for the reception at the 8th floor, I think, at the 8th floor. So see you there. Thank you very much. This meeting is closed. That was a rush through everything.
That's what is the same? What is the same last time? It was rushed, but we finished on time. But- Yep.